Transcended as Lord Buggy from One Piece. Chapter 151, Adam Wood. The next day after they held a party, the clown explore the island again. It will take a week for the log pose to be set, so they need to enjoy their time. Manhwa guards the ship today, so Enel can explore the island too. The clowns are very famous, or rather, infamous here. People have recognized them now and feared them because of their bounties. Such bounties are very high for pirates in paradise. Even pirates with bounties close to 100 million are considered to be very dangerous, not to mention them who have a captain with 500 million on his head. The people here have never seen someone with such a bounty before, so they're very afraid of Buggy now. But some people are seeing this as a chance. Those people are bounty hunters and other pirates. They have different purposes, but they know they can achieve those by defeating the clowns. The bounty hunters here are far stronger than the previous island, as the pirates who reached this place are also strong. So they're confident they can defeat Buggy, who they also know to have defeated Kizaru. As for the pirates, they wanted to raise their names by defeating the clowns. They can also get the clowns' treasures if they can defeat Buggy and Co. A crew with such high bounties must have a lot of treasures. That's why they target and attack the clowns who move separately. Luckily, Buggy has anticipated this and made the weaker members move with the stronger ones. It's just rough though, because the others can protect themselves. Their days start to become busy since pirates and bounty hunters started to attack them. On one side, it's a good exercise, but on another side, it's disturbing. The pirates and bounty hunters are persistent even though the clowns have defeated a lot of them. Buggy allowed his crew to kill these bounty hunters and pirates. But everyone knows that just because they're allowed, doesn't mean they are ordered. They aren't fans of killing people if it's not needed, so they just beat the enemies up very badly. Those guys don't just target them, but also their ship because they want to rob it. Buggy even needs to put 2 people as ship guards every day to protect the ship. Their treasures are important because they need to make a new ship. Speaking of ship, on the 4th day of their stay, the clowns get a piece of good news. An Adam Wood will be auctioned on this island in 5 days. That means 9 days since they arrived here. Their log pose is set in a week, so there are 2 days more to stay. But that's not a problem because Adam Wood is more important than some stupid people's disturbance. Those bounty hunters and pirates are just free training partners for the clowns. This wood is also big, and Palu said it's enough to make their new ship, so they can't miss it. It might not appear again soon and they might need to wait for months. Adam Wood with a big size like this is rare, after all. They wait for the 9th day to come while keep being attacked by the bounty hunters and pirates. Then on the 6th day, Buggy starts to use the enemies to train Ruff. They are strong opponents for Ruff, so it's perfect for his training. It's also a perfect chance for Ruff to test his weapons. He has made some new weapons and upgraded the old ones. They're still strange though, like a slippery pistol, corrosive ball, dizzy gas ball, 20 sections staff, and even cockroaches ball like Usopp's. He will really get along with Usopp if they meet, thinks Buggy. Buggy still watches over Ruff's fights though and will save him if it becomes too dangerous. Ruff fights every day since then and it raises his battle abilities. He fights using his weapons and often used the run and hit tactic, but that's not a problem as long as he can find a way to win. Surprisingly, he shows good talent in marksmanship that keeps improving every day. Maybe it's because he needs to test his weapons, which mostly are long-range weapons. He will need to shoot accurately if he wants to know if they're working, after all. In these days of waiting, Buggy also has made Vivre card for everyone. He keeps forgetting about this, so he made it immediately when he remembered. Vivre cards might be needed anytime, so they need to have it soon. Then after days of waiting, the 9th day finally come. Buggy, Palu, and Dion go to the auction site while the others stay on the ship. They will leave immediately after getting the wood because it will bring them trouble. Other people who want the wood but can't get it will try to rob it from the one who can buy it. That's why they need to leave as soon as they get the wood. With their money, Buggy is sure they can get the expensive wood without any problem. But they still need to prepare if they fail to get the wood. So they need to be able to sail anytime to chase the one who buys it. They can't let the wood that they've aimed for a long time get away after they finally found it. The auction is held by this island's biggest auction house. This place sells legal and illegal items for years. They never get disturbed by authorities because there are plays in the back. Buggy and Co enter the auction house with fake identities. They also wear masks and robes to hide it even further. It's also the case for everyone here and only idiots who enter it without hiding their identities. The auction starts soon and they auction some other items first. They offer some good items, but the clowns aren't interesting in those things at all. Even 2 devil fruits aren't picking their interest, but they still mark the ones who buy the fruits though. They will rob them if they have time later. Then finally, for the star of this auction. Here it is, a very rare wood with its famous toughness. The wood that came from the holy tree, Adam, says the host after the lights are turned off. The lights are turned on and point at the stage behind the host. On there, lays a big and long-sized wood that looks normal for untrained eyes. But it looks like the best treasure for someone like Palu and other woodworkers here. The wood is 114 meters long with 20 meters in diameter. This piece was cut near the trunk, so it's very big and long. It will have a very high price because of its massive size that makes it very very rare. Captain, we need to get that at all cost, says Palu excitedly. We will. No one else can have that wood except us, even gods, says Buggy while grinning. They have more than 1.5 billion in their pocket, so they're sure they can get this. Buggy has saved a lot of money for this. His 2 years of bounty hunting still made up most of his crew's wealth now. The host starts the auction and opens the price at 300 million belly. It's already higher than the price that Frankie gets for 1000 sunny. Well, it's normal considering the size of this wood. It can be used to make 3 or 4 ships the size of 1000 sunny, after all. Many people start to bid, but the clowns just stay silent and wait for the bidding war to slow down. It starts to get slower at 500 million because it's a lot of money and not everyone here has it. But some people are still bidding and finally, it almost finished at 612 million. 613 million, says Buggy. The one who almost wins gets angry and raises the price to 620 million. Buggy raises it again to 621 million because the minimum raise is 1 million. The man raises it again to 630 million and Buggy raises it to 631 million, the wood is still worth that much money. The man gives up after that, but then someone suddenly raises it to 650 million. Buggy looks at the man who makes that bid and smirks. It is someone from the auction house who tries to raise the price. Buggy decides to not bid anymore and the host is sweating nervously. The host tries to slow the countdown but still needs to finish it at 650 million with the man from this auction house as the winner. But in the end, they sold it to Buggy at 631 million because they can't buy their own product. "Ha, you can't play such a trick on this Lord Buggy," says Buggy after he paid the wood. Chapter 152, Defending the Wood. They finally get the Adam wood, so the clowns leave the island immediately. This wood is a very wanted item, so many people will go after it. It brings happiness to them because they finally have it, but it also brings trouble because they need to fight many people for it. "Captain, it seems that our previous covers are useless. They'll still know that we're the ones who buy this wood because we pull it with our ship," says Dion. The clowns bring the Adam wood by pulling it behind their ship. It's the only way to transport something of such a massive size. "Yeah, and it really slowing us down," says Enel while looking at the wood. The wood's massive size also means its weight is very heavy. It makes their ship move very slow even after they use some dials to make it move faster. "I know, but our covers will still give us time to leave without their knowledge. If we didn't hide our identities at all, they'll attack us since we're on the coast and had tied this wood before." At least we can move to the sea first, says Buggy. Well, that makes sense, says Dion. Of course, it is. Now get to work. We need to protect this treasure, says Buggy. Everyone nods and moves to do their tasks. Cricket, Palu, and Manba go to the end of the atom wood. They will protect the back because the wood is very long. Buggy chooses the ones who can swim for this job because they might fall into the sea. On the ship's rear, there are Buggy and Enel who will attack the ship that passes those three's defenses. Ruff is ready on the left and Dion on the right. They are handling cannons and ready to shoot them anytime. Mantis is the one who controls the ship while Jude guides her from the crow nest. Jude also acts as their scout who watches over their surroundings. She is also weaponized with a hand cannon to shoot at the enemy who might get too close to them. A ship from 4 o'clock and 2 ships from 7 o'clock. Shouts Jude. Here they come. Get ready. Shouts Buggy. Everyone gets ready and then 3 ships appear in their sights. They are close to Cricket's group's position, so the group will take care of them first. All 3 of them take out a bazooka each and aim it to a different ship. Boom boom boom. They shoot their bazookas and Palu is the only one who missed his target. The other 2 ships get hit in the front hull and big holes appear there. Water enters the ships and they stop because they need to stop the water or they'll sink. I never hold a bazooka before, so don't blame me, says Palu as the others look at him. Sigh, Manba, take care of it, says Cricket. Manba nods and shoots the last ship, but it evades because the ship has prepared to do it after Palu missed. So everyone looks at Palu and he gets pissed. Fine, fine, it's my fault, I will take care of it. Palu takes his warhammer and walks back a few meters. Cricket gets into a stance with right hand extended to the back. Palu then runs toward Cricket and jumps on his hand before Cricket makes a throwing motion. He throws Palu to the incoming ship. Palu flies fast to the incoming galleon ship and prepares his warhammer midair. He lands on the enemy's mainsail and then falls on the main deck. His appearance surprised the enemies and they all are getting ready to attack him. I will give you a chance. Leave now and you will be spared, says Palu as he spins his warhammer. Ha, do you think you can defeat us? You're just alone while we have 176 people here, says the crew's captain. Sigh, you bring it upon yourself, says Palu before he rushes to the enemies. Palu attacks the enemies blindly while using both of his haki. It doesn't take long for him to defeat this weak pirate crew with his current strength. Then he uses the enemy's galleon ship to return to his crew. Good, now rob that ship then sink it, orders Buggy to his crew. You never miss a chance, hey? Asks Enel. We shouldn't miss any chance that we can take if we want to success, says Buggy. Everyone sighs and then Palu, Dion, and Enel rob the ship and take everything. They want to sink the ship, but Palu stops them because he has an idea. His idea is to use the ship to help them pull the wood. That's a good idea. But I think it's better to just use the bigger ship to pull the wood while we patrol the surrounding with our smaller ship, says Buggy. You're right. The smaller ship will just hinder the bigger ship's way. Let's go with that, says Palu. The clowns then tie the wood to the galleon ship while also throwing the enemy pirates out of their own ship. But they left a few of these guys, the ones who are docile and have given up to them. They use these guys to handle the ship's cannons to fight against the enemies that will come after this. Dion and Mantis supervise them while Ruff takes the ship's control. Jude is still being the scout, but she is on the galleon ship's crow nest. Manba is on the wood's rear alone now because Cricket and Palu join Buggy and Enel on Little Hunter. They sail right behind the wood to protect it and Manba still stays there for backup. Their movement become faster and easier now. Palu has moved the dials to the galleon ship to make it move faster. The Little Hunter doesn't need it because it can move fast without any weight behind them. They get attacked again by some ships. Those aren't just pirate ships, there are underground forces, normal merchant ships, nations ships, and even a marine ship also appear. The clowns aren't sure if the marine ship is there for the wood or them. But they still fight the marine nonetheless. The marine's reason isn't important because whatever it is, they are still enemies. Buggy and Co who stay on Little Hunter are going around to fight the incoming attackers. They take turns fighting the enemies on each ship. 3 people will attack while 1 will control their ship. Buggy and Co also don't forget to rob the attackers' ships. They get quite good wealth from all of these idiots who attack them. These guys were from auction house, so they have some good wealth. They have a lot of money, that's for sure because they join the auction. Buggy and Co also found some items from auction house that these guys bought. The items vary from common to rare ones. Hee, we got some goodies here, says Buggy. We didn't bid for them, but we get them in the end. Lucky, says Palu. We've also recovered some of our loss. We get 341.4 million belly from those guys, says Cricket. What are you saying, Cricket? We aren't just recovering it, we're profiting. All these items are worth more than what we spent. We will sell the items that we don't need and will get more than what we spent for the wood, says Buggy. Oh, that's right. Your sense of money is always good, Captain, says Cricket. Of course, if not, my crew will swindle me, ha ha ha, says Buggy jokingly. The other 3 sweat drops at it and Enel says, as if we dare to swindle you even if your sense of money is bad. We still love our lives. So you love your life, huh? Then do you love money too? Asks Buggy. Of course, replies Enel. Then go take care of the next enemies and your debt will be paid off, says Buggy. Really? Asks Enel surprisedly. Yeah, says Buggy. Enel gets very spirited and immediately chases the incoming enemies. He worked hard to fight them while the other 3 just rob the ship. The attacks finally stop and Enel is dead tired now after fighting 28 ships alone. This idiot is desperate to get his pocket money back because he can't buy anything like his crewmates now. Chapter 153, Splitting. The clowns have gone far from the island and no one chases them again now. They've succeeded to defend the wood against so many ships. Enel has the biggest contribution in this after Buggy promised to pay off his debt. Now they are going to Sabayati because the previous island is the last one before Sabayati archipelago. But there's a problem too if they go to Sabayati like this. There are many pirates and underground forces there, more than the previous island. If they know we have Atom Wood, then they all will try to take it, says Buggy. Then we just need to fight them, says Enel. I know you're an idiot, but don't show that too clearly, says Buggy. What did you say? Asks Enel pissedly, but he doesn't dare to do anything to Buggy. What I mean is, the enemies there, are too many. And those who can reach Sabayati are not normal people. They might have the same strengths as us, says Buggy. Like the red hairs? Asks Cricket. They're the clearest example. But some strong people stay there as it is the last island in paradise. The other problem is Marine also watches over that island seriously. Then the most troublesome group in that island is the World Nobles, Celestial Dragons, says Buggy. World Nobles? Shouts Jude, Ruff, Dion, and Mantis. Who are they? Asks Enel who doesn't know it. The other boys also don't know about World Nobles at all, so Buggy explains it briefly to them. He doesn't hide anything and says all Celestial Dragons' behavior. His explanation surprises them and puts them in disbelief. Basically, they're nothing but scums, says Buggy. And the Marine protects them. Asks Manhwa in disbelief. Because they are controlling the world government and Marine was created by world government, says Buggy. So WG is CD's dog, and Marine is WG's dog, says Palu while nodding. Well, don't think too much about it. This is not a strange thing in this world. Those who have power can do anything to the weaker ones. People see differently from their positions and for these CDs, they feel that they're not wrong, says Buggy. They think what they do is normal, hey. Ponders Cricket. Yeah, there will be no end if we keep thinking about that, so just think of what we can. In Sabayati, you have one clear order from me. Avoid making trouble with CD. It's better to avoid contact with them because you will have urges to punch their faces if you meet them. But if you still meet them, never, I repeat, never bow down to them no matter what. Once you bow down to them, you are not my crew anymore, says Buggy seriously. Everyone is surprised to hear that statement from Buggy. Even if they threaten you and you're scared, don't bow down to them. After all, why should you bow to those who are below you? They aren't humans nor gods like what they believed, they are just trash. We don't bow to even God, so why should we bow to trashes? Asks Buggy. Sigh, you are right, they aren't worth our respect at all. But if we show disrespect toward them, it will cause problems for us, says Mantis. We can take that problem, so don't worry, says Buggy. Captain, I understand your point and agree with that. But if their guards attack us, it will be too dangerous at that moment for us, especially Ruff. The others might be able to escape, but Ruff might get caught, says Dion. I know, that's why I won't take Ruff to Sabayati. In fact, I won't take everyone to Sabayati, only some of us, says Buggy. The clowns are surprised to hear that and ask for an explanation. We will move separately, for now, maybe some days or a few weeks, based on the situations. Some will go to Sabayati, while some will go to Water 7 immediately. I have bought an eternal pose to Water 7, so you can follow this to reach it from here, says Buggy while taking out an eternal pose to Water 7. You want to make the new ship immediately? Asks Palu. No, it is just a way to save our wood from being targeted by those people in Sabayati. It will be too problematic if a CD wants the wood or something from us. Also, this is a good chance for you to learn something from Tom-san. He is the best shipwright that I know and I'm sure you will learn a lot from him. Take this chance to improve yourself before building our new ship, says Buggy. Now I'm curious about this Tom-san. He is the one who built Oro Jackson, hey? He must be very great, says Palu. Yeah, he is, and Ruff, you will like his current project, so make sure to ask him about it, says Buggy. I will go there too. Asks Ruff. Of course, what will you do if a CD suddenly wants you to be their slave or something if you go to Sabayati? Asks Dion. Ruff shivers and nods frantically. There's no way he wants to be a slave, so it's better if he doesn't go to Sabayati. Celestial dragons are too scary for him because they can get anything they want just by saying it. Buggy then announces the ones who will go to Water 7. They are Palu, Enel, Ruff, Manba, and Jude who will use the stolen galleon ship. Buggy, Cricket, Mantis, and Dion will go to Sabayati using Little Hunter. I go to Water 7. Asks Jude in protest. Of course, you are. In this crew, the only ones who can navigate are you, Cricket and I. But Cricket's navigational ability is too mediocre, very bad instead, says Buggy plainly. Oi! Says Cricket in protest but Buggy ignores him. So only you and I who can navigate in Grand Line. That's why we need to move separately. I will go to Sabayati, so you will surely go to Water 7, says Buggy. Jude sulks because she can't be in Buggy's group and won't meet him for days or even weeks. But he just ignores her and gives everyone their tasks. Palu, you take the command in your group and learn what you can from Tom-san. Jude, don't just sulk and navigate properly. Ruff, don't create problems that you can't solve and check Tom-san's current project. Manba, keep these guys so they won't create too many problems. Enel, Sai, just don't kill anyone, says Buggy. Oi! What kind of task is that? Asks Enel angrily. The others just laugh because they all know why Buggy gives Enel that task. He is the biggest troublemaker in their crew and the easiest to get provoked. So he will surely create problems, that's why he tells him to not kill anyone or the problems will get bigger. Everyone finally agrees with Buggy's decision and prepares themselves. They will do the plan immediately today before they go too far. The distance with Water 7 is quite far, so they can't waste time. Are you sure you will take Little Hunter there? I'm sure she can survive the journey there, but without me in the ship, she might break on your way to Water 7, says Palu to Buggy before they split. Yeah, I've promised her that I will take her to the last island of paradise. If that's her limit, then I will be with her until she reaches that limit. We have been together for more than 3 years now. This is not just a ship, this is home for me. So I can't just go to Sabayati for the first time after creating my crew without her, says Buggy while caressing Little Hunter's railing. Sigh, alright, I know how big your love for this ship is, so I won't tell you to not do it. I will just tell you the parts that might need more attention. If you can, try to check them every day and fix them if there are damages, says Palu. Palu gives a big piece of paper with Little Hunter's drawing on it. Many notes show what Buggy needs to give more attention to. Buggy nods as Palu explains everything to him. But then, Dion, who is on the crow nest, shouts and gathers their attention. What the heck? Captain! Everyone! Shouts Dion panicky. What is it? Asks Cricket curiously. Well, I think my eyes are tired because I'm seeing a strange thing. I see a giant floating on a gigantic raft, says Dion while rubbing his eyes. Hey! Asks everyone with a confused tone. Chapter 154, A Giant. The clowns encounter a giant who lays unconsciously on a gigantic raft before they split. They all look at the giant and some of them are afraid because they have never seen a giant before. They get closer to the giant after Buggy ordered them to. The giant is a male with long dark blue hair tied in a Viking braid ponytail. He has a pretty long dark blue beard that is also braided in Viking style with red ornaments. The clowns are sure that they can hide inside the giant's beard and hair because of their length. For clothes, the giant wears a blue vest with yellow and gold accents. He wears black pants with a hole on his left knee and a pair of leather boots. There's also a pair of two-handed axe on his back and he lays on them. Hey, giant, are you sleeping? Asks Buggy after getting closer to the giant. The giant doesn't respond and just stays still on his raft. Buggy jumps on the raft and calls the giant many times near his ears. But the giant doesn't wake up at all and just lay there. He is also looking very pale, like a sick person. Is he dead? Asks Ruff. No, I can hear his heartbeat, although it's weak, so he is still alive. Maybe I need to shock him so he'll wake up, says Enel. Don't! Shouts the others. You will just make him angry and he will attack us after that. Besides, we never attack someone that doesn't attack us first, says Cricket. Then what should we do? Asks Enel. The others don't know how to answer that question because they also don't know what to do. Ruff suddenly says, maybe we just need to leave him. He. Rumble. Suddenly a loud thundering sound is heard and it surprises everyone. Gyah. I'm sorry, I won't leave him here, shouts Ruff panicky because he thinks it's his fault. Strange, there's no dark cloud, so where's that sound come from? Is it you? Asks Palu to Enel. No, why should I do something useless like that? Asks Enel back. Palu knows that Enel doesn't lie, so he ponders, so what is? Rumble. It is heard again and now they all realize the source of it. They look at the giant's stomach and then the sound is heard again as the giant's stomach vibrates. It is the sound of this giant's stomach because he is hungry and it makes them sweat drops. What a loud stomach, says Jude. Mantis, cook something for him. He must be very hungry that he can't stay conscious, orders Buggy. Mantis nods and goes to their kitchen to cook something. Buggy then orders Manba to check on the giant's condition too. The others are also inspecting the giant as it is the first time they see someone this big. Why'd you bother to help someone you don't know? We are pirates, not a group of saints, asks Enel confusedly. Of course, we are no saints. But we all still have feelings and sympathy. I never felt the hunger that made me unconscious in my life. But I know how it feels to be alone and almost dead without being able to do anything. It is the worst feeling and I can't see someone with that condition. So I'll help them even if I can only give them food, says Buggy. Buggy just said about his past life as Bob. He was alone and doesn't have anyone in his life at that time. That's why having his crew and friends is the best thing in this life for him, and he always tried to protect them by making them strong. Seeing this giant reminds him of being alone in his death. That's really the worst feeling that he ever felt in both of his lives. He helps this giant to ease his own feeling and make himself feel better. This giant will die if he doesn't eat anything, so Buggy will help him a little. Buggy knows he is not a good person, but he is not a horrible person that won't help someone else. He is not a saint, but he is not a devil too, he is just a human. How is he? Asks Buggy to Manhwa. He is fine, just very weak. It seems he hasn't eaten anything for many days. He just needs food, says Manhwa. Buggy nods and then orders his crew to catch a lot of fish. This genie will eat a lot and their supplies might run out, so they need to refill the supplies. They nod and immediately work on the task. Now they have a new method to catch more fish effectively. They use Enel's power to electrocute the fish around them. Then those who can swim will gather the dead fish that float on the water. It is a very effective and efficient method. Sometimes, they will even get sea kings that swam around them accidentally. They'll never get worried about catching fish with Enel and their crew. Enel rather hates this method, but this is also a chance to train his ability, so he just does it even though it tires him because he needs to use a lot of power. Today, they are very lucky because they get 2 sea kings and many normal fishes. But they don't know if this will be enough for the giant. None of them know how much a giant can eat, so they can't calculate it. Soon, Mantis comes out with a lot of food and tells the boys to help him take the remaining food in the kitchen. All the boys except Buggy run to the kitchen and take the food. Mantis places the food on the ship's railing that's close to the giant's head. The giant's nose suddenly moves as he sniffs the food's smell. He suddenly opens his eyes widely and wakes up very fast as if he's just had a nightmare. He looks around for the source of the good smell and finally sees the big plates with many foods on them. The giant doesn't wait and immediately takes the plates and eats the food. He devours the food fast and eats everything that Mantis cooked. The clowns are stunned to see him eat everything very fast. Those are their supplies for a month, and the giant eats everything in a few minutes. Phew, I'm saved, says the giant in relief as his complexion turns better. Hey giant, are you all right now? Asks Buggy. Who are you little man? Asks the giant back. I'm Buggy, a pirate. I'm the captain of this crew and we're the one who gives you the food, says Buggy. That's your food? I'm sorry I just eat all of that and don't leave anything. I'll pay for that, says the giant as he put his hands on his pocket. Buggy tries to stop him but then the giant suddenly paused and stays still. The giant then shivers a little and sweats as he looks at the clowns nervously. It makes them confused and then Buggy asks the giant if there's something wrong with him. I don't have money, says the giant nervously. The clowns fall on their faces because they think it's something serious. It turns out to be nothing, just the giant realizing that he is very poor. Don't worry about money, we don't help you to ask for a payment, says Buggy. Then you can ask something else from me, says the giant. We don't need anything from you, so don't worry, says Buggy. No, as a proud warrior of Elbaf, I can't be ungrateful to my saviors, says the giant persistently. Then maybe you can say something to show your gratitude, says Enel. Thank you for your help and thank you for the food, it's very delicious, says the giant while bowing his head. Is it okay for a warrior like you to bow like that? Asks Dion. You have saved my life, so this is nothing. Now, tell me how I can repay you, says the giant. As I said, we don't need anything from you, says Buggy. No, I need to repay you, says the giant. Buggy and the giant keep debating on that until both of them get pissed at each other. Just tell me what you want, says the giant pissly as he sends a punch at Buggy. Bastard, I told you I don't need anything, says Buggy as he jumps to counter the giant's punch. Boom! Their punches clash and create a big shockwave that spread everywhere. The clowns are protecting themselves and the ships from the shockwave that pushes the ships and the giant's raft back. Tisk, what are they doing? Asks Mantis pissly with a big tick mark on her forehead. Chapter 155, Magnus. Buggy's clash with the giant creates a big shockwave that pushed their ships and the giant's raft back. Both of them also get pushed by their attacks. Buggy lands on Little Hunter and grins at the giant. You're strong, giant. The giant has a shocked expression before he grins too. You too, little human. Both of them want to clash again, but then a hand grabs Buggy's left ear and pulled it. It's Mantis's hand. Ouch! 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 What are you doing? Asks Buggy with a pained tone as his ears get pulled by Mantis. It's me who should ask you. What are you doing? We are not enemies, so why should you fight him? And you, giant, why did you attack your savior if you are grateful to us? Asks Mantis. Says the giant nervously while hiding his hands behind him. I don't want to hear any excuse. Now sit down and calm down or you won't eat anything after this, says Mantis strictly. Yes, says Buggy and the giant quickly as they sit on their knees. Giant, we don't need anything from you, so just accept it, and Captain, don't get too emotional. Let's just talk normally like normal people. That's if you want to eat again, says Mantis. Buggy and the giant nods frantically and calm down. The clowns sigh seeing this and are also glad that nothing goes out of control. Mantis is the only one who can keep Buggy from going overboard. In fact, she is also the only one who can keep everyone in the crew from going overboard. She is like the crew's mother that has an ultimate weapon, food. By controlling their stomachs, she can control the whole crew's behavior. Hey, giant, we haven't heard your name. Ah, I'm Buggy by the way, and they're my crew. Cricket, Palu, Mantis, Jude, Enel, Dion, Manba, and Ruff. We are clown pirates, nice to meet you, says Buggy while introducing his crew. The giant nods while looking at the introduction. Haha, nice to meet you too. My name is Magnus, 105Y.0, male, single. I come from Elbaf, my hobby is singing, I like drinking, I hate bees, I... Stop. 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 No need to say everything. Just say your name. Age and origin are fine, but no need for detail, says Buggy before Magnus said everything about him. Is that so? Asks Magnus. Everyone nods and it makes Magnus laugh in embarrassment, ha 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 ha. His laugh is so boisterous that the clowns need to cover their ears. Luckily he doesn't laugh for too long or their ears will bleed. Damn dude, you are very loud. Is it because you have bigger lungs, throat, and mouth? Asks Palu. Well, I have a loud voice even among giants. So it should be very loud for humans like you, says Magnus. We're lucky to talk in open space then or we will turn deaf if we talk in a closed space, says Palu jokingly. I'm almost deaf, you know, says Enel as blood really comes out of his left ear. Enel's hearing is too sensitive because of his devil fruit. He hasn't been able to control its effect to a high degree where he won't get troubled by loud voices. Magnus scratches his head and apologizes while Manba checks on Enel. What happened to you that you became like that, Magnus? Asks Cricket. Well, it's a long story. But to make it short, I lost, I can't navigate, ha 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 cough sorry, says Magnus. You can't navigate but you sail alone. Asks Jude while frowning. Well, I have something to do, so I need to sail. I thought that following the pose is enough, but I'm wrong. The weather is a very big problem since I started sailing, says Magnus. When did you start? Asks Dion. Around 5 years ago, says Magnus. From Elbaf? Where do you want to go, actually? Asks Buggy. Yeah, from Elbaf. I want to find my brother, Dory. It's been a long time since I last saw him, after all. I also need to tell him that mother wants him to get married soon before she died, says Magnus. Dory? Do you mean Dory the Blue Ogre? Asks Buggy. Yeah, you know him. Asks Magnus. Well, I know a little about him because he is from an infamous crew in the past, giant warrior pirates. As a crew from Elbaf and filled with giants, they are very famous. But no one has ever heard about them again since around 80 years ago. He led the crew with Broggy the Red Ogre if I'm right, says Buggy while hiding the fact that he knows a lot about them. Oh, you're quite knowledgeable, little Buggy. What you've said is correct. He is the captain of giant warrior pirates with Broggy. But they've stopped sailing since 80 years ago because they have a duel that they need to finish. It seems they haven't finished it until now, says Magnus. Duel? And they haven't finished it? What kind of duel is that? Asks Ruff confusedly. Magnus then tells them about the rules for Elbaf's warriors' duel. They can't go home until the duel is finished, no matter what. That's their pride as warriors of Elbaf. Of course, Buggy knows about that, but he acts as if he doesn't know it. He also knows where to find Dory and Broggy, but he can't say it or it will be too strange. His crew knows he has gone to Grand Line in the past, but he has said that he has just gone to a few islands, and never said about giants. So he can't suddenly say that he knows where Dory and Broggy are. Besides, he has another plan for this, especially after seeing Magnus' power just now. He always wants a giant in his crew and now he has found one. He can't navigate, so joining us will be the best chance for him to find Dory. We will explore the whole paradise too, so he can tag along, thinks Buggy. Do you know where they are? Asks Jude. That's the problem, I don't know it, says Magnus. Hey! Says the clowns while blinking their eyes as they get stunned. Perfect, thinks Buggy while grinning. Wait. You tried to find them but you don't know where they are at all. Asks Mantis while massaging her temples. Ha ha ha, yet. The giant warrior pirates that have returned to Elbaf have forgotten where their dueling location is. They just remember that it's in paradise, so I come here and wander around by myself. Although I've just arrived here recently because I was stuck in New World and couldn't leave that place for years, says Magnus. You couldn't find the way here to be precise, right? Asks Cricket. Magnus just looks away while whistling, confirming Cricket's suspicion. He has wandered around New World for more than 4 years just to find the way to paradise. Then after he arrived here, he lost the only thing that can help him on the sea, his pose. He was just floating on the sea and hoped to find an island or a ship. But his luck was very bad that he doesn't encounter anything. His supplies also run out soon and he can't do anything. He starved for days until the clowns find him. Hey, Magnus, I have a way that will surely help you, says Buggy. Really? What is it, little Buggy? Asks Magnus. You know, we are pirates, and also explorers. I made this crew with the purpose of exploring the world. I want to explore every island in this world, including Grand Line, of course. We've just explored one route in paradise and haven't gone to the others. And we never saw any giant on our way here, so we're sure that your brother isn't in this route, says Buggy. So I need to check the other routes? Asks Magnus. Yeah, but you don't have any navigational skills, so it will be very dangerous and will take a long time for you to find him. That's why I have a good proposal for you. We plan to make a bigger ship that will surely be enough for you to be there. So why don't you join us in our journey? Asks Buggy. You want me to join your crew? Asks Magnus. If you agree. It's okay if you only join temporarily. But you'll still need to follow the rules in my crew, says Buggy. Buggy tells Magnus the basic rules and lets the giant think about it for a moment. Magnus finally gives his answer after pondering about it. All right, I will join temporarily now. I think this is the only way for me to find Dory too. Buggy smiles after hearing that. A giant in his crew will make it even stronger. He just needs to make Magnus love the crew and want to be a permanent member. Chapter 156, Sabayati Archipelago. After Magnus agreed to join, the crew split as they've planned. Buggy, Cricket, Mantis, and Dion will go to Sabayati while the rest go to Water 7. They move immediately after checking everything they'll need. On the way to Sabayati, Buggy uses all his navigational skills. It is not easy to navigate in Grand Line, but it is also not too hard for him. He has seen Grand Line's weather and learned it a lot, so he can handle it. It takes them 3 days of troublesome sailing before they reach Sabayati Archipelago. The sight of this place is really stunning even for Buggy who has a memory of it. But that's the original's memory, not him. I can't believe that those aren't actual islands, says Dion. Yeah, they look just like normal islands with tall trees. But these Yarikaman mangroves are the ones that actually made this archipelago, not the other way around. They grow from the bottom of the sea and created this archipelago, says Buggy. Damn, just how tall are these trees? Asks Cricket. I don't know, it's based on the depth of their growing place. But the shallowest seafloor is around 5 kilometers if I'm not wrong, says Buggy. That's still very deep, says Cricket. They move to the archipelago and go to the Lawless area. There are 79 grooves and Lawless area is from groove 1 to 29. But the outer area is groove 20 to 29 and they choose groove 27 to dock their ship. I want to go to groove 13, but the ship can't move past the low bridges and small passages. Well, let's just dock it here and walk there. Cricket, Mantis, you two guard the ship for now, says Buggy. Cricket and Mantis nod, then Buggy leaves with Dion to groove 13. He doesn't know whether Shucky's rip-off bar has been there or not, but he needs to check it. That place is the fastest way to find Rayleigh, after all. Should I move to find information? Asks Dion. No need. We will get everything in the place that we'll visit if it exists now, says Buggy. Dion is confused, but he shrugs it off and just follows Buggy. On their way to Groove 13, they are attacked by some bounty hunters. A head with the price of 500 million is too tempting for these bounty hunters. Buggy let Dion takes care of these bounty hunters while he just stay back and help if needed. They are good training opponents for Dion as they are quite strong. Battle is the best way to polish his fighting skills and also his observation haki. Your observation haki is getting better, so I'll teach you armament on the way to Water 7. I hope you have better talent than Jude and Manhwa at this. They're not the types who like to fight, so it became harder for them to learn armament, says Buggy. Really? Finally? Says Dion excitedly. Dion is the only one who hasn't been taught armament. He has just learned observation haki, so Buggy wants him to have a good mastery of it first before learning armament. Training both types at the same time will just make his progress slower. But it's not easy to learn armament because Jude and Manhwa still can't use it even after months of training. They just don't like to fight that much even though they can. So maybe that's the reason why they still haven't activated it. Enel has learned it since they left Birka, but he also hasn't shown any sign of activating it. Armament is just much harder to train than observation haki. Turning something spiritual into physical is a very hard thing to do. Buggy and Dion keep walking to Groove 13 while fighting some people. Dion gets more spirited after Buggy promised to teach him armament. He fights better now with his spirit lifted. His usage of his devil fruit is better now. His camouflage is very good that it looks like he is really disappearing, ponders Buggy. They continue to walk and find another problem in Groove 17. Some slave traders are catching a mermaid. It's a young female clownfish mermaid. She must have been very curious about this place and swimming too close to the surface. What a strange coincidence. I am called the clown and she is a clownfish, says Buggy as he gestures at Dion to help the girl. Dion nods and attacks the slave traders alone. There are 7 of them, but it's easy for Dion to defeat them. None of them can see him when he camouflages using his chameleon power. Are you okay? Asks Dion to the girl, but she runs away and jumps to the sea before disappearing. Dion scratches his head and says, "Am I that scary?" She's just afraid of humans and has a very bad day, ignore it. Let's go, says Buggy. They walk again and now they don't get attacked again. Shortly after that, they reach Groove 13, and Buggy grins seeing what he looked for. Shucky's rip-off bar is there, so it will be easier to find Rayleigh. Shucky's rip-off bar? What a strange name to choose, comments Dion after reading the sign. Buggy ignores him and just enters the bar. He sees the interior to be the same as what he saw in the series. He looks around and doesn't see anyone though. But then, a woman comes out from the back and welcomes him. Welcome. Oh, a big star is here, says Shucky after she sees Buggy. What do you mean by a big star? I'm not an entertainer. 2 glasses of rum, says Buggy as he sits on a chair. RioBL.cm. Shucky takes his order and Dion walks in after finishing his inspection about the bar's name. Where's Rayleigh-san? Asks Buggy very suddenly. Shucky puffs her cigarette smoke and looks at Buggy before saying, "It seems you know about us." "I know one thing or two. It's not hard to get information in black market. Even more so when you live in Sabayati, it's a very open place, after all," says Buggy. Shucky just smiles and says, "Well, I don't know where he is. He might be gambling or looking for girls somewhere." This answer is just like what she said to Straw Hats. She has been like this since then, hey, ponders Buggy. Buggy just wants to open his mouth before he stops. It seems I don't need to search for him. He comes on his own. Tring tring tring. The doorbell rings as someone opens the door. "Long time no see, Vice Captain," says Buggy while turning around. Ooh, Buggy. You're here, says Rayleigh excitedly. Buggy smiles and says, "Of course, I." Rayleigh cuts him off and taps his shoulder while saying, "Ha ha ha, I never thought you'll make it this far. I won't be surprised if Shanks do it, but I never thought you will do it." Buggy has a tick mark and says, "I'm not supposed to say this, but you're pissing me off." "Ha ha ha, don't be like that, Buggy, we all know the reason for that. You weren't training as hard as Shanks and quite a coward back then. Besides, you were a treasure hunter and didn't have big ambition at that time," says Rayleigh. "Can't you keep your mouth from talking too much? There's my crew here, you know." "You're embarrassing me," says Buggy pissedly while pointing at Dion who stays still like a statue. Buggy and Rayleigh are confused and try to call him out. "Da Dark King Rayleigh," says Dion with a shocked tone as he jumps back. The others are stunned by it, especially Buggy. He has told why they came here and now suddenly Dion acts like this. Should I buy him a new pair of ears? Ponders Buggy while looking at Dion who hides behind a table. Dion peeks a little from the table and has a very amazed expression now as he looks at Rayleigh. Buggy has a dark face when he sees that, he is like Bartolomeo. Chapter 157, Dark King. Buggy massages his temples when he sees Dion acts like a fanboy after seeing Rayleigh. "What are you doing, rainbow hair?" asks Buggy. "A.K.A. Captain, is he the real Dark King?" asks Dion back. "No, he is just an imagination." "Of course, he is real. I've told you why we come here, right?" I think you really need a pair of new ears, and brain if we can find a good one, says Buggy jokingly. Dion gets more amazed and immediately takes a paper and a marker. He approaches Rayleigh and gives those in a very polite manner. "Ca, can I get your sign, please?" asks Dion very politely. Rayleigh is stunned by this and looks at Buggy, who is still massaging his temple. Buggy doesn't care anymore and just leaves it to Rayleigh. Rayleigh raises an eyebrow and just gives Dion his signature. Dion gets very happy and celebrates it alone in the corner. Shucky just laughs seeing that and makes Buggy gets more embarrassed. This is a plot twist that he'll never guess at all. Well, let's just ignore that and talk about something else. Have Shanks reached this place? Asks Buggy. Yes, Red Hair Shanks has arrived yesterday. But I don't know his location, says Shucky. Really? Why don't you tell me about it, Shucky? Asks Rayleigh. I don't know. Maybe if you go home every day and not just when you need money for gambling, then I will tell you about it, says Shucky. Rayleigh and Buggy sweat drop at her answer, but she is not wrong. So Shanks is here. He should catch the news about me soon, says Buggy while sipping his drink. Of course, both of you are big sensations in pirate world. So your arrival in Sabayati will surely gather a lot of attention. Two of Roger Pirate's apprentices are reuniting here. And both of you have very high bounties, so the news will spread like wildfire. Even Marine HQ will get alerted, says Shucky. But I'm sure they won't do anything with both of you being here too, says Buggy while smirking. Ray-san is one case, but I have retired for a long time, says Shucky. Yeah, retired. Anyway, Rayleigh-san, I've visited Gaban-san on West Blue, says Buggy. Oh, how was he? Asks Rayleigh. Good like usual, you need to worry more about those who try to mess with him. He should be even better now after I left a big chance for him, says Buggy while smirking. A big chance? Asks Rayleigh confusedly. A possible spouse. Hehe, I saved a woman and a kid on West Blue. But I can't take care of them forever, so I left them in Gaban-san's care. If he is truly a man, then he should have gotten that woman by now. Who knows, maybe they already have their seeds planted, says Buggy while grinning mischievously. Rayleigh sweat drops hearing that. You never change, Buggy. Some things need to be changed, but the rest need to stay the same, says Buggy smugly. Sigh, whatever. So, what will you do after this? Asks Rayleigh. I will explore the whole paradise before going to New World. My dream is to explore every island in the world. I've finished exploring the 4 seas and now I'm exploring paradise. I plan to finish it before next year and then I will make a different move in New World, says Buggy. What is it? Asks Rayleigh curiously. Taking down the rock's remains, says Buggy while grinning. What? Says Rayleigh in surprise. Shucky is also surprised while Dion doesn't understand anything. Are you sure about that, Buggy? Asks Rayleigh. I am. They will be the biggest hindrances for me to do what I want. I will start with their youngest, Kaido, says Buggy. Doesn't that mean? Asks Rayleigh as he realizes something. Yeah, I'll go to Wano, says Buggy. Rayleigh now understands that Buggy just wants an excuse to go to Wano and help Odin. That guy won't accept their help for his country at all. So Buggy makes an excuse to attack Beast's pirates in a way to help Odin. Odin won't be able to stop him because Buggy is there to fight another pirate crew. He won't be there to help Odin but to take another crew's territory. That's a usual thing in pirate world, so Odin won't be able to protest at all. Do you want to ask for my help, then? Asks Rayleigh. No, I just want to inform you before it happens because the world will turn upside down after that, says Buggy while standing. Rayleigh seems to understand something and asks, you aren't just targeting Kaido, aren't you? Buggy just smiles and leaves some money on the table before leaving the bar. Dion follows him while waving his hands to Rayleigh excitedly. They leave Shuki's bar and go to explore Sabayati. Shuki takes and counts the money. But then she finds a small piece of white paper in the stack. She takes it and the paper moves a little. It's Buggy's Vivre card. Hee hee, sneaky young man, says Shuki as she gives the Vivre card to Rayleigh. Rayleigh takes it and sighs before giving it back to Shuki so she can keep it. Every island, hey? That means he'll explore even the Calm Belt, Sky, and also the last island. Even we didn't explore every island in the past. He still holds a grudge because we didn't take him there, hey? Says Rayleigh. Hee hee hee, such an interesting young man, says Shuki. Yeah, and an irritating one, says Rayleigh tiredly. After Buggy and Dion leave the bar, they go to explore the archipelago. Buggy orders Dion to gather information like usual while still being careful. Maybe a CD will like his rainbow hair, after all. They split and Buggy walks alone in the lawless area. He goes to the center where CD often appears as there are human shops in Groove 1 to 10. It's not that he wants to meet them, but he's very curious about their appearance. He only knows CDs from the series, which are pictures. So he is curious about their real appearances. Are they as ugly and irritating as what gets drawn in the manga and anime, or do they actually look normal? As he walks in the lawless area, he is getting attacked again by some people. He thought they are just bounty hunters, but even slave traders are attacking him too. Pirates with high bounty have a high price too, after all. He defeats them easily and robs them clean as compensation for troubling him. These guys are quite rich, so Buggy can get some good sum from them. He even freed some captured people that almost get sold as slaves in the process. What a good day to get profit and be a good Samaritan, says Buggy as he walks aimlessly. After walking around for an hour, he finally reaches Groove 1. He hears some commotion and goes there stealthily. It won't be a good thing to hear a commotion in Groove 1, so he needs to be careful. Buggy climbs a building from the back and gets on the rooftop. Then he goes to the front to see the commotion. Just like what he thought, it's caused by celestial dragons. One of them has one of their slaves running away, making the collar explodes, killing the slave. What an ugly sight, comments Buggy unhappily. Chapter 158, Touring. Buggy watches as people kneel toward the CDs besides the street. He also sees some people hiding in the alleys or inside the buildings. Those people also don't want to kneel like him, or maybe they just want to avoid trouble. There's nothing that happened after that and everyone disperses. Buggy also leaves and goes to the shipyard area. He is curious about how the ships are getting coated with the mangrove sap so they can dive into the sea. Some ships are getting coated currently. He walks around to see the process and it's just like painting the ship with tree sap. But he knows that it's not easy and the coaters need to be careful or the coating will be weak. Some ships are also getting repaired before they go to Fishman Island. Even with the bubble sap coating, if their ship is damaged, they won't be able to sail safely. Seeing it makes Buggy sigh as he remembers Little Hunter's bad condition. His ship doesn't have much damage from enemies' attacks. But most of its damages are from Grand Line's bad weather. If they didn't enter Grand Line, Little Hunter will not get that much damage. Sigh, every ship has its limit, even if it's made of atom wood. The wood just makes it a lot tougher than other ships. So what happened to Little Hunter is normal. I just need to use it to the limit, says Buggy. After walking around the shipyard, Buggy goes to the tourist zone. There are many tourists on Sabayati and they come from many places, even from Blues. This location has a lot of attractions that the tourists can enjoy. Buggy doesn't stay there for too long and goes to the amusement park. This place is the most famous location on Sabayati archipelago. Most people come here to enjoy the amusement park even though it's a dangerous place. They might lose their freedom here if slave traders catch them or CDs get interested in them. But they still come here even when they know that risk. Although some people are ignorant about it and think that this is a fun place. When he arrived in the amusement park, Buggy is impressed by it, but not that much. Except for the use of bubbles for most of the attractions here, there's nothing that impressed him. They just look like big amusement park in his old world. Well, surely I never see another amusement park like this in this world. So it must be very interesting for this world's inhabitants. I haven't played an amusement park for a few years though, so maybe I'll try it. But it will be very depressing if I enjoy it alone, so maybe later when all my crewmates are here, says Buggy. Buggy leaves the amusement park and goes back to his ship. The only places left are the hotel area and marine base. There's no need to find a hotel and he isn't crazy enough to go to the marine base. He reaches his ship's location after 23 minutes of a slow walk. There are many unconscious people around his ship and he knows the reason. They must have tried to attack his ship but got beaten by Cricket and Mantis. Oh, Captain, you've returned. Have you met with the Dark King? Asks Cricket. Yeah, he hasn't changed much since I last saw him. You can leave the ship to me and do what you want now, says Buggy. Alright, Mantis has cooked some food, so you can eat after this, says Cricket. Good, I am hungry after walking around for hours, says Buggy as he jumps on the ship. Cricket calls Mantis and then they leave the ship to explore the island. Buggy warns them about the CDs again and they nod to him. He also asks them to buy some supplies while they explore the island. After the couple left, Buggy goes to his room and takes a black bracelet. It's a 50% sea stone coated bracelet that he often used in his training. Palu has crafted it even with his low knowledge about sea stone processing. Buggy puts the bracelet on his left wrist and feels his power gets drained. The effect isn't as extreme as when Enel wore it for the first time. Buggy just feels he gets weakened but he still can move normally. He leaves the ship and goes on land to train. He can go all out in his training if he is on land because he doesn't need to worry about damaging Little Hunter. The land also has more space for his training, so it is more comfortable. Buggy trains his physical power using some big chunks of building ruins that he found around the groove. There are many ruins in the lawless area, so he can find these big chunks easily. They are quite heavy for him who gets weakened by sea stone, so he can train his physical power. While training, Buggy is getting attacked by some people again. These guys are very persistent to catch him and get his bounty. They don't learn from their defeated rivals and still attack Buggy just because he is alone. But Buggy welcomes them because he can use them as training partners. It's a rare chance for him to fight while using a sea stone bracelet, so he needs to use this chance well. He fights just using his physical power and swordsmanship against them. The battles are harder than usual, but not by much. Even with the sea stone bracelet that weakened him, Buggy is still too strong for these people. Number alone won't work on someone at Buggy's level. Besides, the sea stone bracelet doesn't affect his haki. So he can predict their attacks with observation and attack or defend with armament haki. Just these two power will change a lot of things in battles. In his battles, Buggy keeps using his advanced observation haki that he just activated after fighting Kizaru. He needs to polish it in battles to improve his mastery. It's quite wasteful to use it against these small fries, but it will be more wasteful if he doesn't use and train it. Also, he tries to upgrade his armament haki to an advanced level. He has upgraded his observation haki, so now he needs to upgrade his armament too. Without it, his chance against Kaido will be very small. Even Odin who can use it still lost against Kaido in their last battle. So if Buggy can't use it, his chance will get even smaller, maybe zero. That's why he needs to upgrade his armament within this 1 year before he goes to Wano. These guys aren't strong enough to be threats for me. Haki will get stronger if it is used against strong opponents, after all. But I can't be picky, they're still good for training my skills, says Buggy as he sits above a stack of defeated enemies. The sun is setting behind him right at that moment and the silhouette of him sitting on a mountain of people is really good. Someone thinks like that and he is seeing it coincidentally. Coincidentally too, he is Dion who has just returned and brings a camera. Dion takes the picture of this good sight a few times. Of course, Buggy sees him and just ignores the chameleon dude. He is just taking pictures, so there's no need to stop him. Besides, Buggy also wants to see the result. "How's your day? What did you get?" asks Buggy without chit-chatting. "Well, it's a good day and I get a few things. Just like what Mrs. Shucky said, the red hair pirates are here. Then this might pique your interest too because a renowned swordsman is here," says Dion. "Oh, is it him?" asks Buggy interestedly. Dion scratches his head and says, "Well, I don't know who is in your mind, but maybe he is the one that you think of." Hawkeye's, Dracula my hawk. Chapter 159, Bad Situation. Buggy gets interested when he hears that my hawk is in Sabayati too. My hawk has been famous even before the Great Pirate era. He has challenged many strong swordsmen even before Roger's execution. Now, he hasn't become the world's strongest swordsman, but people have put him as the top candidate for it. Of course, Buggy knows that he will eventually be the world's strongest swordsman, so there's no need to think much about it. But as a swordsman, Buggy is also interested in fighting my hawk. He isn't interested in the title, he just wants to fight someone who will be the strongest swordsman in the world. Fighting with my hawk might give him some insights into his swordsmanship too. Still, Buggy doesn't want to trouble himself to search for my hawk. He doesn't come to Sabayati to challenge my hawk. His objective is just to meet with Rayleigh and Shanks. He just wants to tell them his plan to attack Kaido in Wano a year later. So he won't bother himself to search for my hawk and challenge the guy. Well, if they meet coincidentally, then maybe he will fight the dude. Buggy continues his training while wearing his sea stone bracelet. He spars with Dion while teaching about armaments basic theories to Dion. The best way to teach is by showing the practice. They spar until night while waiting for Cricket and Mantis to return. Their spar still goes one side with Buggy dominating it. Even though he used a sea stone bracelet and also need to teach Dion about armament, Buggy is still too strong for Dion. After Cricket and Mantis returned, they stop their sparring and go to rest. Buggy will search Shanks tomorrow and then goes to Water 7 immediately after that. The rest of his crew must have reached the island, so he needs to go there fast. Their new ship will only start to be built after he arrived on Water 7. So if he doesn't go there fast, the new ship will not be built soon. Besides, there is a place that he needs to visit before going to Water 7, Florian Triangle. Moria shouldn't be there yet, so Brook still has his shadow now. I just need to find and convince him to join my crew. His devil fruit potential is very high and it will be a waste to let him stay in that place until Straw Hats find him, ponders Buggy as he takes a bath. The next day, Buggy explores the island again. But now he is focused on searching Shanks. He also orders Dion to find the red hair's whereabouts and calls him if there's any info. He walks around the lawless area to search for red hair pirates. Now, he doesn't get attacked too many times like yesterday. The bounty hunters and slave traders have learned, although not everyone did because he still gets attacked a few times. Webnovel. It's not a big deal though because he gets some profit by robbing those who attack him. He also uses them as training partners as now he still wears his sea stone bracelet. So he fights them just with his physical power and swordsmanship. But just when he enjoys his day, he encounters a CD group. His mood dropped, but he still behaves and flashes to hide in an alley. No one realizes his acts so there's no problem. Buggy wants to leave the location through the back of the buildings. But thing doesn't always go as he wants. A commotion happens on the street so he checks it. He sees a little boy is walking while crying on the street. The boy gets separated from his parents and now searches for them. But his cry annoys the old male celestial dragon and he orders his men to kill the boy. Without any hesitation, a man in a suit takes out a pistol and aims it at the boy. Everyone is worried for the boy, but no one makes a move because they're afraid. The man finally shoots his pistols toward the boy, but the bullet never hits its target. A man with long blue hair tied in a ponytail and wearing a casual blue t-shirt is holding the boy, while a man with short red hair who wears a white shirt and a straw hat is blocking the bullet with his sword. They're Buggy and Shanks, who moved to protect the boy. "Yo, Buggy, long time no see," says Shanks without looking back. "This doesn't seem to be a good time for a greeting, Shanks," says Buggy as he stands up and lifts the little boy in his arms while trying to calm the boy. "You seem experienced with children. Do you have one already?" asks Shanks casually. "What do you mean by that? I am still 18, there's no way I have a kid already now. Besides, I am still pure like a white paper," says Buggy. All right, let's talk later, this is not a good time for a chit-chat," says Shanks as if nothing is wrong. "Bastard, you're the one who keeps talking to me. This is why we never get along," shouts Buggy pissedly. "Is it really the case?" asks Shanks idiotically. "It is the case," shouts Buggy while holding and shaking Shanks's collar. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, some gunshots are heard from the Celestial Dragon's direction. He ordered his men to shoot Buggy and Shanks because they are disturbing and standing in his way. They shot the two at the same time and it scared the bystanders, but they don't even dare to scream or they'll be the next one. But everyone is surprised to see Buggy and Shanks still standing. The bullets hit their body but didn't pierce through their bodies. Then the bullets fall onto the ground and the two's bodies are not damaged at all. "Bastard, we are still talking here," says Buggy pissedly. "It seems we need to remove the disturbances so we can talk," says Shanks pissedly too. "Yeah, just like what I thought," says Buggy. ZZRTTZRRTZ crackle crackle. Buggy and Shanks release their Conqueror Haki at the same time. They target the Celestial Dragon's group and knock out everyone. Their Haki also clashed because they stand too close, but the effect is small because they don't aim it toward each other. "So you have it too, Buggy," says Shanks while grinning. "Do you think you're the only one who can have it?" "Don't be selfish," says Buggy while grinning too. After knocking out the CD's group, Buggy hears a faint voice from afar. The boy also hears it and it is his mom who runs from far away. Buggy brings the boy to his mom and tells her to leave Sabayati now if she wants to survive. The mother nods after seeing the unconscious CD. She knows what will happen if she stays here any longer. The bystanders also leave immediately because they know an admiral will come soon to fight the pirates. Buggy calls his crew to get ready to leave anytime. He just tells them that something unavoidable happened. They don't ask anything and just say that they understand. None of them are getting troubled by it and it also happens with Shanks's crew. "Shanks, have you met Rayleigh-san?" asks Buggy to Shanks as they leave the location with the red hair pirates. "Yeah, just last night. He told me about your plan too," says Shanks. "So, what do you think?" asks Buggy. "I don't know, I have my own plan, and Wayno never be a part of it," says Shanks. "You need to think of it then. If you want to join me, then 1 year is your time limit," says Buggy as he gives Shanks his Denden Mushi's number and a piece of his Viva card. "I don't care whether you want to join or not. But make sure to choose something that you won't regret," says Buggy before he walks away, leaving the red hairs. Chapter 160, Escaping. Buggy leaves the red hairs and goes to his ship. After he left, the red hairs also leave because an admiral will come soon. "He is a little different than what I imagined," says Ben Beckman. "Well, he's also a little different from what I remembered. He has changed, and it's not a bad change," says Shanks. "So, what will you do with his invitation, leader?" asks Lucky Roo. "We'll see about that. For now, we need to leave this place and go to our next destination, Fishman Island," says Shanks. The red hairs also go to their ship to leave Sabayati. Just like them, the clowns are ready to leave too. They just need to wait for Buggy and he arrives a few minutes later. "Let's go, an admiral is on the way," says Buggy. Everyone nods and they immediately start to sail. They leave Sabayati and go in the direction of Water 7. Buggy tells them to stay vigilant for the enemy attack that might come anytime. On Sabayati, the CD group finally wake up from their sleep. They're a little confused, but then remember what happened. A guard immediately calls Marine HQ and asks for an admiral to be sent. What? The CD got attacked? What are you doing as his guard? Asks Kong in rage. They used an unknown power to knock us out instantly before we can do anything, says the guard through the Denden Mushi. What? Says Kong in surprise. It must be Conqueror Haki. Damn, those who have it always bring trouble through ages, says Sengoku who is in Kong's room. Who are they? Asks Kong to the guard. We don't know for sure. But one is a man with short red hair, while the other one is a man with long blue hair and a big red nose, says the guard. There's no mistake, it must be them. Red Hair Shanks and Buggy the Clown. They are last reported to be seen on Sabayati, says Sengoku. Roger's two apprentices, hey? TCH, still giving us trouble even after his death by leaving these two brats. Sengoku, you go there now, says Kong. Are you sure you'll just send me? He is there too, after all, says Sengoku. I know, but we still need to show our effort even though Rayleigh might hinder you, says Kong. A formality, hey? There's no choice, I guess, says Sengoku as he leaves the room. Sengoku moves fast to Sabayati with his unit. They arrived shortly after that because the distance between Marineford and Sabayati is not too far. Marine battleship is also fast, not to mention an admiral's ship which must be the best. However, they are still too late because the clowns and red hairs have left the archipelago. The CD group's report is late too, so the Marine couldn't reach the location on time. There's nothing they can do now because they thought both crews has gone to Fishman Island. Admiral Sengoku calls a Marine soldier who runs up to Sengoku. What is it? Asks Sengoku. We found out that the clown pirates weren't leaving to Fishman Island, but they went somewhere else. We still don't know where they want to go, but they must be still close by now, says the Marine soldier. Is that so? All right, keep it a secret, says Sengoku. Yes. Asks the Marine soldier confusedly. Keep it a secret. Or do you want to waste your time chasing them without knowing where they want to go? We will eventually get news about them when they reach an island, so no need to rush it, whispers Sengoku to the Marine soldier. The Marine soldier doesn't think that it's right, but he can't object to an admiral's order. So he agrees to it and Sengoku also tells him to inform his friends about this. He can only nod and return to his base nervously. Sengoku sighs and orders his unit to search for their targets around the archipelago. Kong himself has said that this is just formality, so there's no need to work too hard. They can just say that the report came too late, so the targets have left before they even arrived. Sigh, I think Garp has influenced me too much, says Sengoku while eating his rice crackers. Meanwhile, the clowns have gone far from Sabayati now. They are still vigilant for any possible attack from the Marine that chase them. But even after a long time, no battleship appears in the vicinity. It seems they can't track us, but we can't put our guard down yet. Anything can happen in the sea, says Buggy. Just after he said that their ship shakes violently. The sea water is moving violently and then some snake-like currents appear. The currents move around and shake their ship until it flies up to the sky. The clowns try to control their ship to not flip and sink. Little Hunter gets damaged by the violent currents, but they can't do anything about it. They can only try to not make their ship sink or it will be the end. It finally ends after half an hour and they all are exhausted. But they can't rest because they need to patch up some damages on their ship or they'll sink because water has entered their ship's lower cabin. They worked fast to fix the damages with their lousy skills. But at least they can prevent their ship from sinking so they can resume their way. They leave the area and follow the eternal pose to Water 7 again. 6 days later, they finally enter a very dark sea covered in thick fog. It is dark even though night hasn't come yet. Buggy knows this place, Florian Triangle. This is the place that he wants to find. We need to sail slower because the ship is not in good condition. But we finally reach this place, Florian Triangle, says Buggy while grinning. Is this place really have many ghosts in it, I wonder, says Cricket. I want to see the infamous ghost ship, says Dion. What do the ghosts eat? Ponders Mantis. The 4 of them aren't scared at all by the rumor about this place. They've seen many absurdities in Grand Line, so some ghosts won't be too strange. It even makes them excited because they never see a ghost. Be careful guys. The rumor about ghosts might be an exaggeration, but this sea is truly dangerous. Many ships disappeared here every year. They say there are gigantic unidentified creatures that live here. These creatures might be the reason for the ship's disappearances, says Buggy. Is that true? The rumor about ghosts sounds more believable to me than these gigantic creatures. If these things really exist, then there's no way they'll remain unknown, says Dion. It's up to you whether to believe it or not. But remember, this is Grand Line. Even after hundreds or thousands of years, this place is still full of mysteries, says Buggy while grinning. Dion blinks his eyes and just remembers that simple fact. Now both rumors about ghosts and gigantic creatures seem to have a high possibility to be real. But it just makes them even more curious now. They sail in the dark fog while looking around and spread their observation haki. Buggy tells them to do so to find any life sign in this place. They do as he says because they might find the ghosts and gigantic creatures. For a day, they don't find anything, until suddenly they hear a faint sound from afar. They get silent and focus to hear the sound that keeps getting closer to them. It is a creepy singing voice, but it makes Buggy excited rather than scared. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, sings someone with a very slow tempo. He's here, says Buggy excitedly. Chapter 161, Dead Bones Brook. The clowns hear a creepy singing voice from afar, but it just makes them curious. Buggy is excited when he hears that because he knows it is the one he is searching for, Brook. He's here, says Buggy excitedly. Is it the ghost? I will take my camera, says Dion before running inside to take his camera. Can we catch the ghost, I wonder, says Cricket. They look in the voice's direction which is in front of them. The singing voice keeps getting clearer and it sang Bink's sake. Soon, a big shadow appears from the front and they see a big and tattered ship coming. Mantis, stay on the ship while we get on that ghost ship. Let's go boys, says Buggy as he jumps to the ghost ship that gets beside their ship. rwbnve.co. Cricket and Dion follow him and jump to the ghost ship. They climb the ship and then feel someone is looking at them from above. So they look up and see a skeleton that has thick afro hair. Buggy grins while the others are stunned seeing it. They never expect this kind of ghost to be the one that they'll find. Nonetheless, they keep climbing and finally get on the ship's deck. The skeleton is standing in front of them with good posture. Brook is just like what Buggy remembers when the Straw Hats find him. Buggy looks on the floor and sees Brook's shadow is still there, so there's nothing to worry about. Yo ho ho ho, welcome to my ship. Ah, please sit down. Ah, but I don't have any chair beside mine. Yo ho ho ho, says Brook excitedly because it's his first time seeing humans in years. What a strange ghost, says Cricket. Click click. Dion takes some pictures of Brook from every angle. Brook is posing like a normal person every time Dion clicks the camera button. Hey ghost, your poses are bad. Pose more like a scary ghost, not like a normal human. Here, like this, says Dion as he makes Brook pose like a haunting ghost. Buggy and Cricket sweat drop seeing Dion instructing a ghost to pose. Both Dion and Brook have a photo session for 5 minutes before they are finally satisfied. It makes Buggy and Cricket needs to wait, so they play a chess game because they find a chessboard on a table. "You're done?" asks Buggy after Dion stops taking pictures. "Yeah, that's a good photo shoot session. It seems I have a great passion for photography," says Dion satisfied. "Sigh, whatever, just let me talk with this skeleton," says Buggy. "Hey Captain, your turn," says Cricket while pointing at the chessboard. "Play with him," says Buggy while pointing at Dion. Cricket now plays with Dion while Buggy approaches Brook. "Hey skeleton guy, you aren't a ghost, right?" asks Buggy so suddenly. Cricket and Dion hear that and look at Buggy before Cricket says, "What are you saying, Captain?" He is clearly a "No, I am not a ghost," says Brook, cutting Cricket's words. "Eh? Yo, you aren't?" asks Cricket in shock. Dion is also shocked and looks at his camera sadly. "Come on, just look at him. I mean you can touch him, he doesn't float, and he has a shadow. What part that makes you think he is a ghost?" asks Buggy while showing all those traits. Cricket and Dion look at each other before saying, "The part that he is just a skeleton." Buggy gets speechless for a moment before saying, "Let's ignore that part then. I mean it's not that strange if you think about the power that makes it possible." "Devil fruit?" asks Cricket in realization. "That's right, this guy must be a devil fruit user. Maybe skeleton fruit or something. Am I right, Skelly?" asks Buggy as if he doesn't know anything. Brook looks at Buggy for a moment before he says, "You are correct, I am a devil fruit user. But it's not skeleton fruit, it is." Suddenly, Mantis's voice cut his words, "Oi, will you stay there forever? It's almost lunchtime." "Ah, that's right. Hey, Skelly, let's eat something while we talk." "You can leave your ship, right?" asks Buggy. "Captain, you asked the wrong thing." "Skelly, can you eat?" asks Dion. "Yes, I can leave my ship, and I can eat." "Yo ho ho ho," says Brook happily. Dion and Cricket now are confused about how this skeleton will eat. They can only imagine that the food will fall off Brook's empty stomach. "By the way, what's your name?" "Ah, I am Buggy, nice to meet you," says Buggy. "I am Cricket," says Cricket. "Dion," says Dion. "Yes, nice to meet you, my name is Brook. People called me Dead Bones Brook. I don't know who these people are though, yo ho ho ho," says Brook. The clowns sweat drop at Brook's antique, but they don't mind it. The four of them then go to Little Hunter and meet with Mantis. She doesn't show any surprised reaction when seeing Brook and just acts normally. They have lunch together while talking about themselves. Brook can see that they aren't vicious pirates, so he gets more open. He even tells them about how he becomes a living skeleton like this. Revive fruit? So that's what makes you can live again even as a skeleton. You can even eat and fart like normal people. Devil fruit is always mysterious, says Cricket. So you're really not a ghost, says Dion with a very disappointed expression. Well, I'm sorry for that, says Brook while sweat dropping. It's his first time seeing someone get disappointed in him for not being a ghost. Some people have seen him in the past and they all are frightened. Dion is the first one to get disappointed. Ignore him, he just wants to see a real ghost. Anyway, you said you were dead around 30 years ago. Do you by any chance know about a pirate crew? The crew's name is Rumber Pirates, says Buggy so suddenly. Are you Rumber Pirates? Why are you asking about them? Asks Brook nervously. Well, one of my friends is searching for them. His name is Crocus, he is a doctor from Twin Peak. Some years ago he joined the crew where I became an apprentice to search for Rumber Pirates. But even after we sail for years, we never find any clue about this crew. He has returned to Twin Peak, but I still want to help him. From your time of death, I assumed that you sailed when Rumber Pirates were still active. So I thought that maybe you have heard about them. Sorry if it troubles you, says Buggy. No, it's fine. I am actually happy to hear what you've just said, says Brook with tears flowing down from his empty eye sockets. The clowns are confused, but Buggy smiles in his heart because his plan seems to succeed. Brook bawls out and then starts to tell them his past story. The clowns cry as they hear his story, even Buggy, who knows it already. It's just too sad. Buggy and Co also tell Brook their story and goal as a pirate crew. Brook cries even harder when they say that they've met with Laboon. Although Buggy needs to apologize for scaring Laboon with his conqueror haki. Brook doesn't mind it though, because Laboon was the wrong one. Then, what will you do now, Brook? Asks Buggy. Honestly, I don't know. Laboon is still waiting for us, so I need to fulfill our promise. But I can't do it alone, says Brook. It's simple then. You just need to go with us, says Cricket. What do you mean? Asks Brook. Brook, join my crew, says Buggy. Brook looks at the clowns and they all just smile at him. Then he looks at Buggy, who looks back at him seriously. Are you sure that I can join your crew? Asks Brook. I am, so pick your choice now, says Buggy. Brook gets silent for a moment before saying, I'm in your care then, Captain. Chapter 162, Gigantic Shadows. Brook finally agreed to join clown pirates after talking with the crew. Now they don't have any business in Florian Triangle, so they decide to leave. But before leaving, they take Brook's stuff, mainly the musical instruments in his ship. Have you taken everything? Asks Buggy. Yes, I don't have too many things, after all, says Brook. All right, now let's bid farewell to your ship and let her rest, says Buggy. Brook understands what Buggy means and nods before taking a torch that Dion has prepared. He gets closer to his broken ship and then burns it after bidding farewell. Thank you for accompanying me after my resurrection. Please rest in peace, says Brook as he watches the ship getting burnt. Buggy looks at the burning ship sadly while caressing Little Hunter's railings. He knows it won't be long before Little Hunter also needs to rest forever. Seeing the burning ship really hits him hard by the fact that he needs to part with his old partner soon. The clowns see it and they don't say anything because they know what Buggy feels. Even though they don't live on Little Hunter as long as Buggy, they all also love this ship. So they know that Buggy must feel even sadder than them. All right, let's leave this place. The others have waited for us, says Buggy after Brook's ship sink completely. Aye, Captain, replies everyone. Everyone prepares to leave, but suddenly Mantis paused and pointed to their ship's right side with a trembling hand. The others are confused and look at where she pointed at. They all are stunned and their jaws drop while their eyes are wide open. The clowns are speechless to see three gigantic shadows that stand on the horizon. All these gigantic shadows have glowing red eyes that look at them. All of them can't say anything and just look at the shadows that disappear slowly. Should we leave? Asks Dion stupidly. Let's leave. At full speed. Says Buggy panicky. Everyone scatters panicky too and sails away from the location. They activate their breath and jet dials to make their ship move at full speed. None of them want to stay here any longer after seeing those gigantic shadows. The clowns pass by a pirate ship on their way but just ignore it. Their panic expressions make the other pirate crew confused and laugh at them. But after the clowns get to a far distance, the pirate crew's scream can be heard clearly. Hurry! It must be those things, shouts Buggy. We know, we already do what we can, replies Cricket. Work harder. Blow the sail with your breath. Orders Buggy. That's absurd, retorts Dion. Roar suddenly, a thundering roar is heard from their rear. Hi! Screams everyone in surprise. They all then start to blow the ship's sail just like what Buggy said. Whether it's because of their blows or not, but their ship really moves faster now. Soon, they finally get out of the Florian Triangle. Pant pant tea, the rumor is true, says Dion while panting. Pant pant, I told you it is, says Buggy while panting too. Pant pant, but I never saw those shadows. Why, I wonder? Asks Brooke while panting like the others. They are very good at hiding their presences. I couldn't feel it even after seeing them. Or maybe they are too far, says Buggy. Everyone is laying on the floor while panting hard because they are very tired. They never run for their lives as hard as this before. Those things' sizes are the most absurd thing that they ever see. After resting for some minutes, they resume their way to Water 7. Now they sail at a normal pace while still fighting with Grand Line's weather like usual. Buggy, Cricket, and Dion also keep working to fix the damages on Little Hunter that keep increasing. Brooke tries to help them, but he just makes it worse, so Buggy forbids him from touching the tools. He is just tasked to play music and entertain them, something that he is very good at. The clowns also like his music, so they all can sail happily now. Hey Brooke, does your devil fruit really just revive you? Asks Dion curiously. Buggy is surprised to hear Dion suddenly asks about it. He has planned to talk with Brooke about this slowly by giving clues first and letting Brooke explore it himself. But Dion suddenly initiates it, so he will start his plan sooner. I don't know for sure. Just like what I've said to you, I only knew this fruit's power after my death. I never find another usage so far, says Brooke. But you said your soul was coming back from the afterlife. You could see, hear, and talk while you were just a soul, right? So maybe your power is controlling your soul itself, says Dion. Buggy gets even more surprised to hear Dion's assumption. He can guess that much just from Brooke's story when he returned from the afterlife. Since when did this dude get very smart? It seems I still underestimated his potential. Putting him as an information gatherer seems to be the correct choice. His brain needs to be used to its full potential, thinks Buggy. Soul, is it? That sounds possible, but how can I utilize my soul? Ponders Brooke. Dion now gets silent as he also doesn't know how. Buggy decides to leave them thinking about it themselves. He can't keep guiding them or they won't grow. Besides, Brooke can find the answer in his 2 years of training while getting separated from the other Straw Hats. So Buggy is sure he can find the answer too now. He just needs time and Dion's help will make it faster. But it comes faster than what Buggy expected. Brooke finds the answer after looking at his musical instruments. As a musician, he always knows that he needs to pour his soul into his music, and that's how he will do it. I will use my soul through my music, yo ho ho ho, says Brooke excitedly. Brooke starts to play more vigorously and makes the others want to sing as they hear his play. Everyone sings together while sailing to Water 7. Sailing has never been this fun for them and it changes just because of Brooke's music. They sail for 4 days before finally reaching Water 7. Everyone is mesmerized by the island's layout and structures. Even Buggy, who has memories of this place, is also mesmerized because it's his first time seeing it after living as Buggy. This place is very different from 30 years ago, says Brooke while sipping his tea. Of course, it will, says Cricket while sweat dropping. The clowns then go to the scrap island where pirates are allowed to dock. They arrived soon and see the galleon ship that the other team used to pull their atom wood. On the scrap island, they also see their big and long atom wood still in one piece. Magnus is seen sleeping beside the atom wood, which makes him look small. Even though he is a giant, the wood's size is far bigger and longer than him. If that's not the case, then their new ship won't be able to house this giant. Captain! You finally come, shouts Jude from the galleon ship's rear railing. Yeah, calls everyone. Says Buggy to Jude. Jude nods and leaves to call the rest of the crew. They finally will start their new ship project now. Chapter 163, Tom. Jude calls the rest of the crew via Denden Mushi and they all come soon. They gather on Little Hunter's main deck and the Water 7 team is stunned when they see Brook. "This is Brook, our new member," says Buggy casually. None of them says anything before Jude and Ruff suddenly scream. "Gyaa! Ghost!" screams Jude and Ruff as they run and hide behind Palu. "Ghost? Where?" asks Brook panicky too. "It's you," says Cricket while sweat dropping. "Eh? Ah," says Brook in realization. "Oi Captain, why are you recruiting a ghost?" asks Palu confusedly. "Don't worry, he is not a ghost. Just someone who only has bones and hair," says Buggy. "That's what I mean by a ghost," says Palu. "Sigh, he is a devil fruit user, is that enough?" asks Buggy. "Ooh," says everyone in acceptance. Jude and Ruff also understand it easily and now they aren't scared again. "Eh? Is that explanation really enough for you?" asks Brook confusedly. "Yeah," says the Water 7 team. "You guys accept it too fast, aren't you?" asks Dion while sweat dropping. "What can we say, devil fruits are the most mysterious things in the world. I won't even be surprised to see something like this skeleton here exist because of devil fruit," says Palu. Everyone nods and welcomes Brook to the crew. Then they introduce themselves to the new guy like normal. Buggy then asks them if there's any problem and they shake their heads. They've solved the problems that came to them. The Water 7 team then reports what they've done in these few days. They have met with Tom and the Tom workers. The team also have learned about Tom's Sea Train project and it makes them interested. Palu has joined the Tom workers and helped them build things. Tom allowed Palu to join and learn from him after seeing Palu's big passion. Even if Palu is Buggy's crew, Tom won't teach him anything if his passion is low. Ruff also has joined the Tom workers, although not as a shipwright. He joined the Sea Train project and already gave Tom a few ideas. Ruff is very eager to at least make a working prototype of the Sea Train. As for the others, they are just enjoying their free time like tourists. They take turns to enjoy their days and guard the Atom Wood. Water 7 is used to have pirates coming, so they don't have any hard time with the locals. "Alright, you've done great. Now we can start our new ship project. Let's go to meet Tom-san and Co., says Buggy. Everyone nods and leaves the ship. They go to Tom's workshop together, which is located very close to Scrap Island. It doesn't take long for them to reach the location. Buggy finally can see Tom, Kokoro, Icebug, Cutty Flam A.K.A. Frankie, and Yokozuna the frog with his own eyes. "Tom-san, long time no see," calls Buggy excitedly. "Ooh, Buggy, you've finally come, ha ha ha," says Tom happily. "Kokoro-san, and the others, long time no see too," says Buggy. "What do you mean by the others? Don't put us as extras," shouts Icebug and Frankie. "RWVEL.O. Jero," shouts Yokozuna too. "Ha ha ha, you look strong, Buggy. Very different from the last time I see you," says Kokoro. "That's more than 4 years ago." "Of course, I will change. Tom-san, I think you've known my reason to come here from my crew," says Buggy. "Yeah, I will know it even if they didn't tell me. The Atom Wood is a very clear clue. It's like you want me to make another Oro Jackson," says Tom. Buggy smirks hearing that and says, "Another Oro Jackson? This ship will be even greater than Oro Jackson. I don't want to just be like Captain Roger, I want to surpass him. So my ship needs to be better than his ship too." Tom gets stunned for a moment before laughing, "Ha ha ha, that's the spirit, Buggy. You are really Roger's apprentice. Then, can you show the blueprint now? Palu doesn't want to show it without your approval." "Sure. Take it out, Palu," says Buggy. Palu nods and shows their new ship's blueprint to Tom. Tom and Co come forward to look at the blueprint and widen their eyes in surprise. They never expect this kind of blueprint from pirates like the clowns. Who made this blueprint? Asks Tom. Me, but most of the ideas are Captain's. Ruff and I also gave some ideas, but Captain contributed to around 70% ideas of this blueprint, says Palu. Why don't you stop being a pirate and change into a ship designer, Buggy? Asks Tom jokingly. No thanks, that's not fun. Besides, I've thought about this design for years, so of course, most of the ideas are mine. So, what do you think? Asks Buggy. Alright, I'll help you make this ship. But it won't finish fast even with the four of us working together, says Tom while pointing at Palu, Icebug, and Frankie. Time is not a problem. I want my ship to have good quality, so I know it can't be rushed. How long? Asks Buggy. Around 1 month. This ship is big and has many new mechanisms. So I think 1 month is needed, says Tom. Alright, just tell me what you need. Money won't be a problem, says Buggy. Ha ha ha, of course, money won't be a problem for someone who can buy atom wood with this size, says Tom. Also, Ruff will work on those mechanisms, so you don't need to worry about that, says Buggy. That's good to hear. The mechanisms are the most difficult things in this ship, after all, says Tom. After talking some more details with Tom, they finally seal the deal. The clowns will stay on Water 7 until their new ship is finished. Buggy orders the ones who don't work on the new ship to not slack off and keep training. Night comes soon and Buggy talks with Tom. He asks if Tom needs his help about the problem with the world government. But Tom says he can take care of it himself and Buggy doesn't need to worry about it. Buggy can only sigh and accept it because he knows Tom can really take care of it. He will get a pardon for his punishment, but the bastard Spondum will mess everything. All of it is because of the Pluton blueprint in Tom's possession. Well, let's see if the world government still dares to execute him after I'm done dealing with Kaido and maybe Big Mom. If I can be an emperor, then they will think twice to execute someone who built my ship, thinks Buggy while grinning. The next day, Tom's workers plus Palu start their work to build the new ship. Ruff works separately to build the ship's mechanisms. The others are helping with menial things like carrying materials, preparing food, and entertaining the workers with music and dance. The clowns also take their time to walk around the island and train. They need to maximize this 1 month of rest to the fullest. They are quite close to the Marine HQ and even closer to an ice lobby. So Marine might suddenly come here and they need to prepare for it. Chapter 164, Waiting the Ship. Their new ship is being built right now and the clowns need to wait for a month until it is finished. Buggy has ordered all his crew to stay vigilant in case the Marine comes to Water 7. This island is close to world government's 3 major strongholds, after all. They also keep training and now Buggy is training with Brook. Both of them are swordsmen and Buggy is very happy with that. He finally has a swordsman partner for training and sparring in swordsmanship. Brook's current swordsmanship is good, but it's just for Paradise standard. So Buggy will train his swordsmanship while he also needs to train his devil fruit ability. Buggy has told Brook about Haki, but forbid him from training it now because he needs to focus more on his devil fruit and swordsmanship. If he can use his soul power, then he won't even need Haki to touch a devil fruit user's real body. He can just touch their soul directly with his power. He can even cut people's souls and kill them instantly. His devil fruit is actually very scary, thinks Buggy. Buggy also tells Brook to play music in the town where many people will listen to his play. The skeleton agrees to it and he enjoys playing with many audiences. He has always played alone for decades, so this is very refreshing for him. By playing music in town with many audiences, Buggy hopes Brook can find his devil fruit's real power soon. The only one who can find it is the user himself, not other people. So Buggy can only give some clues to help Brook. And talking about devil fruit, Buggy also has just found out that Magnus is a devil fruit user too. It's not any devil fruit too, but a mythical Zoan. He ate human fruit, model, Azura. When he uses his devil fruit power, Magnus gets even bigger than he already has, almost 1.5 times bigger. He grows 2 more heads and 4 more arms in total. All his heads are working, so he can look 360 degrees in this mode. The hybrid form is quite unique though because he just grow 1 additional head behind the original one and 2 additional arms. His body also stays the same size and doesn't grow bigger like the full transformation. Buggy doesn't need to teach Magnus anything because he comes from Elbaf. It's a warrior country where they've learned about battle since they were kids. Magnus also knows about Haki, so Buggy doesn't need to teach it again. Now, Magnus has become their favorite sparring partner. Well, the ones who can spar with him are just Buggy and Cricket who have sufficient strength to face a giant like Magnus. Palu has the capability too, but he is busy with his job to build the ship, so he can't spar. Enel has tried to fight Magnus, but his lightning couldn't even sting the giant yet. So Buggy told him to stop and focus on training his devil fruit power first. He also has a job to help Ruff who is researching his lightning power now. Meanwhile, Manhwa is working in a hospital now to hone his skills. He gets accepted easily with his skill even though he is a pirate. Buggy allows him to do it because he doesn't want Manhwa's medical skills to rust, and the fat guy also wants to try working in a hospital like a real doctor. Mantis is still doing her usual job to cook. She cooks for the crew plus Tom's workers guys now. The Tom's workers guys really like her cooking that keeps getting better after they left an island because she kept learning new things on those islands. Dion is still working on his main task, gathering information. It's quite easy to find information in Water 7 because this is a big town and close to many important locations. He can get almost every information that they need in here. Meanwhile, Jude thinks she won't be as busy as her crewmates, but she is wrong. Buggy has bought her the log pose for New World that has 3 needles. She needs to learn it and also learn more about navigation. Buggy orders her to find the knowledge in the black market where everything is available. So she asks for Dion's help and both of them often go to the black market together. That way, they can hone their skill for their main job desks together. Palu keeps working on the ship with Tom's workers while taking his time to train every once in a while. His skills have raised significantly since he worked together with Tom. The old fishman always praises him as a very gifted shipwright too because he can learn things very fast. Ruff also keeps working on the new ship's technologies. He mostly works alone, but sometimes Frankie joins him, especially when he works on weapons. Ruff doesn't mind it because Frankie always helps him build the machines. As for Cricket, his job is to watch over the crew alongside Buggy. In the end, he is just one person, so he needs Cricket's help to watch over the crew. They need to keep the crew in tabs and solve any arising problem. Day after day, they keep doing all those things while resting and doing other things sometimes. They are quite surprised and feel strange that the Marine doesn't come so far. But then they find out that it's because Tom has a deal with world government. They won't come to Water 7 because it will disturb his sea train project. Well, they actually send their men here, but they don't do anything and just watch. The clowns are happy with that because their ship can be built without any disturbance. Then finally, the ship is 80% done and will only need a week more to finish. Everyone is happy because everything went well so far. But then a strange thing happens, Buggy doesn't want to leave Little Hunter at all. Since he knows that the new ship will finish in a week, Buggy stays on Little Hunter and doesn't take even one step out of it. He only has 1 week left to be with her, so he doesn't want to leave his old partner. Buggy still trains and does his normal activities, but he does those on Little Hunter. Nothing can make him take a step out of it and his crew also never try to make him do it. They all know how big Buggy's love for this ship is, so they just let him be. Then with 3 days remaining, the clowns are surprised to see that Buggy has disappeared with Little Hunter in the morning. They don't know where he has gone with the ship and they can't contact him at all. Damn, where does he go? Asks Mantis angrily. Let him be, this is a difficult time for him. He just needs time, so don't worry, says Cricket. Buggy is currently sailing alone with Little Hunter on the sea around Water 7. He didn't tell his crew at all about this and left the island last night when they all slept. He just wants to enjoy being together with Little Hunter for the last time. There's only you and me now, just like the old time. It's been 3 years since I got you from those pirates. We've gone through a lot of things together since then. But we won't be able to do it again. You and I know that this time will come. You have reached your limit and I need to let you rest. In every meeting, there will always be a parting, and this will be our parting moment. But before that happen, let's enjoy our last voyage together, old pal. And the best way to do that is by doing what we always do together in the past, right? Asks Buggy while grinning as he chases a pirate ship. Chapter 165, Farewell. 3 days after he left, Buggy returns to Water 7 in the morning. Everyone sees the ship comes with Buggy controlling it. They see the ship has some holes and blood on its body. Buggy is also seen covered in some dried up blood patches and he is holding a rope that is tied to the mainmast. What did he do in these 3 days? Asks Magnus curiously. Maybe searching for women's panties, says Brooke. That's what you did in this 1 month, says Dion to Brooke. Buggy docks the ship and releases the rope in his hand. Then suddenly the mainmast falls because it has been broken. That's why Buggy needs to tie it with a rope and hold it along the way. Where have you been, Captain? Asks Cricket after Buggy finally gets down from Little Hunter. Hunting, just like the old time, says Buggy as he looks at Little Hunter sadly. Hunting? Asks Magnus. Captain was a bounty hunter before forming the crew. He worked alone at first and only has Little Hunter at that time. Little Hunter has been with him longer than any of us here. So this must be his way to say farewell. By doing something that only they can do, says Mantis. The new guys and Tom's workers now look at Buggy a little differently, especially Tom's workers. It's very rare for a pirate to love their ship this much. He wants to enjoy the time with his ship to the fullest, hey? The ship must have liked it too because her owner still wants to be with her even though she has reached her limit, says Tom. Crack crack boom. Tom widens his eyes a little and says, sorry, it's not just reaching its limit, it surpasses the limit. Such a great ship that you have here, Buggy. Yeah, and she can't go beyond this now. We really need to part ways with her. Take everything out of the ship. Then we'll go into the sea, says Buggy. Everyone nods and takes everything out of Little Hunter. They all are surprised to see many new treasures and money on the ship. Their treasures and money have been taken out before Buggy left, so everything here is new. Just how many ships that you robbed to get all of these? Asks Cricket. I don't know, I didn't count it. Every time I saw a pirate or marine ship, I would chase and attack it. Then I took their valuables before leaving, says Buggy. Sigh, no wonder the ship is full of new damages and blood patches too. You also have blood on you even though you don't seem hurt, says Palu. It's enemy's blood, says Buggy. As I thought. At least clean yourself before we go. You don't want to look bad for this, aren't you? Asks Palu. Sigh, all right, says Buggy before he cleans himself from the blood and lets his crew finish everything. They finish taking out the items in 20 minutes. Then they tie Lit Hunter to the galleon ship that's still docked there. They are selling the ship, but there's still no offer, so it's still there to this day. The Tom's workers and Magnus then get on the galleon while the others get on Little Hunter. They tie a rope to the front deck and then pull it so the ship can float on the sea for some time. The ship only needs to sail for a moment, so this is enough. They go rather far from the island and then the clowns get on some boats. Buggy gets on a boat and holds a torch near Little Hunter. It's just like how Straw Hats sent Mary. That's a great way to part with their ship, so Buggy wants Little Hunter to be sent similarly. The time has come, old pal. We can't prolong it anymore and there's no use to do that. It will just make you suffer more than this. Sorry for all of our mistakes that made you get damaged. Thanks for everything that you've done for all of us. We won't go this far without you taking us going through every challenge. Now we need to separate forever, but you'll always be in our hearts. Rest in peace, my little hunter, says Buggy with a sad tone. Buggy then burns little hunter using the torch's fire and it spread fast. The ship is set ablaze and its whole body is covered in a fire soon. Jude, Mantis, Manba, and Ruff has tears flowing down their eyes seeing their ship get burnt. Even Brook, who hasn't been in the crew for long, also has tears in his eyes. Then suddenly, they all hear a soothing angelic voice, "Thank you, everyone. It's been a fun journey with all of you." Whose voice is that? Asks Enel while looking around curiously. It's little hunter, it's her spirit. A.K.A. man, says Palu with a very shocked voice. Palu's short answer makes everyone widens their eyes in surprise too. As sailors, they all know about A.K.A. man's legend. But they never think that it's real. A.K.A. man, it really exists, says Icebug with a shocked tone too. No wonder the ship can hold on for this long even with its condition. Even though they have Palu as a shipwright, there's a limit to it. This spirit must be the one that keeps the ship working to this day, says Tom. Little Hunter then says something again, "Captain, I was a ship that you stole. But being with you is a lot more fun than with my previous owner. We've gone through a lot since then and every day is fun with you. Thank you for doing what we've done in the past again before, it's very fun." "Yeah, it's also fun for me," says Buggy while smiling. Little Hunter's body has reduced to half now and she says, "Everyone, it's also been fun to be with you going all around the world. I'm sorry I can't be with you again. Please take care of Captain for me and take care of yourself." Jude's face is full of tears as she says, "Don't worry, little Hunter. We will take care of Captain, so you can rest in peace." "Hway. Yeah, we will take care of each other, so just sleep well," says Mantis. Everyone then bids their farewell to little Hunter in their own ways. Enel is shy to do it, but he still says it in the end even with a very low voice. "Thank you for everything, goodbye," says little Hunter as she disappears into the sea. Those who cry now cry harder and those who don't are getting sadder. They won't be able to see their little Hunter anymore now. Little Hunter has been the cruise ship since the beginning, for more than a year. So they all are attached to it one way or another. Buggy, who looked very strong and doesn't shed any tears before finally breaking down too. The tears that he held before finally come out of his eyes. He wanted to part with his ship while smiling, so now when it's over his smile is gone and his tears finally come out. "Goodbye, old friend," says Buggy while looking into the sea. Chapter 166, A New Ship. The clowns return to Water 7 after Little Hunter's funeral is finished. Buggy is just sitting silently on the front railing and no one disturbs him. He needs time to be alone now and everyone knows that. They arrived on Water 7's scrap island soon and get out of the ship. The clowns think that Buggy will still need time to be alone, but he has finished mourning and is ready for the future. There's no use to keep being sad because he can't change what has happened, so he needs to move on. "Are you sure you're all right now?" asks Cricket. "Yeah, don't worry. The new ship is red, right?" asks Buggy. "It is," says Palu. "All right, let's see our new ship," says Buggy. They all go to Tom's workers' place where the ship was being built. When they arrive there, they see the ship is being covered by a very wide cloth. Even before getting revealed, the ship has been seen to be far bigger and longer than Little Hunter. "Are you ready? This is your ship that has been finished after a month," says Tom as he and his apprentices pull the cloth that covered the new ship. The ship is finally being revealed and the clowns are mesmerized by it. They've been forbidden from helping the shipbuilding since a week ago, so they don't know what it looks like. Only Palu and Ruff who have seen it before because they are the main shipbuilding team. Their new ship has a total length of 82 meters, a width of 20 meters, and a height of 75 meters. The size alone has made this ship looks very strong already. It wasn't planned to be this big actually, but their atom wood was big and long, so they made the ship following the wood's size. But size isn't the main thing to look for from this ship because there are a lot of bigger ships out there. The thing that attracts everyone's attention to this new ship is its color. It has a pitch black color all over its body, even the sails are black. But there is still some wood color accent on some parts to not make it monotone. Buggy is really happy when he sees this ship. It looks just like how he wants it to be. The Tom's workers and Palu have really nailed it. This is the ship that he always waited for. The Black Pearl, says Buggy while grinning excitedly. That's right, this ship is based on the Black Pearl from Pirates of the Caribbean. It's not completely the same, of course, because Buggy also doesn't know the details of the real Black Pearl. He just designed it based on that ship but still added what he wanted. The clearest difference from the outside is the gold-colored Valkyrie figure on the ship's front. But the insides are very different from the real Black Pearl. Well, not like Buggy knows the real Black Pearl's insides, but they must be very different. Black Pearl, is that the name for this ship? Asks Tom. Yeah, Black Pearl. It will be the fastest and most dangerous pirate ship on the seven seas, says Buggy surely. The Black Pearl in Pirate of the Caribbean is said to be the fastest pirate ship. It's even faster than the Dutchman that is faster against the wind. I will say that you have a very big mouth if I don't know what this ship has. But with everything that she has, I'm sure what you said will be a reality, says Tom. Buggy grins hearing that because he's also sure that it will be reality. This ship has some mechanisms that can make it faster. Ruff has worked hard to build those mechanisms. But there are more mechanisms that he has made that can be used in other situations. How much do I owe you, Tom-san? Asks Buggy. Normally, I will charge some money. But I will make it free for you, says Tom. What? Why would you make it free? Asks Buggy curiously. Your friend there has helped me a lot in my sea train project. He is very brilliant and has helped me solve many problems. So let's say that we helped each other now, says Tom. Are you sure about that? You will need money for this project, right? Asks Buggy. Money isn't a problem for this project. All funds are from government, after all, ha ha ha. Says Tom while laughing. Buggy sighs hearing that and just nods in understanding. All right then, but at least let us pay you with some food. Let's have a party to celebrate our new ship, the Black Pearl, says Buggy to everyone. Yeah, replies everyone happily. They immediately hold a big party in Tom's workers' place. Their party lasted for the whole night because the clowns also want to wash away the sadness of losing Little Hunter. But Tom's workers can't last even past midnight even though they can build a ship almost 24 hours a day. Party is just not their stuff, it's pirates' stuff, after all. The clowns rest for 3 more days before leaving on the 4th day. They need to fill their supplies and organize their items in the new ship. They also need to familiarize themselves with the ship first before sailing. Now they all have private rooms too because they will be the executives of clown pirates. Even Magnus has a private room, although it's just to store his items. He is just too big to sleep inside any room, so he'll sleep on the deck. Also, Cricket and Mantis are the only ones who share a room as they are a couple. They can have a different room, but they choose to share. No one has a problem with that as long as they keep their voice low while they're at it. The ship also has some necessary rooms like a lab for Ruff, an infirmary for Manba, a workshop for Palu, and other important rooms. They also finally have a training room filled with heavyweights and sea stone bracelets of varying percentages. What will we do after this, Captain? Asks Cricket. This ship is too big for the 11 of us, so let's pick up our remaining 22 crewmates in Wano town of Sobo Island, says Buggy. Dion is excited when he hears that. He can finally meet again with his friends since their Rainbow Pirates disbandment and they joined the clowns. They've been left on that island to train, and it's almost 3 months since they last met. I can't wait to see their progress, says Dion excitedly. The clowns then get ready to leave and Tom's workers are there to send them off. They prepare their ship and finish shortly after that. Then they all bid farewell to Tom's workers. Tom-san, if the government tries to do something, just call me. I will immediately come to help you, says Buggy as he gives Tom his Denden Mushi's number. Ha ha ha, I don't think that will happen, but I will still keep your number, says Tom. Sigh, you're too optimistic. Anyway, we will take our leave now, see you in the future, says Buggy as he offers a hand to Tom. Tom shakes it and says, yeah, good luck in your journey. The clowns then start to sail, but then they stop their ship while still close to the island and furl all their sail. It confuses Tom's workers before they suddenly get surprised when they see the ship move very fast because of the jet dials that are installed on the ship. TCH, show off, says Frankie. The others laugh and wave their hands to the clowns who disappear on the horizon soon. They return to their workshop and are surprised to find a black case there. They open it and find 100 million belly from the clowns. Sigh, I told them I don't need payment. Well, I can't refuse it now, right? Thanks, Buggy, says Tom as he closes the case again. Now the clowns finally start a new chapter in their journey with their new ship. Chapter 167, Planning. After leaving Water 7 with their new ship, the clowns go to Sobo Island to pick up their remaining 22 crewmates. There's no way the 11 of them want to take care of this big ship by themselves. They need more crewmates, so they need those 22 now. Buggy also plans to recruit more members along their journey in Paradise. What they need now are normal members of the crew. There are many positions that they need to fill in the crew, especially the lower ranks. With the 11 of them and 22 members in Sobo Island, the clowns now have 33 people. There are still 67 spots to fill because Buggy wants 100 crew members. His requirements are simple: loyalty, hard work, and has humanity. He doesn't need someone strong but not loyal, doesn't want to work hard, and even worse, doesn't have humanity. It's better to have a weak guy but have all those criteria because he can always train the guy. Buggy believes in his ability to make any of his crewmates stronger. That's why strength isn't his first priority in recruitment. If Enel has become the one like in the series, then Buggy would never recruit him. You guys will start leading your own team based on your jobs from now on. So you will need to start searching members for your teams based on my criteria, says Buggy. Cricket is vice captain and will lead first team composed of strongest fighters. Palu leads second team composed of shipwrights. Enel leads the third team composed of helmsmen that will take turns with him to control the ship. Mantis will lead the fourth team composed of ship's cooks. Manba leads the fifth team composed of medics. Dion leads the sixth team composed of intelligent personnel. Brooke leads the seventh team composed of entertainers, especially musicians. They are pirates and always need music to fill their days. Ruff leads the eighth team composed of scientists, it's needed, after all. Magnus will also lead a team even though he is a temporary member. His strength is too big to be put under another team, so Buggy wants him to lead one. He will lead the ninth team, another team of fighters like the first team. As for Jude, she won't have any team as she will work right under Buggy as a navigator. They just need one navigator right now because they only have one ship. Buggy hasn't planned to add another ship soon, so one navigator is enough. Then Buggy allocated their team's quota including the leaders. The total of all team members plus their leaders is 98 because Buggy and Jude aren't included in any team. 1 first team, fighters 25. 3 third team, helmsmen 4. 4 fourth team, cooks 8. 5 fifth team, medics 10. 6 sixth team, spies 10. 7 seventh team, musicians 10. 8 eighth team, scientists 5. 9 ninth team, fighters 20. Cricket, Magnus, the fighters will also work as chore boys. Battle doesn't happen every day and this ship needs to be taken care of. Only fighter teams that don't have a specific job in the ship, so you guys are responsible for the ship's cleanliness, says Buggy. Alright, I don't want my team to just think of fighting without thinking of their ship too, says Cricket. Magnus also nods because he agrees with the two of them. And for the other teams, I want you guys to make sure your member can at least protect themselves. It will be even better if they can help in a war and fight to win. But at least they need to be able to prevent themselves from getting killed. So you guys need to make sure of that no matter what, says Buggy. Ha, of course, I don't want my team to be made of weaklings, says Enel. Yet, medics also need to be strong or we will get killed when helping our comrades in a war, says Manba. I won't recruit weak team members. Strength is necessary to cook for so many people every day, says Mantis. The others also agree with it because it's a very basic thing. Even though their teams aren't fighter teams, they need to be able to fight. The pirate world isn't that forgiving and those who can't fight for themselves will just get killed or become others' tools. Even if they can't fight, they need to have the willingness to fight. Unable to fight and not willing to fight are two different things. Ruff couldn't fight at first, but he would still fight if needed, like when he protected a little girl although he got beaten up very badly. Buggy can accept someone who can't fight, but he'll never accept someone who doesn't willing to fight at all. He can train the first one, but the second one won't grow no matter what because there's no willingness to grow. After that, everyone starts to plan their recruitments and sets their own criteria. They need to finish their recruitment before entering New World. The game will change drastically there, so they need to prepare themselves really well. They sail for 2 weeks before reaching Sobo Island. This island is the third island in its route, so it's very far from Water 7. 2 weeks of sailing is fast enough considering they sail normally using the wind. Captain! Dion! Everyone! Shouts the 22 crewmates after Black Pearl docked near their training place. Ha ha ha, you guys look well, says Dion as he rushes to them. The ex-Rainbow Pirates reunite and talk to each other happily. Buggy and Co then get down from the ship and the 22 guys greet them respectfully. But then they are stunned to see Magnus and Brooke. They never see a giant and a living skeleton, after all. Buggy let them know each other and walk away to approach a running little girl with Ruff. It's Nina, the little girl that Ruff saved until he got beaten very badly. Her grandpa also walks behind her. Red-Nose brother! Weak brother! Shouts Nina excitedly. Buggy and Ruff suddenly feel some arrows stabbing their hearts when they hear her innocent words. They can only smile bitterly to not hurt her feeling. She hugs Ruff happily before hugging Buggy and gets lifted by him. You look great, Nina. They didn't cause any trouble, aren't they? Asks Buggy while giving her a lollipop. No, those uncles are very nice and always play with me. They also helped Grandpa to caught fish every day, says Nina while taking the lollipop happily. Ugh! Grunts the ex-Rainbow Pirates in pain. Buggy suddenly hears some pained voices from behind and looks back. He sees the 22 guys are falling on their knees while holding their chests. It's very unfair, says a man. Why'd she call Captain and Ruff-san as brothers while we are uncles? Asks another man. We aren't that much older than them, we are still in our 20s, says another man. Late 20s, says Dion, not supporting his friends. Still, says a man who can't finish his word. They all just slumped down depressedly, making the executives sweat drop at them. This crew really doesn't have any normal member, yo ho ho ho, says Brooke jokingly. You don't say, retorts Palu with a sweat drop. Anyway, now the clown pirates have been completed. So they will start their journey to explore paradise and recruit more crew members. What has awaits them in the future? Chapter 168, First Islands. The clowns stay on Sobo Island for 3 days. Buggy is testing the 22 guys' strength after their 3 months of training. They show good progress and their strength raised significantly. None of them awaken their haki though, but it's not a problem. Haki is difficult to train and not anyone can awaken it in a few months. This result is still under his prediction and he is already satisfied with them being much stronger, so there is no problem here. In these 3 days, they also allocated the 22 guys into their 9 teams. These 22 guys already have their jobs while they were in Rainbow Pirates, so it's easier to place them into the teams. But some are put in something that wasn't their jobs because Buggy sees they have talents in those jobs. 6 guys enter the first team, 1 guy enters the second team, 2 guys enter the third team, 2 guys enter the fourth team, 3 guys enter the fifth team, 2 guys enter the sixth team, and 6 guys enter the ninth team. 7th and 8th teams don't get any members because there's no scientist or musician among these 22. After 3 days of stay, the clowns leave the island in the morning. They bid farewell to the crying Nina and her grandpa. She has been attached to these 22 uncles who became her playmates for 3 months. So the clowns left some gifts for those 2 to help their lives and as thanks for taking care of the 22 idiots. "Where will we go now, Captain?" asks Jude. "Let's go to the first islands on every route. Then we'll go to the second islands, third islands, and keep going like that until we reach Sabayati again," says Buggy. "So we go in a zigzag pattern?" asks Jude. "Yeah, we are lucky to get the most right route line. So we won't need to pass this route again because it's in the corner. We just need to cover the second most right until the most left route lines," says Buggy. "Understood, I will make the mapping for our plan," says Jude while nodding. Jude then enters the ship's office room and looks at Grand Line's map. She chooses the nearest first island as their destination and picks its eternal pose. Their first destination is Spiral Island, which takes them a week to arrive. When they arrive there, they finally know why it is named Spiral Island. This island is shaped like a flat spiral and all plants here are shaped spiral too. It gets even more strange when they see that the animals also have spiral traits such as their tails, ears, eyes, or limbs. Luckily, the natives here aren't shaped spiral too. Well, their hair is spiral, but it looks normal because it's also a type of popular hairstyle. It will be very strange if the other parts are the ones that get shaped as a spiral. Spiral Island is also a place for recreation as it has many entertainment places. This place is famous among tourists from the Blue Seas who entered Grand Line. It is considered the best first island on Grand Line's routes. Of course, the clowns are enjoying their time there. They are a crew that enjoys their journey, not just doing piracy. Well, although it's unclear whether they really do piracy as pirates. This island gives the clowns a unique and fun experience. They stay on the island for 8 days while training and trying to find a potential member. But they don't get anyone until they leave. Some people want to join, but none of them fulfill the criteria that the clowns have set. They go to the next island, which is the island that Straw Hats visit, Cactus Island. Just like what Buggy remembers, there's only one town here, Whiskey Peak. But this place hasn't been controlled by Baroque works. Even Crocodile's name hasn't risen yet. Even so, this place is full of bounty hunters just like in the series. But these bounty hunters aren't organized because they are scattered in groups. So the competition here is quite fierce with many groups hunting for some rookies. When the clowns arrive there, most bounty hunters are cowering in fear. The clowns are far out of their league and they know that. Although there will always be some idiots who don't know their places and get beaten up very badly. The clowns are quite bored on this island and want to leave after a day. But then Mantis suddenly returns with a young boy and a younger girl after walking around the town to buy ingredients. Of course, it makes everyone confuses because these two look like beggars. "Do you want to adopt kids?" asks Buggy while tilting his head. Mantis sweat drops hearing that and says, "No, I just found them on the street. They were beaten up after being caught pickpocketing someone. I gave them food because they haven't eaten for days and then they followed me here. This town is really bad, hey?" Even kids like them have become criminals, says Ruff. It's not like we want to do it, but we need to fill our stomachs. The only thing that we can do is pickpocketing because no one will give kids like us jobs, replies the boy while protecting his sister behind him. Where are your parents? Asks Manhwa. Do you need to ask? We won't do this if we have parents to take care of us, says the boy. I understand the gist of it. But why did you bring them here? Mantis, we are pirates, not a charity group or even an orphanage. Our lives are on the line every time, we can't take care of kids, says Buggy seriously. Our lives are on the line every time too, so what's the difference? I don't care what you want me to do as long as you give us food every day and protect my sister. I will even be your slave if you want, says the boy firmly while still protecting his sister behind him. Buggy looks at the boy and walks forward to get closer. He looks down at the boy with a scary expression and says, Aren't you underestimating this too much, kid? You might just need to worry about death here. But on the sea, even death might not save you from its terrors. Are you and your sister ready to face the horror of this sea? If you are not ready, then you better be a good pickpocket to get more money. The little girl is cowering behind her brother and the boy is also trembling hard. But he is still standing in front of his sister, albeit being very frightened by Buggy. He grit his teeth and gulp his saliva before saying, I am, no, we are ready. Going to the sea will give us more chances and options than staying here. Besides, I never plan to let ourselves die, so we don't need death to save us. Buggy looks at the boy's serious but scared eyes for a moment before smirking. This kid doesn't back down even when he is very afraid, proving he has strong willpower. It's something that even adults might not have and Buggy likes it. Your names and ages, says Buggy. I am Alan, 13Y.0, and she is Elin, 10Y.0, says Alan. Buggy turns around and walks to the ship while saying, I don't like lazy bumps, so I will throw you out if you don't work hard. Hey? What does that mean? Asks Alan confusedly. That means you are accepted, says Cricket while grinning before he leaves too. Says Alan very confusedly. Sigh, you know this will happen, right, Mantis? Captain always has soft spot for people who suffer, especially if they're kids, says Jude. Hee, who knows? Come on, kids. We will leave this island now, says Mantis as she leaves too. Alan and Elin are still confused by this turn of events, but they still walk to the ship even while still being confused. The clowns then leave the island with 2 new members in their ship. Who would think that their first recruits after having the Black Pearl are kids? Chapter 169, Little Garden. With 2 new members on their ship, the clowns continue their exploration. They visit the first islands in every route of paradise. Their journey on the first islands is very peaceful because no one here can threaten them. The clowns keep trying to recruit more members for their crew. But they only get a few because most of them didn't meet their criteria. Most applicants are just people who want to be pirates for fun or cruel criminals which aren't needed by the clowns. So far, they only get 7 new members including the 2 kids. Alan is surprisingly good at cooking while Elin shows interest in medic. So Buggy puts Alan in Mantis's team and Elin in Manhwa's team. Kids are easier to teach, so they are big assets for the crew's future. The clowns also encountered many pirate crews and marine units along the way. Buggy used those encounters to train his normal members. The executives never joined the battles so far and just gave instructions. Buggy doesn't just use those battles to train his normal members, but also to train the executives' leadership. There's no way Buggy will take care of the crew alone, so he needs the executives to help him. That's why they need to have good leadership. It takes them a month to visit the first islands. Buggy revises their plan because their journey is too slow. If they need this long just to visit every first islands, then they won't be able to finish exploring paradise in a year. That's why since the journey on the second islands starts, they are using their ship's technologies. For now, they are using their dials to make the ship move faster. They have some other techs, but those things haven't been perfected yet and still need some research by Ruff. Luckily, the dials are enough to make them move faster. Now they are 2 times faster even though they were fast already before. The Black Pearl is faster than other ships, but now it moves even faster. Previously, they can cover 10 days of sailing into 8 days. Now, they can cover it in 4 days, that's very fast. Not even marine battleships can move as fast as them, and it's all just because of their dials. When Ruff's tech is finished, they can be even faster. But, although they can sail very fast, the clowns still enjoy their time on the islands. They are cutting their stay time, but not too much, so they still can enjoy it. Buggy wants an enjoyable journey even though they need to be fast. Then finally, they arrived on the island that Magnus has searched for, Little Garden. It is the second island after Whiskey Peak which has the log change time of 1 year. This place is really full of prehistoric creatures just like in the series. Before they even dock, Magnus has jumped to the island and made the ship shake. He is very excited because he has seen the 2 giants' figures from afar. But his action pissed Buggy because now they need to stabilize the ship. I will put some senses into that bastard's head later, says Buggy pissedly. Normal ship will split in half because of that jump. So you need to punish him very hard, says Palu pissedly too because he needs to fix the floor. Let me help you to shock his brain, says Enel who gets pissed too because he needs to stabilize the ship just now. The clowns dock their ship and then go to explore the island. Buggy reminds them to be careful because this island is dangerous. He is worried if someone will get a prehistoric disease like Nami. That will be troublesome because the medicine will be hard to find. They all spread in groups with anyone they want. 2 people stay on the ship to guard it because some animals might try to get inside and steal their food. As for Buggy, he moves with Jude, Brooke, and Ruff. While walking, Brooke is playing a song while the others sing. Surprisingly, they are singing one of One Piece opening songs. A.K.A. Buggy has asked Brooke to make the music for some songs that he remembered from his past life. He just needs to sing them and Brooke will make the music in a short time. Boku Waima Sagashi Haji Meta Mizushibuki aged. Hachinakutsuyoku Sekai. Afurdaja Jounetsu Omune Ni Doko made Mo Yuko Yo. Mata Minu Hikari Motome. They keep singing happily until suddenly, they hear a booming sound. It's the volcano's eruption. Buggy knows what it means, so he immediately levitates high above the trees and looks around. He sees 2 giants running from 2 sides and then they clash. The giants' clash creates a strong shockwave that spread everywhere. They keep fighting using their worn-out weapons and shields for some moment until they stop because no one gains the advantage. Dory and Broggy, they are far stronger than what was shown in the series. It will be interesting if I can spar with them, but they are still dueling, so it will be impossible. Well, seeing their strengths is enough for me, says Buggy before going down. Dory and Broggy don't move separately now, both of them go to Dory's place. They must have wanted to meet Magnus, so Buggy's group also goes there. Buggy wants to meet these 2 giants by himself. Sometime later, they arrive at Dory's place and meet the giants. Humans? It's been a long time since I see one. There's also a strange creature there, says Broggy while looking at Brooke. Brother, Broggy, they are from the crew that I joined temporarily to find you, says Magnus before introducing Buggy and Co. Dory the Blue Ogre and Broggy the Red Ogre, I can finally meet you, the legendary giant warrior pirates captains, says Buggy. Oh, you know about us, little friend. I thought people have forgot about us after so many years. Gagya, says Dory. It will be more strange if I don't know about you after knowing Magnus for a few months, says Buggy. You're right, says Dory. Gaba Baba. Hey Dory, how if we take a rest for a day to treat our guests? It will be rude if we keep leaving our guests for the duel, says Broggy. I think you're right, it's also been a long time since I met my brother. He is just this small when I left Elbaf, says Dory while extending his pinky finger. I was 20y.0 when you left, not a fetus, says Magnus Pisley. There's no difference, Gagya, says Dory mockingly. TCH, damn old guy, says Magnus unhappily. For giants like them, a 20y.0 is still a child, not even a teenager yet. Although it is clear that Dory is mocking his brother. It just means that Dory left Elbaf when his brother was still very young. They plan to hold a feast, so Buggy calls everyone in the crew. While waiting, Dory and Buggy hunt some dinosaurs to be cooked. They killed 4 long-necked dinosaurs and skin them before cooking. But Buggy stops them and tells them that his crew will cook. The 2 giants agree and let Mantis's team cook the meats. Dory and Buggy try the food and they really like it. It's very different from their usual plain roasted meat. The clowns and giants then have a big feast until the next morning. It's been a long time since they have had a big feast in an open place like this. This is a little rest of their long and tiring journey. Chapter 170, Change of Plan. Buggy decides to stay in Little Garden for 2 weeks. It is a long time to stay in their hastened journey, but it is important. There are many giant animals with strong bodies here. He wants to train his crew by fighting these dinosaurs for 2 weeks, just like how Luffy trains on Ruskana. Besides, he has thought about their journey time so far and decided on an important thing. They won't explore the whole paradise before going to New World. This place doesn't give them many challenges anymore, which won't make the crew grow. He has decided to finish the exploration until they reach Skypiea, where they'll find what Cricket searches, Gold City. After that, they'll follow the route which is the same as the Straw Hats, and then go to New World where they'll find bigger challenges. But they'll still finish exploring the second islands because there's only 1 island left. They also still need to get more crew members. Buggy aimed to at least has more than 50 people before entering New World. He will search the rest in New World while strengthening his crew. This plan has been talked about with the executives and they agree with him. Paradise is good, but they need bigger challenges that will make them grow faster. They aim to defeat Beast's pirates in a year, so staying in paradise will make them unable to get sufficient strength. So for 2 weeks, the normal members are fighting with the dinosaurs. The executives try it too, but some of them can win easily, so they choose to spar among themselves. The ones who can train by fighting dinosaurs are Brook, Dion, Jude, Manhwa, and Ruff. In these 2 weeks, the clowns have some good progress. Enel now can use armament, although it's just the basic colorless. He can also start to control his mantras so he won't hear too many voices because of his devil fruit power that enhances his mantra too much. Brook now starts to understand his devil fruit power to control his soul. He is also training his swordsmanship with Buggy every day. But Buggy still doesn't allow him to train his haki and focus more on devil fruit and swordsmanship. Jude and Manhwa still can't activate their armament, but their observation and fighting ability has grown a lot. Dion also has started to touch the surface of armament, but he still can't use it. As for Buggy, Cricket, Palu, and Mantis, they are focusing more on their fighting abilities. They refine their skills and strengthen their haki. Buggy also needs to increase his devil fruit mastery and find more of its usage. Aside from that, Buggy also tries to train his armament and raises it to an advanced level. It will be the most important thing to have before he fights Kaido. Without it, he won't be able to injure that guy at all. He spars with Magnus every day because the giant is very strong, especially when using his devil fruit. By fighting a strong opponent, Buggy hoped to increase his armament's level. But it doesn't happen and he just gets stronger physically. The normal members also show good progress in these 2 weeks. They fight a dinosaur with 10 people in a group before, but now they just need 6 people. It's not only their strength and skills that increased, but also their teamwork. Alan and Elin also start to be trained by Cricket and Mantis. Both of them need to have the ability to protect themselves as pirates. Buggy leave it to Mantis because she was the one who took the kids and then she asked Cricket to help her. After 2 weeks, the clown pirates finally leave Little Garden. They've got closer with Dory and Buggy and they watched the two's battles every day, which also gave them some inspiration. The giants also taught them about warriors' hearts that strengthen the crew's hearts, and Buggy is really thankful for that. So Magnus, what will you do now? You joined the crew temporarily to find Dory, and now you have met him. Will you leave or stay as a permanent member? Asks Buggy before they leave. We will, says Magnus hesitantly. Team leader, please don't leave, says someone from Magnus' team beggingly. Magnus is looking at him and the other members of his team that also beg him to stay. He gets flustered and the two giants are laughing at him. Gaba Baba, just do what you want, little Magnus. You need to choose your own warrior path and this seems to be yours, says Buggy. That's right, little brother. Enjoy your life, Gagya, says Dory. Magnus scratches his head before turning his head to the left shyly and says, there's no choice, I will join you permanently or you will be sad. Besides, I don't know the way back to Elbaf, so it's better to stay with you. The clown's sweat drops seeing Magnus act like a tsundere teenager. It really doesn't match his appearance and just makes them cringe. But they brush it off because they are happy that he decides to stay. Alright, now hurry up and get on the ship, our schedule is tight, says Buggy. Aye, Captain, says Magnus before getting on the ship. The clowns then bid farewell to Dory and Buggy before leaving. They sail to the last second island on the next route. But then a gigantic goldfish appear in front of them. It's the same goldfish that eat the straw hats. The island eater, hey? You are overestimating yourself, fish, says Buggy while standing on the ship's front and holding a sword in his right hand. Buggy raises the sword high before swinging it down. A blue sharp energy arc generates from his sword and flies toward the goldfish. It moves fast and passes through the goldfish's body. Nothing happens for a second, but then the goldfish gets split into two. That slash attack was created purely of Buggy's swordsmanship. He has improved it a lot and doesn't need Pollux's press ability to cut something like this goldfish. But he is still sure that it can't cut Kaido's skin yet. Gaba Baba, as I thought we don't need to worry about them, says Dory who watched what happened from the island. Gagya, that's for sure. If he is not that strong, then I won't let my brother join his crew, says Dory. The clowns can't hear what the giants said and just continue to sail. They don't take the fish meat because their supply is full already after they hunted many dinosaurs. Now they just need to reach the next island fast. Enel, show those two giants our ship's ability. Let's impress them before leaving, says Buggy. Hat, you've read my mind, says Enel before clicking a button on the steering wheel. Right after Enel do that, their ship move a lot faster than before. Enel has activated the dials that blow strong wind to their sails and make the ship faster. It surprises Dory and Buggy because they've never seen a ship that can move this fast. Hee, we must have shocked them, says Buggy smugly. Of course, this ship is full of surprise, says Palu while nodding, followed by the boys who then laugh happily. Sigh, a bunch of childish show-offs, says Mantis tiredly as he looks at the happy boys. Chapter 171, Jaya Island. It takes 2 days for the clowns to reach the last second island from Little Garden. This is a small island with a small town on it. But this town is quite dangerous because it's full of lawless people like pirates, bandits, etc., just like Mock Town on Jaya. It's not a problem for the clowns though because these people are too weak for them. There's no real threat on this island, so they just enjoy their visit like tourists. Some idiots try to mess with them though and get beaten miserably. The clowns try to get some new recruits on this island, but it's hard to find what they wanted. Luckily, they can find 5 new members here, which are composed of 2 men and 3 women. The men enter Cricket's team, 2 women enter Brooke's team as musicians, while the last woman enters Mantis's team. Brooke is very happy to get 2 team members, especially because they are women. He tries to ask them to show their panties, but Mantis beats him up before it happens. She can't let him scare the new members more than he has with his scary appearance. They stay for 2 days before leaving the island and go to their next destination, Jaya Island. Cricket is very anticipating this because this will be his time to finish his business with Norland. This is his battle with the man who has ruined his life. The crew finally arrived on Jaya after 5 days of sailing. Just like the Straw Hats, they get their log pose pointed to the sky. The new members are confused and still can't believe the Sky Island's existence even after Buggy explained it. Well, it doesn't matter whether you believe it now or not. The best way to prove it is by going there. For now, we will go to the town. But we can't stay for too long because we need to prepare our ship. So we will go to an empty coast later, says Buggy. Will we make a hot air balloon again? Asks Palu. No, this will be different. You will like this method more, says Buggy while grinning. The clowns have bad feelings about this, but they can't say anything. Buggy has told them that he has done this in the past while he was still an apprentice. So they can only believe in him to reach Sky Island. Don't get too worried like that. We will use the same method as what the Pirate King's crew used. Doesn't that make you excited? Asks Buggy. The crew finally realized that they will follow the Pirate King's footsteps now. It makes them very excited and their spirit lifted. Sigh, they're so simple, says Mantis. That's how boys are, says Manhwa. You are a boy too, says Jude. I know, that's why I said that, says Manhwa. The 2 girls sweat drop but decide to let it be and just look at the simple boys. They might be simple, but they are still precious crewmates. Also, days will be too boring without these simple-minded boys. The clowns then dock their ship on Mock Town's port. This town is full of lawless, especially pirates, so the port is full of pirate ships. They don't need to dock on empty coast like other normal islands. Their presence alerts everyone in Mock Town because they are a big crew. A bounty of 50 million is high enough in this place, not to mention 500 million. Everyone here knows they can't mess with the clowns and need to be careful. But they know it's also their chance to join the clowns. You can do what you want, but still do your usual jobs. I'll give you time until sunset and then we will move to the other side of this island. Just like usual, those who don't return in time will be punished. You can leave now, says Buggy to his crew. Aye, Captain. Replies everyone before they get out of the ship. Everyone leaves the ship to do their tasks and enjoys their time. They all have jobs, even the fighters who are tasked to investigate the island while they explore it. But they still can enjoy their time doing what they want as long as they finish their jobs. Buggy goes with Ruff and Jude to a restaurant and enjoys their time. Buggy just needs to wait for the report. Jude's job is on the ship, while Ruff always thinks about his research every time. So they can just rest for now because they've been busy every day. How's the progress of your research on our techs? Asks Buggy to Ruff. It progressing fast. Your ideas have helped me a lot. Our biggest problem is the energy source, but you've helped me find the solution. I'm sure I can finish it in a month, says Ruff. Good, we will need these techs because the enemies are getting better in this aspect too, especially the Marine, says Buggy. It's because of that Vegapunk, hey? I really want to meet him, says Ruff. Maybe someday you'll meet him. How about you, Jude? Have you learned about New World's weather? Asks Buggy. I have. Just from the book, I can understand that it is a lot more dangerous than Paradise. But I won't know its real horror until I see it myself, says Jude. That's for sure, but at least you have prepared for, says Buggy as a sword cuts his neck. A man has attacked him and cut his neck. The man thinks he has succeeded and celebrated it because he will get 500 million. The other guests in the restaurant are also surprised because someone with a bounty of 500 million gets defeated very easily. They all start to regret that they didn't attack Buggy before, he is easy money. But then they get confused when they see Buggy's crewmates, Jude and Ruff are calm and just continue to eat. They finally widen their eyes when they realize that Buggy's head is flying. Oi oi oi, I am talking to my crew here, so can you not disturb us? Says Buggy while reconnecting his neck. The devil fruit user! Shouts the man scaredly before he runs out of the restaurant. But then, a lightning bolt strikes from the sky and hits him. He gets defeated instantly and lays flat on the ground with a charred body. Why are you letting him go? Asks Enel as he enters the restaurant. Because you will take care of him, says Buggy while smirking. TCH, giving me more jobs, says Enel as he sits beside Ruff. You won't have more jobs if you just let that guy leave, says Ruff as he munches his food. That will just ruin our crew's name because a no-name is safe after attacking our captain. Well, forget about that, you won't care about it too. Anyway, Cricket asked me to tell you that he will go to the other side first. He said he wants to check the sea, says Enel as he takes Jude's drink. Enel. That's my drink, says Jude angrily. Ha, take it if you can, shorty, mocks Enel. Jude gets pissed and suddenly uses her devil fruit and so is Enel. But then Buggy knocks their head and stops them because they disturb his meal. They stop using their devil fruit but still do a petty fight using forks. These two are like siblings now, Logia siblings. Sigh, he wants to find if the city really sunk, hey? Let him do what he wants if it makes him satisfied. And I will be satisfied if you really stop, says Buggy while looking at the Logia siblings intimidatingly. The two shivers and finally stop their fight for real. They can finally have a normal meal now. Chapter 172, Preparing to Fly. Just like what Buggy ordered, the clowns return to the ship at sunset. But some new guys are late, they aren't taking his order seriously. So Buggy punishes them as he promised before. Their punishment is to be tied upside down on the mast for the whole night. After that, they go to the other side of Jaya to prepare their ship. Cricket has gone there first to dive and search the gold city in the sea. He wants to see if Norland's theory about the sea being sunk is true. So, how is it? Asks Buggy to Cricket after they docked their ship. I didn't find the gold city, although I found some gold down there, says Cricket while pointing at 4 gold ingots and a gold southbird statue. They must be the traces of that gold city, assumes Dion. I told you there's no gold city underwater, says Buggy. I just want to see it myself, it's a pure curiosity, says Cricket as he lights a cigarette up. Sigh, now you've filled your curiosity, so it's time to work for the real thing. Paulu, take some guys to help you make a pair of temporary wings for the ship. We need to stabilize the ship while it flies later. Asks Ruff to help you find the best shape, size, and position. The rest of you, go find a bird that looks like this statue in the forest. Do it as fast as you can. I've heard in the town that our ticket there will appear tomorrow at noon. So finish everything tonight, says Buggy. Can you at least explain to us about how we will go up there? Asks Paulu. No, it won't be interesting that way. You just need to know that we will fly, says Buggy while smirking. Everyone can only sigh at that before doing what Buggy ordered. They know he really won't say anything if it entertains him. What they need to do now is do their task perfectly and make sure the ship is strong because they know it will be very dangerous. The crew splits into 3 groups, one group prepares the ship, another group searches the Southbird, while the last group is doing other things. The last group is composed of Buggy, Jude, Mantis's team, and the 2 kids. Jude and Mantis's team are cooking food for their dinner, while Buggy is training the kids while supervising the crew's work. He is the captain and has many crew members, so he doesn't need to work, right? What's wrong, kids? Is this all you have? Can you protect yourself with this? Can you protect your sister if you're this weak, Alan? Asks Buggy as he blocks the kid's attacks easily. Damn! Curses Alan as he punches Buggy but gets dodged very easily. Brother, no bad word, says Elin angrily. So sorry, says Alan apologetically. Don't lose your focus, says Buggy as he flicks their forehead, flinging them back a few meters. The kids grunt in pain while rubbing their foreheads. This sight makes the crew who prepare the ship sigh. Captain doesn't show mercy even to children, hey? Asks a man. Yet, his flicks must be very hurt even for us, says another man. Stop your talk and move your hands. The nails won't stab the wood by themselves, says Paulu as he knocks the two's head. Ouch! So sorry, Paulu-san, we are just concerned about the kids, says the first man. Captain is concerned about them even more than you, that's why he does that. Some pain in training is better than losing their lives in battles. If he is too soft, then they won't be ready for real battles where their lives are on the line. Well, he is still quite soft now because they are still new to this, says Paulu. The two men look at each other and think that Paulu is right. The enemies won't show mercy even if they are children. It can be even worse. After all, they might get captured and sold as slaves because they are still young. Buggy keeps training the kids until both of them are dead tired. Of course, Elin stops first while Alan stops half an hour later. It's only been half an hour since Elin stops. They still haven't had much stamina, so they need to work on that. The crew then has dinner after Cricket's team returns with 20 South birds. They were troubled by the animals in the forest that got controlled by the South birds. That's why they caught as many birds as they could. We just need one, release the rest, says Buggy. But they've troubled us, can't we sell them as compensation for the trouble? Asks Dion, who is in Cricket's team too just now. No, it will be more troublesome. Have you forgotten where our next destination is? If you want to sell them, then you need to wait until we return to the Blue Sea. Do you want to take care of the birds until that time? Asks Buggy. They all shake their heads and finally agree to release the bird. But not before they give the birds some hits to release their frustrations. They finally just keep one bird and tied it on the ship, near the steering wheel. The boys are playing with the bird's inability to look elsewhere other than the south direction. It makes them get scolded by Paulu because they stop working. They need to finish the ship in a night, so they can't slack off. The crew resume their work and finally finish the wings at 3 a.m. Their ship's wings are long and shaped like a plane's wings. Buggy is quite surprised by it because he thought Ruff would design them like birds' wings. It's quite strange, but this is the best design that I can think of. These wings will help stabilize our ship and have good aerodynamics. Our ship is long and tall, so I must design it like this. It can also be controlled to make our ship move up and down so we will be safe when flying, says Ruff. Buggy smiles and says, it's not strange at all, it's good. What we need is utility, not shape. As long as the wings can help our ship to not flip, then I'm fine with any shape. You all can rest now, we will go immediately after breakfast. The clowns nod and they sleep immediately to save their energy. Only a few people stay awake to guard the ship. Buggy also sends a few people to Mock Town to buy a few things before they leave. At 7 a.m., they have breakfast before leaving the island. They go to the south with the Southbird's help and the sky gets darker as they move forward. Buggy orders them to watch the surroundings carefully and report if there's something unusual. Captain, I see a giant whirlpool in the front. We need to move around it, shouts someone from the crow nest. Good, let's go there, says Buggy while grinning. Hey? Huh? Shouts everyone questioningly. A.K.A, can you repeat it, Captain? I think I misheard it. There's no way we'll enter the whirlpool, right? Asks Jude nervously. We'll enter the whirlpool, says Buggy while smirking. Most of the crew members have horror looks on their faces. It gets even worse when someone shouts from the crow nest. "Captain, there's a marine ship behind us," shouts the man. "It's just a marine ship, no need to worry about it," says Enel. But, it's led by Vice Admiral Sakazuki," shouts the man, surprising everyone. "Akainu, hey? Hat, what a bad timing," says Buggy while grinning. Chapter 173, Knock Upstream. "What should we do, Captain?" asks Cricket. "Ignore them, let's just get inside the whirlpool. They can follow us if they want," says Buggy. The crew sighs and follows Buggy's order. There are dangers on both sides, so they choose the one that they've prepared for. They move fast and enter the giant whirlpool even though they are afraid, most of them. Most of the crew members are scared, some are calm, and some are excited. The Marines who chase them have a different thought. They are confused about why the clowns are entering the giant whirlpool. "Vice Admiral, the Black Pearl is entering the giant whirlpool," says the Marine Scout. "It seems they are desperate to run away from us," says a Marine Captain. "It's very unlikely. We are talking about clown pirates here. They've defeated Vice Admiral Borsellino's unit. There's no way they are desperate to run away from us, especially after they have a new and bigger ship now. They must be too prideful to run away like cowards," says Rear Admiral Yamakaji. "Then why do they enter the whirlpool? Also, their ship is very strange, it has a pair of wings," says the Marine Captain. "How could I know what they are thinking? I'm not a pirate like them. Even pirates won't know what they are thinking. But I agree that their ship is strange. What should we do, Sakazuki-san?" says Yamakaji. "We chase them. They won't be able to run anywhere," says Sakazuki firmly. "You heard him," says Yamakaji to the Marine Captain. The Marine unit keeps moving toward the whirlpool to chase the clowns. They are tasked to capture the clowns after knowing that the crew was on Jaya. The Marine is worried about the clowns' unusual activity on the first and second islands of Grand Line, so they are trying to catch the crew. Sakazuki's unit was on their way back to Marineford and close with this location, so they gets ordered to do the mission. The HQ knows that only someone at Sakazuki's level or above can take care of Buggy because he has defeated Kizaru. As the Marine ship gets closer, the sky also gets darkened. The Black Pearl has reached the whirlpool's very calm bottom. There's no wave at all here, but they are surrounded by the spinning water. The ship has its sails furled so they won't move anywhere. This silence makes this scarier," says Jude while holding Buggy's clothes scaredly. "Then, we need to remove the silence," says Brooke as he plays his new guitar. "We entered a giant whirlpool and silence comes. We don't know what awaits us and it scares us. The water surrounds us as if we will get sunk." Bonk! Mantis suddenly hits him with her staff and stops his made-up song. Brooke sings that with eerie music and an eerie voice. It makes the scared ones get even more scared and they are trembling hard. "Don't scare them for your entertainment," says Mantis. Then, maybe I can see," says Brooke before he gets hit again. "See your own panties," says Mantis as she leaves Brooke who lays on the floor with 2 big bumps on his head. Everyone's sweat drops seeing Brooke still tried to see Mantis's panties even after being hit. The comedic show has relieved their fear a little now. But then their ship shakes as the water starts to move. It makes them scared again, but Buggy's order forces them to move. "Get ready on your positions. Hold on to the ship if you don't want to fall. Palu, watch the wings," shouts Buggy to his crew. They all move immediately to their positions and hold onto the ship tightly. The water gets more active and their ship shakes harder. Then suddenly the water starts to rise and lift their ship. The Marine battleship also finally reaches the whirlpool and is just about to enter it. But then the whirlpool stops spinning and big waves appear. It shakes the Marine battleship violently, but they still move forward. Boom! The seawater suddenly shoots up very strongly in front of the Marine ship, the knock upstream has appeared. It makes their ship flip because their front side gets pushed by it. Such an unfortunate fate for the marine unit that tries to chase the clowns. The clowns themselves are now riding the knock-up stream. They are flying up following the stream at high speed. Everyone in the crew is amazed by this and they all are cheering now while holding onto the ship. "See? We are flying to the sky," says Buggy while smiling excitedly. "You should have just told us about this," says Cricket. "Then you won't be as excited as now." "But this hasn't finished yet." "Spread the sails," orders Buggy. "Hey? Why?" asks Palu. "Ah. This is also a sea, we are sailing on a vertical sea. If we don't spread the sails, then we won't be able to keep moving forward. That means we will fall," says Jude. "That's right. Now move if you want to live." "Brooke, play the music," says Buggy. "Roger that," replies Brooke. The crew widens their eyes and immediately moves to spread the sails. Brooke and the two girls in his team also start to play the music. They play One Piece's first opening song, "We Are Arit no Yumo Keikiatsum. Sagashi Mono Saga Shinai Yaku no Sa One Piece." The crew also sings happily because they've heard this song many times and know it really well. It really lifts their spirit and they are very excited to see the Sky Island now. They've forgotten their previous fear and anticipating their new journey. But some people are unhappy, especially because their ship is flipped. The Marines are looking at the flying clowns that move up very fast with bitter expressions. Sakazuki is very angry right now because he feels like being played by the sea and clowns. "Damn you, clown pirates! I won't forgive you," says Sakazuki as he shoots a lot of magma punches toward the Black Pearl. Sakazuki's attacks fly fast, but the Black Pearl moves faster. So they just hit the water and get cooled down immediately, turning them into rocks. It frustrated Sakazuki, but he really can't do anything now except curse the clowns. The clown sees it and smirks before they laugh loudly. Magnus laughs even louder as if he is using a giant speaker and his voice can be heard by the Marines below. It makes the Marines even more frustrated than they already are. Some minutes later, the clowns finally reach the cloud and pass it. They keep moving up until they reach 10 kilometers above sea level. They land on the white sea of clouds where everything around them is white. This is the lower level of Skypiea, the very same spot where Straw Hats and Roger Pirates landed. It looks completely the same as Birka's lower level. Everything around them is white clouds and some big fish live in it. Buggy grins as he stands on the front railing and says, "Finally I'm here, Skypiea." Chapter 174, Skypiea. After landing on the White Sea, the clowns rest for a bit. Most of them need to adapt to the change of air pressure at this height. Those who have gone to Sky Island only need a short time to adapt, while the others need a longer time. Well, there's someone who doesn't need any adaptation at all. "I am not affected, why?" "Because I don't have lungs, yo ho ho ho," says Brooke as he opens his shirt to show his ribs. You don't have lungs but you can breathe and produce voice. "Devil fruit is really mysterious," says Ruff curiously while still being weakened. "Just focus on adapting with the pressure." "No need to think about this pervert," says Enel. "Yo ho ho ho, you make me blush, Enel-san," says Brooke happily. "I'm not praising you. Besides, my devil fruit is cooler," says Enel pissly. "Lightning is hot, not cool," says Ruff. "I don't mean it that way," says Enel with a sweat drop. They are joking around while adapting to the low air pressure. Brooke also plays a song to entertain the weakened crew. It takes 15 minutes for everyone to adapt with the two kids being the last to finish. Buggy was wary of the Shandians' attack, but nothing happens until now. It seems that the Shandians aren't as aggressive as when Enel rules Skypiea in the series. Although the war still happens between the Shandians and Skypieans. After everyone adapted to the pressure, they start to sail again. The clowns are catching some sky fishes while sailing and taste them. Everyone is mesmerized by the taste and keep catching these fishes. They only stop when they arrive at the island's gate. It is guarded by the same person who guards it in the series. It's the old woman, Amazon, who doesn't look younger even though she is 19 years younger than she is in the series. To avoid trouble, they pay the entrance fee, which is very cheap by Blue Sea standard. The entrance fee in Skypiea is the same as Birka, 1 million Ixtal or 100 belly per person, very cheap. So with 45 people in the crew, they just need to pay 4,500 belly, it's even cheaper than their clothes. Anyway, they pay the fee and go to the upper level with a giant lobster's help. They go to a cloud beach and dock their ship there. Buggy let them do what they want for today because it's the first experience for most of them to step their feet on Sky Island. Most of the boys immediately run off while shouting, "Sky girls, angels, here we come. Oi, you need to behave. Don't tarnish our crew's name. And go back before breakfast," shouts Cricket from the ship. "Aye, Vice Captain," shouts them while still running. "Sigh, I hope they don't make too much trouble," says Cricket. "Well, they are men, so they need to release some steams. It's also been a few weeks since they were allowed to play around like this," says Dion. "It's just a few weeks, I haven't done it for years and don't have any problem with it," says Magnus smugly. "Is that something that you need to brag about?" asks Dion with a sweat drop. "Stop talking about that, we don't want to hurt some people's hearts," says Mantis while smirking. Buggy, Palu, Ruff, Manba, and Jude have their ears twitched. These 5 are the only ones that are still pure in this crew, except for the 2 kids, of course. Buggy doesn't want to do his first other than with Belmere, Palu has a fear of women, Ruff just cares about his research, Manba doesn't care about it, and Jude just wants to do it with Buggy. Jude looks at Buggy but he just walks away and leaves the ship. She pouts and stomps her foot on the floor before chasing him. It makes everyone sigh because she never gives up even after this long. "Captain is really heartless," says Ruff. "You're wrong. It's because he has a big heart that he always refuses her clearly. He never gives her hope that will just hurt her even more because he already gave his heart to someone else. She is just too persistent, but I can understand her. It's hard to give up on your love even though you know it's impossible," says Mantis. "Stop talking about their problem, it is not our business. Let's go to the town and do what we want." "Magnus, you stay here and guard the ship first," says Cricket. Magnus nods and the others leave to explore the town. This place has different vibes than Birka and it makes them curious. Buggy hasn't explained that there is a war that has happened for a very long time in this place, so none of the crew know it. He doesn't tell them because he doesn't want to ruin their fun. Besides, they will find it out themselves while they explore the town. There's no need to ruin their fun before they even enjoy their time here. Buggy goes to explore the town with Jude following him like usual. They try many local foods and buy some local products. They also rent a waiver to be used on the White Sea with Buggy controlling it and Jude just joined him because she can't ride it. I think we need to have some waivers in our ship. They can move faster than our big ship and will be useful for some explorations in some narrow places like a river," says Buggy while nodding. "You just want to use them for fun," says Jude. "No need to reveal my real intention," says Buggy with a sweat drop. Buggy has planned to ask Palu to build some waivers, but he forgets. Of course, he won't make the waivers with the same design as the ones on Skypiea. He plans to make jet ski rather than waiver actually. They return to the town and explore it again while buying a lot of things. Everything here is cheap for them, so they just buy what they like. Besides, they are pirates, so they need to enjoy their lives with their money rather than just collecting the money. Buggy and Jude then return to their ship at dawn. But most of their crew haven't returned yet and just return in the morning. They were enjoying their night with the local girls and local drinks. But they still return before breakfast just like what Cricket ordered. "What will we do after this, Captain?" asks Cricket after they have breakfast. "We will go to the God's Island, Upper Yard," says Buggy. But isn't that a forbidden ground? I heard that only God and his retainers are allowed to go there, says Elin the little girl. So? Asks Buggy. So we can't go there, right? Asks Elin. Elin, who are we? Asks Cricket. Pirates. Ah. Replies Elin in realization. That's right, we are pirates, and we never follow rules. We do what we want even though it's not allowed. Isn't that what we always do? Asks Cricket. Hee, I'm still not used to this, replies Elin. Don't worry, you can be like that if you want. I will always protect you, says Alan to his sister. Say that after you can go to the bathroom alone at night, says Buggy lazily while cleaning his teeth. Alan's face turns red and everyone laughs at him. He gets embarrassed but it's a fact, so he can't deny it. Alan then jumps at Buggy and attacks him to hide his embarrassment. Buggy smirks and handles it easily, but then Alan hits a man when Buggy throws him. It makes the man hit another man, so they start to fight too. A chain reaction happens and now they all fight. Sigh, can't these boys stay still after eating? Asks Mantis tiredly. At least they didn't do it while eating, says Jude. The clowns are really full of energy. RioBL.cm. Chapter 175, Upper Yard. The clowns go to Upper Yard after finishing their idiotic fights. Everyone except Buggy is stunned to see an island made of earth on Sky Island. They don't know how this can happen because the earth doesn't supposed to be in the sky. Captain, did you know the reason for this? Asks Palu. I know, but I won't tell you because it won't be fun. Go explore this place and find the answer yourself. That's how we always do things, right? Asks Buggy while smirking. The crew sighs because Buggy always did this every time. But he is right because telling the truth now will reduce their fun by half. So it's better to find the answer themselves because that's what fun from an adventure. They dock their ship near the upper yard and some people from Magnus' team are tasked to guard the ship. The rest go to explore the upper yard in big teams because this place is quite dangerous. Buggy isn't worried about the Shandians or Skypians, but something else, it's the giant snake. That snake can even eat Magnus, not to mention the normal-sized humans. So they need to move in big groups to ensure their safety. Well, it doesn't apply to Buggy though because he can go alone. But he still goes in groups to protect the others. He goes with Jude, Ruff, the two kids, and Brooke's team. So there are 8 people in their group. The trees here are very big, says Jude. These trees must have lived for hundreds of years to reach their current sizes, says Ruff. I wonder why the Skypians didn't use these trees to build their houses, ponders Jude. Maybe they like white, just like my bones. Yo ho ho ho, says Brooke. Everyone's bones are white, says Ruff. Ruff-san, no need to correct my joke, says Brooke. That is a joke? Asks Elin innocently. Brooke gets depressed because she doesn't know that he was joking. It makes everyone laughs at him and Elin now feels guilty. But Brooke calms her down and says that they are just playing around, so she doesn't need to worry. They continue their exploration while singing some anime songs that Buggy told Brooke. The songs aren't the same as the real ones because Brooke made the music himself. But they are still similar and sound good. Suddenly, Buggy and Jude sense something moving toward them from the front. Buggy tells everyone to stop and put their guard up. Brooke and Jude stand on the outside to protect the others with Buggy standing in the front. Then the creature that moves shows itself, it's the giant blue snake. It is a lot bigger than what Buggy imagined it from the series. The snake raises its head and hisses at them intimidatingly. Ho, you want to eat us? Do you have the ability to do it though? Asks Buggy to the snake. Captain, why are you always talking with animals as if you understand them? Asks Ruff. Because he can. We met a giant snake too while we're on West Blue and he can talk with it normally, says Jude. Ooh, that's cool, says Alan impressed. I can talk with the ghost, says Brooke jokingly. That's scary, says Elin. Such a contrast reaction, says Brooke depressedly. Stop talking and focus on the snake please, says a woman from Brooke's team, Karina. They all get reminded and focus on the snake again. It hisses angrily at them because they ignore it, so it attacks them. The snake opens its mouth and lunges at them. It tries to eat them, but it doesn't know who they are. Your mouth stinks, says Buggy angrily as he kicks the snake's lower jaw. The snake's mouth gets closed instantly and bites its tongue. Its head flings up and hits a tree branch very hard until the branch breaks. The impact makes the snake faint immediately. Damn snake never washes its mouth, says Buggy in protest. It will be more strange if it washes its mouth, says Ruff with a sweat drop. Anyway, do you want a fun exploration? Asks Buggy while smirking. They all don't understand what Buggy means and look at each other. Then they nod because there's no way they don't want to have fun. Buggy tells them to wait before he slaps the snake a few times to wake it up. The snake wakes up slowly and looks around confusedly before looking at Buggy. It sees the smirk on Buggy's face and immediately feels cold sweats on its back. It wants to run away, but Buggy suddenly calls it. Oi snake! I will hit you again if you run, so you better stay and be a good snake, says Buggy while intimidating the snake a little using his conqueror haki. The snake stiffens and nods at Buggy docilely. Good, now lower your head so we can get on it. Take us on a tour around this place and you will get a good reward later, says Buggy. Hiss! Asks the snake happily while imagining a lot of food. Well, it depends on your performance. I am a fair person, so I will give you a good reward if you make us happy, says Buggy. The snake gets excited immediately. Its mood is really easy to change. Buggy's group then gets on the snake's head and they explore the upper yard again. The two kids are very happy now and so are the adults. Brooke's team start to play music again and now even the snake is enjoying it. The snake doesn't have any friend and hasn't gotten this happy for years. The last time it gets this happy was more than 400 years ago. They explore the upper yard following wherever the snake goes. Buggy and Co don't have any destination in mind, so they just let the snake goes anywhere it wants. It feels like they are on a vacation and touring on a bus. On their way, they see some ruins that indicated this place was used to have civilization. Some ruins even have some gold coated on them. Of course, they take the gold. They are still pirates who love gold. Wow, there are gold pieces that are scattered in the forest and no one takes them, says Alan as he holds some small pieces of gold. Does no one here wants the gold? Asks Elin. No, they don't see gold as valuables like us, says Buggy. Really? They are really strange, says Alan. Well, you can't judge it from your point of view. You need to understand their position and needs before saying that, says Buggy. This place still has much gold because Enel doesn't conquer it. The Shandians and Skypieans value the earth more than gold, unlike Enel. That's why they have a war to control the upper yard, to get the soil that they called Verth. Buggy explains it to them and they understand it now even though they still can't put themselves in that position. It's hard for them to see soil to be more valuable than gold because they've lived with soil around them since they were born. Puru 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 kaka. Buggy here, says Buggy after he picked up the call. Captain, I think I've found it, says Cricket very seriously through the Dendon Mushi. What have you found? Asks Buggy while smirking. Cricket gets silent for a moment before saying, the City of Gold is here. Chapter 176, City of Gold. Why are you so sure? Have you found the city? Asks Buggy. More or less. I find a lot of gold-coated ruins along the way. There's only one place with such characteristic that I can think of, the City of Gold, Shandora, says Cricket. Buggy smirks and says, calls everyone. Let's meet near the Giant Jack. I will tell you everything I know there. Understood, replies Cricket. Buggy closes the call and orders the snake to go to Giant Jack. The group reaches it fast because the snake can move very fast. The area around Giant Jack is covered fully by a white cloud. While waiting for the other groups to come, Buggy trains the two kids to kill time. Brooke's team plays some songs to entertain the others. Ruff is inspecting the cloud to understand how it becomes solid. Jude is just enjoying her time lying lazily on the soft cloud. Some time later, the other groups start to come one by one. They are surprised by the giant snake's presence. But Buggy's group doesn't have any problem with it, so they also think that it's fine. When Cricket's group arrives, the snake suddenly starts to act strange. It looks at Cricket and cries before hissing to the sky. Then it moves around Cricket and rolls around like a pet. It makes everyone stunned, but Buggy just smiles. Cricket must have reminds it of Noland. That chestnut-like hair is really unique, after all. I think only Mont Blanc family that has that kind of hair in the world, thinks Buggy. The snake gets very happy seeing Cricket and becomes a very docile pet now. Cricket doesn't know what to do and just let it be. Then the happy snake just stays still behind Cricket as he sits on the cloud. The normal members feel quite scared of the snake. But they know they are safe with Buggy and Cricket here, so they try to stay calm while waiting for the other groups. After the last group arrived, Buggy finally starts to explain what he knows. So, Captain, can you tell it now? Asks Cricket impatiently. Sure. You are correct, the city of gold that your ancestor, Mont Blanc Noland meant is here, says Buggy while grinning. Everyone widens their eyes in surprise and Cricket has his hands trembling. Before you say anything, let me tell you what I know. As you know, the story about Noland's adventure indicated that the city of gold was located on Jaya Island. However, no one finds it until this day in Jaya. Noland thought that the city was sinking, but that's wrong. The city wasn't sinking, it was shot up here. So this upper yard was part of Jaya in the past, says Buggy. Everyone's eyes get even wider in disbelief. They can't believe it but also can't deny it because the proof is here. Still, it's a very difficult thing to accept. If that is true, then how could this upper yard got shot to the sky in the past? Asks Dion. Febol.cm. Knock upstream. Says Ruff in realization. Buggy smiles and says, that's right, the knock upstream has sent this place here. Its power was very great in the past that it could be sent half of an island to the sky. If you place the map of Upper Yard beside Jaya's map, then it will get connected. Jude takes out Skypiea and Jaya's maps that she has and places them side by side. She widens her eyes when she sees the Upper Yard and Jaya can really get connected. The two maps created an island that's shaped like a skull. Does this remind you of something, Cricket? Asks Buggy. The skull's right eye. That's where the city of gold, Shandora, is located. Where is it, Jude? Asks Cricket. Right eye. Hey? Isn't it here? This place is the skull's right eye, says Jude as she looks at the span of white cloud. Everyone looks around to find the city of gold, but they don't see it. Sigh, I thought you have better brains than this, says Buggy tiredly. What do you mean, Captain? Asks Magnus confusedly. What Captain means is that you won't see the city of gold from here. Have you forgotten that this place was from down there? Asks Ruff. Of course, not. He has just explained it to us, says Palu. Then, do you think that there is cloud down there? Asks Ruff. No, there's no way that says Palu in realization, followed by the other idiots. That's right, the city of gold is located below this cloud, says Ruff. They all get excited and immediately dig the cloud below them. Some executives like Enel, Palu, Dion, Magnus, and of course, Cricket are also digging the cloud excitedly. The rest are just watching them from the side. Captain, will we just watch? Asks Jude. You can help if you want, but I don't think they'll need your help. They will finish digging in no time because digging the cloud is far easier than digging the earth, says Buggy. Just like what Buggy says, the crew digs the white cloud very easily. It gets even easier when Cricket and Palu use their attack moves imbued with Hashokan. Enel doesn't want to lose and uses his Devil Fruit ability. Finally, a very big hole is created on the cloud and they all can see below it. They widen their eyes before they smile stupidly and cheer happily. The city of gold is really there and it looks really beautiful for them. They immediately jump down and land on Shandora. Buggy also jumps down and orders Enel to remove the remaining cloud that covers this place. Enel shoots a lot of lightning bolts to destroy the remaining cloud and now the city get revealed completely. The crew members are getting very happy and immediately run around to check the gold. They are pirates and will always love gold. Seeing this much gold is something that will surely make them happy. But while the others are cheering and laughing, someone is crying. Cricket is crying silently as soon as he stands on this city of gold. He is very happy that he cries. Cricket always said that he doesn't care whether Noland is right or not. He just wants to find out the truth because his childhood life has been destroyed by the story about Noland. But deep in his heart, he is still happy that his ancestor isn't a big liar and an honest person instead. Finding this place might not change people's opinion about your ancestor and your family. But this will surely give you the answer that you've been searching for, says Buggy as he stands beside Cricket. Yeah, now everything that I want to know has been answered. Who cares if people said Noland is a liar, he is just an unlucky honest person. As long as I know the truth, I don't care about people's opinions. The city of gold is here, and I've seen it myself. No word will change this fact, says Cricket. You're right. But this is not the end yet. Have you forgotten something important in this city? Asks Buggy. Cricket looks around and has a realization, the Golden Bell. Chapter 177, Ganfall. Cricket finally remembers the golden bell that Noland wrote in his book. But the bell isn't in Shandora like how it's supposed to be. Do you know where it is, Captain? Asks Cricket. Yeah, but before that, we need to meet some people first. Aren't you curious about the descendants of those who live in this city? Asks Buggy. Kalgara, hey? I'm not that sentimental about Noland's relationship with people. But the whereabouts of people who once lived in this city surely make me curious, says Cricket. Then we'll try to find them later. For now, let's enjoy this place. We won't find another place like this, says Buggy. The crew is exploring Shandora happily because they can see gold everywhere. Enel is the happiest among them. This guy is addicted to gold, a very strange addiction. He almost takes a piece of gold wall, but he stops when Buggy glares at him from afar. It's not that Buggy doesn't want the gold, but every loot is the crew's loot. No one is allowed to take it without Captain's permission. After touring around the city, the clowns eat together in its plaza. It's a very nice experience to eat while being surrounded by gold. They believe that they must be the only pirate crew who has done it because Roger pirates didn't do it in the past when they were here. While they eat, they suddenly feel some presence getting closer to them. They look at the ones coming and see some people in white clothing. There's an old man in the middle and he is surrounded by some guards. Well, isn't this the god of Skypiea? What business that you have with pirates like us that make you come by yourself? Aren't you afraid that we'll do something bad to you? Or maybe you have gone senile? Asks Buggy. Indeed, the old man who comes with some guards is the current god of Skypiea, Ganfall. Insolence! How dare you talk like that to God? Shouts a guard while pointing his spear at Buggy. You better put that spear down, buddy. My crew doesn't like their captain being threatened like this, says Buggy while smirking. The guard looks at the clowns who are holding their weapons, ready to strike anytime. Then he suddenly sees a gold staff that comes from behind besides his left cheek. Enel has flashed behind him without his realization. You better do as my captain said. I can strike all of you here in an instant. After he said the word, says Enel. The guard gulps his saliva nervously and Ganfall finally tells him to put his spear down. He follows his god's order and then Buggy tells Enel to return. I'm sorry for that, he is just doing his job, says Ganfall. I'm sure he is. So, what's your business with us? Asks Buggy. Well, you have entered the upper yard, a forbidden ground. So we must warn you and find out your reason to enter this place. You even destroy the cloud that covered this place, so you must have searched for something. As the authorities of Skypiea, we need to know what you're doing here, says Ganfall. Forbidden ground? Strange. I came here 5 years ago and could enter this place just fine. I even climb the giant jack and no one has a problem with it, says Buggy teasingly. 5 years ago? Ah. You are that kid from Roger's crew, says Ganfall in realization. Ha, you finally remember it, senile god, says Buggy. Ganfall waves his hand apologetically and says, ha ha ha, it's been 5 years, so I can't remember all of you clearly. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Banks. It's Buggy. And don't combine my name with Shanks, says Buggy pissedly. The clowns are holding their laugh now because of Ganfall's mistake to remember Buggy's name. Banks have an entirely different meaning, so it's really funny. Haha, sorry. There are too many of you back then. So I can't remember everyone. Then, can you tell me why you're here, Buggy? Asks Ganfall. Sigh, take a sit first, old man. You actually come at the right time. There's something that I want to talk about with you, says Buggy. Ganfall nods and sits in front of Buggy. The guards are standing near them, but Ganfall tells them to sit down too. Mantis then gives them all food because the clowns are in the middle of lunch. The guards are wary of the food, but Ganfall just eats it without any alertness. It surprises the guards, but he calms them down again and tells them to just eat. They eat the food like him too and get hypnotized by the food, so they start to devour it as if they haven't eaten for days. After lunch, Buggy finally talks with Ganfall. Cricket also joins the talk while the rest of the crew are walking around the City of Gold again. They are still amazed by this place and want to see every detail here. Old man, do you want to stop the war with Shandians? Asks Buggy. Of course. It's my number one wish. This war has taken a lot of lives from both sides for 400 years. If I can stop this endless war, then I will do it, says Ganfall. Do you want me to help you? Asks Buggy. Ganfall gets surprised and asks back, can you help me? I won't offer this if I can't. Well, what I can help with is increasing your chance to make peace with Shandians. You still need to convince your people by yourself, says Buggy. No problem. I can always talk with my people, but it is very hard and almost impossible to talk with the Shandians. If you can help me with that, then I will give you anything that I can provide, says Ganfall. Alright, that's a deal then. Now, can you tell me where the Shandians live now? Asks Buggy. Ganfall nods and then tells Buggy where the Shandians live. They live on a cloud island quite far from Upper Yard and Angel Island. It's easy to go there, but it's very hard to enter the island because the Shandians guard it very tightly. Still, I never thought that this is Shandora, the city that the Shandians have been searching for. It is right below the palace and has been covered by the cloud all this time. How could you find it? Asks Ganfall. No, how couldn't you find it? 400 years aren't a short time and none of you even think of investigating below the cloud. Asks Buggy. We were too focused on defending the upper yard from Shandians, says Ganfall. Defending it for what? I don't see any change in upper yard since 5 years ago. What's your real purpose for upper yard that you people are fighting for 400 years? Don't you guys value the earth because it's better for growing plants than the clouds? Then why didn't I see any farm in this place and only see hundreds of years old plants? What benefit that your people have felt from having upper yard? Is it worth your effort and sacrifices in this 400 years war? By leaving upper yard like this, aren't you wasting everything that you've done? Asks Buggy. That's, Ganfall is unable to say anything. Think about that with your people, old man. You can't develop upper yard because you are always in constant worry of being attacked. If you just make peace with Shandians and manage this place together, then you'll prosper for sure. Let them think if this war is really worth it. Will their lives turn better by winning the war or by making peace with Shandians, says Buggy. After some more talks, Ganfall leaves the clowns with many things in his mind. Buggy let the old man think about it with his people. This is their problem and Buggy is just giving some advice. Alright, get ready. We will meet the Shandians, says Buggy to his crew. Chapter 178, Shandians. After meeting with Ganfall, the clowns leave Shandora. Most of them are reluctant to leave the gold there, but Buggy assures them that the gold won't go anywhere. He even orders the giant snake to guard it so they can leave it without any worry. They return to their ship and then go to the Shandians' place. Buggy tells his crew to prepare themselves because the Shandians will surely attack them. But he tells them to not kill anyone because it will ruin their purpose to come there. Captain, why do you want to help them stop this war? It's not like you are affected by it and even cricket is not affected. If it's for the thing between Noland and Shandians, then shouldn't you help the Shandians to win this war? Asks Dion. Buggy gets silent for a moment before saying, it's because of Captain Roger. When we were here a few years ago, Captain Roger wanted to help this place to stop its war. But he didn't have much time, so he couldn't help. What he said was like a promise to me, so I want to fulfill that promise because he can't do it. I see him as a father figure, that's why I will finish his promise and do what he couldn't do while he's still alive. That includes saving Wano. That's quite complicated, but I understand it. Well, I will still follow your order even if the reason isn't that deep, says Dion. Buggy just smiles and looks forward. What he said just now is actually just a small part of his reason. His biggest reason is that he wants to change a lot of things in this world. He lives years before the series started, so he knows he can change a lot of things. It really excites him knowing he can change history, in a sense. Knowing where the world will go and changing it as he likes is very exciting for him. But there's another reason too. It's because he has recruited Enel. Without Enel, Skypiea won't enter a very big crisis. That means the Straw Hats and Skypiea won't have the same enemy. If that happens, then the Straw Hats' appearance might not stop the war. Although they might still be able to stop the war even without the main antagonist, Enel. They are the main characters of this world and have the power of Oda behind them. No one in this world can defend against that. I wonder if Oda is the one who sent me here? Maybe he was just fantasizing about Buggy being different and this happened. I hope he isn't angry that I changed too many things already. Lord Oda, please don't erase my existence, thinks Buggy idiotically. Boom. Suddenly, he gets shot by a cannon when he thinks about that stupid thing while standing on the front railing. The shot creates a big explosion that engulfs his whole body and he flings a few meters back. It surprises everyone in the crew because it happens so suddenly. Captain! Shouts everyone panicky. They rush at Buggy but then some people with masks jump onto their ship and attack them with bazookas. The clowns don't have any choice but to fight these people. But it's not as easy as they thought because these people can make small cloud roads and move around on them. Bastard! Who shot me just now? Damn, that scared the hell out of me. I thought Oda really want to erase my existence just now, shouts Buggy angrily as he gets up. Buggy has his shirt burnt and his body is bruised with some blood coming out of his mouth. He wasn't ready for the attack because he was daydreaming just now. Even so, his condition isn't so bad and he only gets light injuries. "Captain, are you okay?" asks Cricket. "Do I seem okay?" "I've just got big psychological damage," says Buggy pistedly. "I don't know that a cannon shot caused psychological damage," says Palu with a sweat drop. Buggy is pissed now because he is very shocked by that attack. He almost gets a heart attack even though his heart isn't in his body. His heart is always kept in a safe box and placed in a safe location that is only known by him. He looks at the one who shot him just now. It's a man who wears a tribal mask and holds a hand cannon. The man has a pair of wings on his back that are shorter than the Birkins and even the Skypians. "Was it you, Shandian?" asks Buggy while walking toward the man. He can't see the man's expression, but it's clear that the man is very surprised that he is fine. The man points his hand cannon at Buggy and shoots again. But his shot gets blocked by Buggy's haki-covered hand. Buggy then rushes at the man and punches him. The man blocks it with his cannon but still gets flung back because Buggy's punch is too strong for him. The punch even breaks his cannon and deforms it. He falls on the white sea but doesn't sink into it because his shoes make a solid cloud for him to stand. The man looks at Buggy and his cannon before whistling. Then all the masked attackers leave the ship and get away. "Ruvel.m. The clowns want to attack them but Buggy stops his crew. It will be more difficult to talk with the Shandians later if they attack those guys and possibly kill some of them. He knows his crew's capability and it is easy for them to kill these Shandians." "Who are they, Captain?" asks Jude. "Shandians, the ones we are looking for," says Buggy. "They don't seem to like us." "Can we even talk with them?" asks Manhwa. "They don't like anyone outside of their tribe, so it will be the same even if they don't attack us just now. We're actually lucky that they didn't attack us right after we arrived on the White Sea. It would be problematic if they attacked when we were adapting to this environment," says Buggy. "Isn't that mean they will attack us when we get closer to their place?" asks Magnus. "That's what that old man told us." "Didn't you hear him?" asks Buggy. The crew shakes their head and makes Buggy sigh. "Don't worry, I already have a plan," says Buggy. The clowns continue their way to the Shandians' place. Now they watch their surroundings more carefully in case those people attack them again. But they don't get attacked again while they search for the village. The Shandians' village is actually very hard to find because it's hidden between clouds. Ganfall only gave Buggy the rough estimation of the village's location. So they need to search around the estimated location carefully. But it is not a problem for Buggy to find it with his observation haki. Besides, even if he doesn't use it, the Shandians have shown it themselves. A lot more Shandian warriors appear from the clouds and surround the Black Pearl. "Blue Sea people, leave this place immediately before you regret it," says the same man who attacked Buggy before. "Regret it? You are the one who will regret it if you attack us. I know about you, Shandians. And I know what you're searching for," says Buggy. "Humph, cut your crap. We won't believe," says the man before Buggy cuts his words. "Mont Blanc Noland," says Cricket. The man gets surprised and says, "You? How? Don't tell me. Why don't we talk, Shandians?" asks Buggy. Chapter 179, Village Hidden in the Clouds. The Shandians are surprised to hear Nolan's name. "How do you know that name?" asks the Shandian group leader. "My name is Mont Blanc Cricket, I'm sure you know what that means," says Cricket. The leader gets even more surprised and says, "Why you, are you?" "I am Nolan's descendant," says Cricket. "Rider, don't believe him immediately. This is too much of a coincidence," says a Shandian. "Well, he is correct, it will be hard to believe. So why don't we talk and make everything clear?" asks Buggy. The leader thinks about it for a while before asking, "What do you know about Noland and our tribe?" Cricket grins and then starts to tell everything he knows. He tells them everything that Noland wrote in his journal about Shandians. Now the Shandians can't deny that Cricket is Noland's descendant, but they are still wary of him. I will believe that you are Noland's descendant for now. But I won't trust you just yet. Come with me to meet my tribe chief, but it's just you, don't bring anyone else, says Ryder. That won't do, at least let my captain go with me, says Cricket. Fine, but we'll need to restrain you, says Ryder. No problem, says Buggy. The Shandians then get on the ship and tie Buggy and Cricket's hands. Buggy orders his crew to wait on the ship and not make any trouble. Then both he and Cricket are taken to Shandian's hidden village. They dived into the cloud and go around for some time. Buggy smirks because he knows they want to hide their village's location from him and Cricket. But he has felt many people's presence from the start, so he knows where the village is located. Well, it's not like I care about their village's location because I won't attack them. There's no benefit in doing that. The City of Gold is more interesting to us than this village. But this reminds me of Kumagakure in Naruto, thinks Buggy. After going around for some time, they finally enter the village. The Shandian warriors are surrounding Buggy and Cricket while they walk to make sure they don't try anything funny. The villagers are looking at them curiously because they never have outsiders in their village. I thought you'll build your houses from clouds too, like the people in Angel Island, says Cricket while looking at the Shandians' houses that look more like tents than houses. We don't do that here. These kinds of houses were the ones that our ancestors used. So this is our tradition and we need to preserve it, says Ryder. But where did you get the materials to build these houses? Asks Buggy. From Blue Sea people that came here. We usually attack them and take what we need, says Ryder. Oh, but you didn't attack us when we came yesterday, says Buggy. We were just attacking God's army yesterday, so we didn't have time for that. Enough, we have arrived, says Ryder. They arrived in front of the biggest house or tent here. It is the chief's house and many people are here now. The people there are surprised to see Buggy and Cricket, and they immediately point their weapons at the two of them. Ryder, what's the meaning of this? What are you bringing Blue Sea people here? Shouts a man angrily. I have my reason, Taki, and it is important. The chief needs to know this, says Ryder. You want the chief to meet these two? Are you crazy? Even if you are the great hero Kalgara's descendant, I won't let you endanger the chief's life, says Taki angrily. Suddenly, a voice is heard from inside. Enough, Taki. Let them in. Chief. But, says Taki. Ryder won't do this without good reason. If you're that worried, then just get in too, says the chief. Taki finally lets them in even though he doesn't really want to. Then he and some more warriors also enter the tent to guard the chief. Inside, there are some people that seem to be the village's elders and in the middle is the chief. Is he the same chief that the Straw Hats meet, I wonder, thinks Buggy. Buggy then sees a little kid with a mohawk cut who clings onto Ryder after he entered the tent. The little kid reminds Buggy of someone. Is he Whipper? He must be Ryder's son because that tacky guy said Ryder is Kalgara's descendant. He is still a little kid. Damn, it makes me feel really old now, thinks Buggy. Ryder, I hope you have a good explanation for this, says the chief. Yes, this man here said that his name is Mont Blanc Cricket, says Ryder. What? Says everyone in surprise. I know you guys don't believe it because I was the same. So I interrogated him about many things and he explained the story about Noland and our tribe really well. That's why I took him here to meet with you, Chief, says Ryder. Everyone is still in shock and they murmur before the chief says, I'm sorry to ask this, but can you repeat the story so we all can hear it? Sigh, do I really need to repeat that long story? Asks Cricket tiredly. Why don't you just give them that? Asks Buggy. I left it in my room, says Cricket. Then you need to repeat the story. You want to know the truth, so you need to work on it, says Buggy. Damn, that will be tiring, grumbles Cricket before he starts to tell them the story again. As Cricket narrates the story, the Shandayans are getting more surprised. Cricket can narrate the story really well and it matches the story that gets passed down in their tribe. Now they really believe that Cricket is Nolan's descendant and they start to cry. I can't believe that Nolan's descendant will find us here, says the chief while crying happily. Oi, don't get the wrong idea about this. I search for the City of Gold not to fulfill Nolan's promise or anything. I just want to find out if he is a liar like what people said or not. This is just a fight between me and the man who has ruined my life, says Cricket. That's also fine. No matter what your reason is, you are still here to meet us, that is the fact. As for the City of Gold, it also exists. But it is in Upper Yard and currently, we are not having control over it, I'm sorry, says the chief. Don't worry, we've gone there just now, says Buggy. The Shandayans get very surprised and the chief asks, why you've gone there? You found Shandora? Yeah, it is right on the bottom of Giant Jack, covered by cloud. But we didn't find the golden bell there, says Cricket. What? The golden bell isn't there? Asks the chief. Damn, God's army must have taken it, says Ryder. Don't worry, it's not them, says Buggy. How could you know? Asks the chief. Because I've seen it, 5 years ago, says Buggy. What? Where is it? Asks Ryder. I will tell you about it later, but for now, I have another thing to discuss. Do you want to stop this war? Asks Buggy. Chapter 180, Golden Bell. Buggy says the same thing that he said to Ganfall toward the Shandayans. He knows it will be more difficult to convince the Shandayans because Upper Yard was originally theirs. But if they really care more about the future of their tribe, then they will choose peace over war. Then just like what he thought, they don't accept it happily. Some people agree with what Buggy said, some are not sure, while the rest disagree. He doesn't care about what they think, he is just saying what he thinks is the best. You can have your war for hundreds more years if you want. But that will cost you your children's lives. If you don't care about it, then go on with the war and perish from history, says Buggy before he and Cricket leave. What should be a happy occasion because their long-awaited friend finally arrived has turned into another conflict. You're very mean, Captain. They were just about to celebrate my arrival here, you know, says Cricket while they are escorted back to their ship. Ha, celebrating while they're still in a war. That will just be an insult to their ancestors who have sacrificed their lives. Right, Ryder? Asks Buggy while grinning. Ryder doesn't say anything and just keeps walking. Buggy smirks and says, that kid, is he your son? He looks like a tough kid and will be a good warrior. I guess he will join the war in a few years and get hurt too. Who knows, maybe he will die. Watch your mouth, Blue Sea Man. Even if you are a friend of Nolan's descendant, I won't forgive you for what you said, says Ryder as he grabs Buggy's collar. Then, will you forgive yourself if that really happens? What I said is a possibility that can happen in a war. Death always happens in every war. Will you let your child goes through that path instead of having a happy life without danger? Choose what you want to protect. The past or the future, says Buggy. Ryder's hands tremble as he clicks his tongue and releases Buggy's collar. They don't talk again until they arrive on Black Pearl. The clowns then leave the area and go to Angel Island to rest because it's almost night. Just like yesterday, the boys are enjoying themselves tonight, most of them. They won't have another chance to enjoy their time with real angels in the near future. It won't take long for them to reach New World and they won't go to Sky Island for an unknown time. Captain, what's the plan after this? Asks Cricket while he eats on the ship with the other executives. We'll go to Upper Yard tomorrow and see the Golden Bell. Then we will take it and put it in Shandora before taking the gold in that city. It's the payment for helping them find the golden bell, says Buggy. Leave the looting to me, I will finish it in no time, says Enel excitedly. You sure act fast if it's about gold, says Dion. Sure, but don't try to steal some for yourself. You won't like what will happen to you next, says Buggy while smirking. Humph, I am not that low, says Enel while shivering. Golden bell, hey? I wonder how it sounds like, says Jude. The next day, they go to Upper Yard again and split into two groups. One group will take the gold in the city, it's led by Enel. Palu is in this team to supervise Enel so he won't steal some pieces for himself. All normal members except the kids are in this team too. The other group is made of the other executives and the kids. They climb the giant jack to take the golden bell. It's easy to climb the jack with Magnus' help. The others just need to sit on his head as he climbs. Some time later, they reach a wide cloud in the middle of giant jack. It is where God's palace is located. The guards are alerted and order them to leave, but they ignore it and keep climbing. Of course, the guards don't like it and attack them. Buggy and Co will be more than happy to fight them in normal time, but they don't want to waste time now. So Buggy just uses his conqueror haki to knock them out. So troublesome. We just climb a giant tree and they disturb us, says Buggy pissedly. Well, we are trespassing their palace, after all, says Mantis. Sigh, I should have just cut this thing, says Buggy. They finally reached the top after some minutes and get on a small solid cloud. On the cloud, there is a very big golden bell with poneglyph in its base. So this is the golden bell, hey? Now everything that Nolan said has been proved, says Cricket while smiling. Ooh, there is a poneglyph too. Robin will be elated if she sees this, says Jude. I'm sure she'll see it in the future. That's why we need to make it easier for her by taking this thing down there. But before that, let's hear how it sounds, says Buggy while smirking. The other smiles because they also want to hear the legendary golden bell's sound. Is this okay, Captain? Can we ring the bell without the Shandians' permission? The same thing also applied to the gold in the city. That is Shandian city, right? Can we just take the gold without their approval? Asks Brooke. Why would we need their permission or approval? We are pirates, you know. We do what we want and take what we want. If they want to blame someone, then they need to blame themselves for not protecting it even after we take it, says Buggy while smirking. Cricket also smirks as he gets on the bell. Captain is right. If you want something, get it by yourself. This bell's sound makes you curious, right? So am I. Bam! Cricket punches the bell with moderate strength to not break it. Dong dong dong! The golden bell's sounds are very loud, but also very soft and nice. Their ears aren't hurt even though they are very close to it. They all are amazed by the sounds and they really enjoy it. The bell sounds also resonate all over Skypiea and even reach the blue sea below. The clowns who are working below stop their work to hear the sounds. Everyone else also stops what they are doing so they can hear the bell. Of course, the Shandians also hear it from their hidden village. They are very surprised to hear the golden bell. Now they finally believe that Buggy really knows the golden bell's location. The Shandians are crying because finally, the golden bell is ringing even though it's not by them. After the bell's sounds stop, Buggy carves something beside Odin's writing. He also wants to leave a message like Roger even though he can't write poneglyph language. His message is simple, the clown pirates are here too. Robin, if you find this, please help me write this in poneglyph language, Buggy. No need to ask her like that, right? Embarrassing, says Mantis. It might look silly, but it also means that I believe Robin will come here, says Buggy while grinning. The clowns sigh before they prepare to take the bell down from the top of Jack. They install some jet dials below and beside the cloud before cutting the cloud. It reduced their falling speed and finally they landed beside Shandora. Enel's eyes glitter and he pants like a dog when he sees the golden bell. But a warning from Buggy stops him from wanting to take the golden bell too. The looting of Shandara's gold has finished, so Buggy gives his order. "Let's run," says Buggy. "Hey!" says everyone confusedly. "Why should we run?" asks Jude. "The Shandayans and Skypieans are surely on their way here now. It will be troublesome, so we need to run and return to Blue Sea. Let them finish their business, we've done what we could." "Let's go," says Buggy. The clowns nod before they pack everything and run away from there with the giant snake's help. Their journey on Skypiea finishes fast. Chapter 181, Return to Blue Sea. The clowns leave Shandora by riding the giant snake. They reach their ship in a short time and immediately sail away from Upper Yard. The snake seems sad, so they give it some food and say that they'll return one day, making it happy. They move fast before the Shandayans and Skypieans find them. In a short time, they reach the end of the White Sea and prepare to get down. Those who know how they'll get down just smirk and didn't tell the others about it. "Captain, how will we get down from here?" asks Magnus. "Hee, you'll see it," says Buggy. The Black Pearl reaches the corner and of course, they fall. Everyone is shocked and have their eyes pop out from their socket. "Gyah!" shouts the crew scaredly. "Gyah! We fall, we fall. My eyes are popping out. Ah, but I don't have eyes, yo ho ho ho. Gyah! says Brooke. "Brooke, it's not the time for your joke. We will die if we don't do something," shouts Magnus. "Don't worry, just wait and see," says Cricket. Pfft! Buggy suddenly blows a flute and then a giant octopus comes out of the cloud. It jumps onto them and makes the guys scared. They want to attack it, but Palu stops them and tells them to just watch. The octopus grabs their ship and their falling speed reduces significantly. Those who aren't ready fall on their face because of the sudden speed reduction. Buggy and Co who have anticipated it laugh when they see their crewmates fall. "Captain, you should have just told us about this," says Magnus. "Then it won't be an exciting experience for you and it won't be fun. Also, you need to feel what we felt back then when we got down from Birka," says Buggy while smirking. "That last sentence sounds to be the real reason," says Brooke. "Ha ha ha, it is. But this is still fun, right?" asks Buggy. The crew just answers with a long sigh because they know their captain very well. He likes thrill even if it might kill him, and he will make his crew feel that thrill too. None of them can stop it, so they can only do their best to survive. "It seems we won't die because we get killed by enemies. Captain's hobby to seek for thrill will kill us first," says a man. "Yeah, I agree," says another man, followed by everyone's nod. The shipwright team then install some heat dials below the octopus to keep its size. They descend slowly and it will take time for them to reach the sea. So they use their time to manage their loot and distribute it. "Sigh, distributing the loot is very troublesome," says Buggy tiredly while he counts everyone's share. "Well, there are many factors when counting the shares, after all. We also need to be fair so everyone will be satisfied," says Jude. "Let's find a secretary before we reach New World. I don't want to take care of something like this forever. I'm a pirate, not a company leader," says Buggy. "I agree with you, but we need to be very careful when choosing a secretary. That person will take care of our money, after all. So we need to take someone that we can fully trust," says Cricket. "Yeah, that's the most important thing," says Buggy. Knock knock, someone knocks on the meeting room door from outside. "What is it?" asks Buggy. "Captain, we almost reach the sea. But there is a problem," says the man who knocked on the door. Buggy raises an eyebrow before going out with the executives. They look at the problem and it makes Buggy sigh. They are on top of a marine base, G8. To think that we'll enter a filler arc instead of following the canon. Sigh, I never expect this, thinks Buggy. What should we do, Captain? Asks Cricket. Do we have time to avoid landing inside the base? Asks Buggy to Ruff. Yeah, we can avoid it if we use all of our jet dials immediately, says Ruff. Then let's do it immediately, says Buggy. The others nod and immediately move to do his order. They use their jet dials to push the ship to the front so it won't land on G8. Luckily, they've bought a lot of new dials on Skypiea, so they have enough jet dials to push the ship at a rather high speed. The Black Pearl move away from G8 and finally landed on the sea. Buggy is relieved that now they don't need to fight the Marine. It will just waste their energy because there's no benefit in fighting the Marine in their base. Although a Marine base will surely have some treasures from the pirates that they've caught and they also have money to fund their base. But fighting the Marine in their base is troublesome because they have a lot of advantages. I am not Luffy and this is not One Piece series. So who knows what will happen if I enter G8. I am not Luffy and don't have the luck that allows him to play around in G8, thinks Buggy. The clowns sail away and move to the next island pointed by log pose, which should be Longring Longland Island. They'll just follow the route again instead of using Eternal Pose. This is the proper way to explore Grand Line, after all. But some minutes after they sail away from G8, a report come from their scout on Crow Nest. A marine ship is chasing them and it must have come from G8. They look at it and get serious when they know the one who leads the marine unit. Sakazuki, why is he here? Asks Cricket. Probably his unit was rescued by a unit from G8 after their ship got flipped by the knock upstream. They must have come here after that and haven't left. It has just been 3 days, after all, says Dion. Furthermore, Sakazuki is a very persistent person. He might have purposely wait for us here, says Buggy. How did he know that we'll land here? Asks Magnus confusedly. Because this base is close with the route that we use right now. Marine bases aren't located in any route, but they are always close with one. Even if the wind blows us away from the route, we will still follow the route in the end. That's why he chooses to stay here so he can chase us anytime, says Buggy. Ooh, says the crew in understanding. Well, that or he still can't leave G8 yet. His ship might haven't arrived, so his unit can't leave just yet. Anyway, we need to fight him on the sea. His devil fruit is too dangerous to be fought on land. Fighting him on the sea is more advantageous. Prepare the weapons. Ruff, let's test that one, says Buggy. Ruff grins and nods before he leaves to prepare the weapon. The crew also moves to prepare their ship's weapons. They've experienced many naval battles in the last months when they explore the first and second islands. So they know what they need to do. Why don't we just outrun them? That is not Sakazuki's ship, it's just a normal ship from G8. There's no way that ship can chase us at full speed, says Dion while the crew prepares the weapons. I've considered that, but I won't do that. If the enemy is someone else then I will surely do what you suggest. But this is different because the chaser is Sakazuki, says Buggy. Why is it? Asks Dion confusedly. Because he is strong. He is a good opponent to test the weapon that Ruff has just finished. We are using Sakazuki as our guinea pig, says Buggy. Sometime later, Ruff returns and says that the weapon is ready. Buggy smirks and says, good, let the fun begin. Chapter 182, New Weapon. Sakazuki's unit is right on their tail and the clowns are ready to fight. They've prepared a secret weapon that will be used to attack Sakazuki's unit. Most of the crew and even some executives don't know what this weapon is, so they are waiting for it. Creak bam! Suddenly, the backside of Black Pearl opens and something comes out. It is the secret weapon that Ruff has made with Palu's help. The weapon has 2 long metal arms with a 50 cm gap between them. There are 2 chairs behind the weapon that have some handles and buttons near them. One chair is placed right behind the weapon and Enel sits on it. Ruff sits on the chair that is placed a little on the left and the scope is placed in front of him. What kind of weapon is this? Asks Mantis. Well, just wait and see. Enel, Ruff, do it, says Buggy. I. Replies Ruff. Let's destroy them, says Enel. Enel and Ruff get ready to activate the weapon. Enel grabs two metal handles in front of him and flows his lightning onto the handle. The two metal arms glow bright and a bright ball appears in the gap. Ruff controls the weapon and aims it toward Sakazuki's ship. Vice Admiral Sakazuki, something glows behind the black pearl, says a marine soldier. Do you know what that is? Asks Sakazuki. We aren't sure, but it might be something to help them escape, says the soldier. I won't be so sure with that. The Black Pearl can outrun this normal battleship with their usual method. So it is very unlikely that they want to escape, says Yamakaji. Then what is it? Asks the soldier. Who knows? Might be a weapon or something, says Yamakaji. Surely you jest. The distance between our ships is still too far. Even Marine's best cannon can't reach half of this distance, says the Marine. Well, that's just a possibility, says Yamakaji. Doesn't matter. We will crush whatever it is that those pirates will use. They won't have the same luck as before. Get ready for battle, says Sakazuki. The marine soldiers nod and prepare themselves. They don't know what the clowns will do, but their objective won't change. With Sakazuki and Yamakaji here, they all know that they don't need to worry about losing. But they still don't know the clown's power yet. How long again, Ruff, Enel? Asks Buggy. We're ready, Captain, says Ruff. Buggy grins hearing that and immediately gives his order, shoot. ZZT swish. The bright lightning ball gets shot by the weapon. It flies right above the sea and splits the waves. It moves at a very high speed toward Sakazuki's ship. The lightning bullet will reach the marine ship in a matter of seconds. The Marines see it coming and get surprises at its speed. Sakazuki even widens his eyes seeing the lightning bullet's speed. Without any hesitation, he jumps to the front railing while activating his devil fruit power. His right hand turns into magma and he sends a punch forward. Sakazuki then shouts, "Great eruption, Dai Funka!" A big amount of magma is shot from Sakazuki's hand. His technique is executed just right on time to block the incoming lightning bullet. Both lightning and magma clash and create a big impact. The clash creates a rather big explosion that even pushes the marine ship back. Sakazuki's magma splattered everywhere and he also gets pushed back. He isn't that prepared to block such an attack, after all. But he just gets pushed without getting any injury. His destroyed right hand also regenerates again because it's just his magma. It really shows his monstrous strength and his strong Logia devil fruit. Still, even if Sakazuki is fine, the ship doesn't seem to be fine like him. The front side is destroyed badly, so now it has a big hole in the front. It can still be used to sail, but that will be very risky because water can enter the ship easily now. What was that? It was very fast and can cover such a long distance, says Yamakaji. Devil fruit, it must be a devil fruit power, says Sakazuki. Lightning power, it must be that Enel. Vice Admiral, what should we do? It doesn't seem possible to chase them with our ship's current state, says Yamakaji. Sakazuki wants to answer, but then they see the same light from Black Pearl. The marine soldiers widen their eyes while Sakazuki clicks his tongue. He moves to the front and prepares his power. He won't get pushed again now when he is ready. ZZT swish. The clowns shoot the weapon again, but now it's different. They shoot the newest buggy ball instead of a lightning bullet again. The buggy ball has a diameter of 40 centimeters and is red in color. Also, it has higher explosive power now. The buggy ball flies at a high speed too, but it's not as fast as the lightning bullet. It is far heavier, so of course, it's not as fast as an energy bullet. However, it's still a lot faster than a normal cannonball's speed. The Marines see the buggy ball comes to them and get ready for it. It has a lower speed than the lightning bullet, so they have time to prepare themselves. Yamakagi now gets in the front instead of Sakazuki. If it's this fast, then I can cut it, says Yamakagi as he swings his sword down. A slashing arc appears from Yamakagi's sword and it moves toward the buggy ball. It hits the ball and cuts it easily like butter. The ball gets split into two and the two parts fly to each side of the battleship. Buggy sees it and grins, kaboom! Boom boom! The two halves of buggy ball explode right beside the marine battleship. If it's just a normal cannonball, then it won't be a problem. But the buggy ball has far bigger explosive power than a normal cannonball. As a result, the explosion of each half is enough to break the ship's hull. Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, the hull on each side is broken. We can't continue to sail with this ship, reports a marine soldier. TCH, they've aimed it, says Sakazuki angrily. It seems we've fell into their trap, says Yamakagi. The clowns grin seeing Sakazuki's unit stop chasing them. But Buggy isn't satisfied yet because there is one more test for the weapon. He orders Enel and Ruff to activate the weapon again and also tells Palu to help them. Do it, says Buggy. They use the weapon again but now they use normal-sized bullets. Palu throws a normal-sized bullet one by one into the weapon. Then it starts to shoot the bullets rapidly toward the marine battleship. The marine is confused because the clowns still want to attack them even though they don't chase the crew again. So they get ready for another attack. But they can't see it because the normal bullets are too small to be seen from this distance. They just realized it when it gets very close so they can't defend it. The bullets hit the ship and some marine soldiers. High-ranked officers like Sakazuki and Yamakagi can defend themselves obviously. But even they can't defend their comrades from the rapid fire. When the clowns finally stops shooting, many holes appear on the ship's body and sail. Many marine soldiers also get injured or killed by the bullets. Now the marine unit really can't chase the clown. They clearly get defeated by the clown in this naval battle. Buggy grins seeing it and says, "Railgun first test complete. Let's leave this place now." Chapter 183, Long Ring Long Land. Leaving Sakazuki's unit with a broken ship, the clowns headed to the next island. Ruff is evaluating the railgun after using it to defeat Sakazuki's unit. It has good power but Enel said it needs a lot of energy to use so Ruff is trying to fix that issue. Meanwhile, Buggy is teaching armament haki to Enel. He couldn't injure Sakazuki before because he couldn't use it. Without armament, the railgun will be useless against some devil fruit users that can nullify Enel's lightning power. So that weapon can only be used by Enel, hey? Asks Cricket. Yeah, for now. Ruff and I plan to make a strong electric generator for the railgun's energy source. So the previous test was to measure the energy needed by the railgun, says Buggy. That means anyone can use it after we have the generator. Asks Mantis. That's right. It will be meaningless if only Enel can use it. He is our helmsman, so he can't always use the railgun when we are in naval battles, says Buggy. But the railgun's attack range seems to be very long. Won't we need a good sniper to use it? Asks Dion. Buggy smirks and says, we already have a good sniper. Hey? Who? Asks Dion. Oi, didn't you see it yourself? Ruff could hit Sakazuki's ship perfectly from such a long distance. He is already better than most snipers in the world, says Buggy. Now that you mention it, he really did well, says Dion. He always needs to test his weapons. Maybe that's why his shot can have high accuracy, says Cricket. The clowns keep moving to the next island while doing many things. Most of them train during the days while doing what they like and do their jobs every now and then. Training has become their routine since they joined the crew, so they always train every day. Buggy and Cricket also have given the crew some martial arts manuals to learn including Hashoken. They can train any martial art that they like. Most of the martial arts manuals were bought on Karate Island when they stayed there to train. The only thing that Buggy hasn't given to them is the Haki training method. To get it, they need to gain his approval first. They don't just need sufficient strength to get it, but also need to have enough contribution for the crew and show their loyalty. Well, it all depends on Buggy's decision in the end. After 4 days of sailing, they finally reach the next island, Long Ring Long Land. The crew is amazed at the island's uniqueness. Everything here has a long size including the name. They arrived on the island right when the water level dropped. So now the small island parts are connected and shaped like a big ring. But they don't find any humans on where they landed. The people who live here must have gone to another part. The log change in this island is 2 days, so they can enjoy their time a little here. But without any town, they can't fully enjoy their time because this place feels like an uninhabited island. Some people live here, but the crew doesn't want to bother searching, so they just stay near their ship and enjoy their time. At night, they see the water lever raises and split the island into 10 smaller islands. It's very interesting and makes them amazed. Buggy is the most excited among them because he never thought that he would see this phenomenon happen with his own eyes. We come at the perfect time. I want to see the whole island resurface, but it just happens once a year, so I need to wait for next year, says Buggy. Ah, I want to see it too, even though I don't have eyes, yo ho ho ho, says Brooke. Then, let's buy you a pair of eyes in black market. Manhwa will attach it to you. In fact, let's buy every organ that you don't have, says Jude while grinning sinisterly. Brooke gets scared and says, please no, I was just joking. I'm satisfied with being a skeleton. Hee, I was just joking too, says Jude. Don't joke like that, it's scary and disgusting, says Manhwa. The next day a pirate crew also landed on the island. Tension rises between the two crews and Buggy doesn't hesitate to attack the other crew. He orders his crew to initiate the attack and they all immediately get into action. The other crew is quite a big crew with 132 people including the crew's captain. They have a total bounty of 212 million with their captain having an 82 million bounty. This crew is quite tough for the clown's normal members, but they still manage to defeat it without the strong members' help. The executives who join the battle are just Brooke and Ruff. They need more battle experiences, so this weaker crew is the perfect opponent. The enemy's number is higher, but their strength is lower, so Buggy doesn't need to worry about losing any of his crewmates. Buggy watches Brooke's battle and is very satisfied with it. The skeleton's swordsmanship has improved a lot since they started to spar now and then. Brooke also has started to grasp the usage of his soul in a battle. The skeleton is doing well and defeating a lot of enemies. Ruff also doing well, but his demeanor in his battle is not pleasant. He is acting like a maniac that shoots and throws his weapons anywhere. That guy makes some strange weapons again, says Palu while looking at Ruff's new weapons. Some of Ruff's new weapons are liquid that only melt the clothes, stinky gas bombs, bombs filled with rotten food, etc. It seems he just used whatever materials he got and made something out of those, says Enel with a sweat drop. Well, he surely couldn't be picky, says Cricket. The battle between both crews ends just in 15 minutes. It will be a lot faster if all executives join the battle, but it will be meaningless. They need to strengthen their crew members and give them more battle experience. Besides, the enemies this time are too weak for them, so it will just be a boring battle. Of course, the clowns loot the enemy ship and take all their valuables. Surprisingly, the enemy crew is quite wealthy with many treasures and money. They even have a devil fruit, which really shocked Buggy. A Zoan type. Bird fruit, model, owl. Not bad. Do you want it, Bastia? Asks Buggy to the man who found the devil fruit, Bastia. Bastia, a man with an average look and brown hair, gets surprised before stuttering, "Yeah? Me. Yeah, you know the rule. The one who finds the devil fruit has the right to use it however they like. You can eat it or sell it to anyone in the crew. But you are prohibited to sell it outside. So, what will you do? Just reminding you, you won't get the other loot if you choose the devil fruit. This one fruit itself is worth a lot more than the share from today's loot, says Buggy. Bastia gulps his saliva and thinks for a while before deciding to eat the devil fruit. The others are jealous, but they still cheer for their comrades' luck. They all know the rules since they joined and have agreed to it, so they can't complain now. Besides, having one of their comrades get stronger is a good thing. After looking and hesitating for a bit, Bastia eats the devil fruit. Its horrible taste makes Bastia almost puke, but Buggy stops him and forces him to eat it. A moment later, Bastia shows his owl transformation, and everyone cheers before having a party. It's a very good day for the crew. Chapter 184, Marine Attack. On the second day of their stay on Long Ring Long Land Island, the clowns have another company. Captain, 3 marine ships are coming to US, says their scout. What? Damn, those persistent bastards, curses Buggy. Sakazuki must have informed the Marine HQ and they sent 3 ships to us. Who lead the ships? Asks Cricket. It's Vice Admiral John Giant together with Rear Admiral Lacroix and Rance, reports the scout. The hell, 3 giants are coming for us. And they have 3 ships. There must be a lot of soldiers there, says Dion in frustration. Rance, hey? It's been a long time since I met him. Captain, leave Rance to me, says Magnus. You know him? Asks Mantis. Yeah, we often fought with each other since we were kids. It's been a long time since we fought, so I want to fight him again, says Magnus. Sure, why not? Just mind about the others and don't step on them, says Buggy. Magnus nods and then Buggy gives his instruction. Listen. We will fight them on land because our log hasn't changed yet. We can use eternal pose but it will waste our weight and ruin the excitement of our journey. Besides, we can't always run from the marine or they will think of us as cowards. Do you want that? Asks Buggy. No way, shouts the crew. Good. So we will fight them and defeat them. Show them that we are stronger than them, says Buggy while grinning. Buggy then gives his instruction to his crew. He will face John, Magnus will face Rance, and Paulu will face Lacroix. Meanwhile, Cricket will lead the crew members to fight the marine soldiers that obviously have some officers among them. The other executives will join the crew in the battle royale except for Jude, Enel, and Manba. They will defend the ship because obviously, the marine will try to destroy their ship. So they need to stay on the ship and defend it. Can I attack their ships? Asks Enel. Of course, you can sink them all as long as you keep our ship intact, says Buggy. Enel grins and nods excitedly, I will let loose on them. Bastia! Calls Buggy. Yes, Captain, says Bastia respectfully. Take this chance to train your new devil fruit's usages. Remember, what limits you to use your devil fruit is your imagination and mastery. Be creative, says Buggy. Bastia nods before he goes to join the other crew members. Cricket is giving them some orders and motivation. They will fight a lot of marine soldiers that are stronger than most people that they've faced. Cricket needs to make sure that they won't lose even one crew member. So he needs to motivate them and give them correct orders. This is also his responsibility as vice captain. That's why Buggy gives him this task and orders Paulu to face Lacroix. Brooke is playing some songs with his team to increase their morale. The marine has a lot more people than them, so it is putting pressure on the crew members. So some songs to cheer them up are needed. Soon, the marine ships get close to the island. But they are keeping their distance from Black Pearl. They also go through in front of the Black Pearl. It's all because of the information they got from Sakazuki's unit. So they avoid the rear side because of the railgun. The marine soldiers disembark from their ships and go to the land. Their ships leave immediately after they disembarked and go to the sea. Then the marine ships position themselves on 3 sides of the Black Pearl to block its escape route. Just like what Captain predicted. Too bad that we never thought of escaping in this war, says Manhwa as he prepares his bazooka. The clowns are getting ready on the island now. They have waited for the marine on an open field since they've done their discussion. Now they just need to fight the marine unit led by 3 giants. It's just the 3 of you? There are other giants in the marine, right? Why don't you bring them, John? Asks Buggy. They are still new and inexperienced, so I won't bring them. Besides, just the 3 of us are enough and we have a lot of strong marine soldiers here, says John. Sure, if that's what you believed in. Let's just start this war, shall we? Lunchtime has almost come, says Buggy smugly even though his crew is outnumbered. The clowns only have 40 people in total now, including the executives and the 2 kids who can't fight in a war yet. So they only have 38 capable fighters while the marine has 682 people in total. So to relieve their crew's burden, the executives need to defeat tens of marine soldiers on their own, especially the officers. Humph, we will bring justice to you, says John. Whatever, just come, says Buggy impatiently. As you wish. Attack! Shouts John. Cricket grins and shouts, get them! Both sides rush toward each other and the war starts. Cricket is commanding the crew to fight the marine soldiers. With him are Mantis, Dion, Brooke, and Ruff that help him lead the normal members. Meanwhile, Palu and Magnus have rushed to attack Lacroix and Rance. They push their enemies to take their battles elsewhere to not disrupt the big battle. Buggy is still watching from behind though, and so is John Giant. The battle is progressing well for the clowns because they keep defeating marine soldiers one by one. They are outnumbered, but the clowns' individual strengths are not to be trifled with. Each of them is strong, even the newest members. If the marine wants to bother, each of my crewmates will have their own bounty. The weakest might even get 9 or 10 million for his head, thinks Buggy. Buggy focused more on building his crew's strength rather than just number. It's because he realized that most of the pirate crew's foot soldiers, even the big crews, are not that strong. He doesn't want his crew to be like that, so he always trains his crew to be strong. In this world, individual strength matters, after all. Even straw hats that have a small number can defeat 100,000 fishmen just with 10 people. So if Buggy can make his target 100 members very strong, then his crew will be able to take down Kaido's crew without outside help. A very big crew like Whitebeard pirates have a big problem too, after all. They can't manage and watch over their crewmates every time. So it's difficult to make each individual strong, especially the lower ranks, thinks Buggy. Buggy looks at Cricket and he is focused on commanding the crew while still defending himself. But he isn't proactive in battle and just defending himself. It makes Buggy satisfied because this is what he needs from Cricket at this time, leading the crew in this war, not just thinking of joining the fight even though he wants to fight too. But because the clowns are fighting well, it means the Marines are not in good condition. Even with some officers leading them, they are still getting overpowered. So finally someone lost his patience and attacked. John takes his sword and swings it down to the Battle Royale's location. He swings his sword down with very strong power, but then it gets stopped. A giant white slashing arc hits his sword and stops him. It even pushes him back a little. Buggy, who made that slashing arc from the back, is grinning and saying, "No need to be rushed, pal. It has just begun." Chapter 185, Against the Marine Again. After Buggy pushed John a little, he moves to attack John. The situation on the battlefield is still under their control, so he can go to fight his opponent. "Cricket, I leave this place to you. Do what you think is the best," says Buggy. "Roger that," replies Cricket. Buggy moves toward John Giant and then jumps onto him with both his swords ready on each side. Then he slashes his swords upward diagonally and creates a cross slash. John blocks it with his sword, but he can't destroy it because it's too strong, so he throws it into the sky. Buggy grins and says, "Good, if you can't even take that, then you're not worthy to have that vice admiral title. Humph, don't look down on me, pirate. Even if you have a bounty of 500 million, this John giant will not phase, says John firmly. Ooh, such a strong determination. I expect no less from the first giant who joined the marine, says Buggy as he sends another slash attack using Pollux. John strikes from above to counter the slash attack. But then he gets surprised because this slash attack is a lot stronger than before. Buggy has used Pollux's pressure ability in that slash and it's very strong. The slash is so strong that it sends John, a giant, flies quite high. It surprises the marine soldiers because they never see John getting pushed until he flies like this. The clown's normal members are also surprised and only the executives who aren't that surprised. It's been a long time since Captain used Pollux's ability in a battle, says Mantis. He must have missed it. But this is good, now the 3 giants have left, so we don't need to worry about them, says Cricket. Yeah, but I'm worried about Palu. Magnus is a giant and Captain's strength is beyond normal. Palu is strong too, but his opponent is a giant, so it makes me worry, says Dion. Ha, don't worry about him. He has sparred with Magnus many times, so he has experience fighting a giant. Besides, Captain gave this task to him, so he must be able to do it, says Cricket. Why Captain asked him to fight the giant instead of you, I wonder? Asks Brooke. Who knows? Ask Captain yourself after this is finished. Now, let's focus on the war and destroy them, says Cricket before he rushes to the enemies. The war continues and the clowns are on fire because they are overpowering their opponents. They have high confidence now after defeating the marine soldiers. Each one of them has defeated more than 3 soldiers, so it really boosted their confidence. On the ship, however, someone is frustrated. Enel is very annoyed right now because the marine ships are keeping their distance from Black Pearl. They are very wary of Pearl's railgun, so they go very far and don't do anything. Damn, how will we attack them if they're that far? I want to join the big war too, so those ships need to sink, says Enel frustratedly. Then why don't you shoot them with your lightning? Asks Manba. Can't you see that they're too far? Asks Enel back. So the great Enel can't shoot his lightning at this distance, hey? It's just 5 kilometers and you can't reach it, pathetic, says Jude in a mocking tone. What did you say? Asks Enel pissedly. You hear it yourself, you're pathetic. You know that the sky is 10 kilometers high and the cloud can create lightning that reaches the ground. It can travel 10 kilometers, but you can't even shoot it past 5 kilometers. What else should I call you except pathetic, says Jude while smirking. Damn bitch, I will show you that this is just a trivial matter, says Enel angrily before he goes to the crow nest. Manba sighs seeing their quarrel while Jude is smirking. Buggy has asked her to provoke Enel in this situation. Enel is too comfortable in his safe zone lately and doesn't improve that much. So he needs a challenge. One of Enel's current weaknesses is his attack range. He is too used to close-range combats that he neglects his long-range combat skills. Lightning is good to be used for long-range attacks, so Enel is wasting it by not training his long-range abilities. That's why Buggy told him to guard the ship because the marine ships will surely keep their distance, so Enel must use long-range attacks. Although he didn't predict that the marine ships will take a 5 kilometers distance. He thought it will be 2 or 3 kilometers. Nevertheless, the longer their distance, the better it is for Enel. Now he is trying to shoot his lightning but he can only reach 2 kilometers. He doesn't use enough power and his lightning is also pulled down by the water. Jude watches it from below while smirking before she talks to Manba. Manba, you can leave the ship and help on the battlefield. Captain has asked me to tell you this after Enel starts shooting his lightning. You won't have anything to do here with Enel attacking the marine ships. So go to the battlefield and tend our men's wounds. Captain has thought about everything, hey? What about you? Asks Manba. He sure has. I will stay here to watch over that drum man, says Jude. Manba nods before he takes his medical tools and leaves. Jude is watching Enel while still watching over her surroundings. Some marine soldiers might sneak into their ship from land, so she needs to keep her guard up. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island part, a battle of giants is happening. Magnus and Rince are fighting on the other side of this island part, far from the main battlefield. None of them want to trample over their comrades while they fight seriously. They fight using the same weapon, a giant two-handed axe. Magnus has two axes, but he only uses one now because he hasn't used his devil fruit transformation. He wants to fight Rince with his normal power first. But the result isn't good because Rince is stronger than him in normal form. What's wrong, Magnus? Is this all you've got? We haven't met for decades but you haven't improved that much. This is why you need to side with justice, says Rince while they clash. Shut up, Rince. I don't care about that justice of yours, I prefer freedom. There's nothing more vexing than too many rules. I don't understand how you can stay sane with all those rules in Marine, says Magnus. It's because I value justice very high, says Rince. Whatever, says Magnus as he jumps back. Magnus looks at Rince and knows that he has a low chance of winning in normal form. Rince has more experience than him because he has joined the Marine since young. Being in Marine means he gets trained hard and has more experience in battles against strong enemies. On the other hand, Magus was always in Elbaf until he went on his journey to find Dori 5 years ago. Sure, he often trains and spars with other giants, but those are different from real battles where his life is on the line like Rince. So Rince is stronger than him now, but that's when he is in normal form. We often spar when we were young, but you suddenly left to join the Marine, and I was very disappointed at you. Still, I know you will get stronger and stronger in Marine, so I didn't want to lose. I keep training and training, then I have a lucky encounter, says Magnus. What are you talk? Rince can't finish his words because Magnus suddenly transforms. Magnus' skin gets redder and he grows a little bigger. He also grows 2 more heads and 4 more arms. Then he takes his second axe and now he holds 2 axes with 2 hands on each side. Devil fruit, hey? You sure have a lucky encounter, says Rince. Luck is also power. Now, let's continue the fight, Rear Admiral Rince, says Magnus as he gets ready to fight again. Chapter 186, Not Difficult Enough. While Magnus fights against Rince, Palu fights another giant Rear Admiral, A.K.A. The giant uses a gigantic saber as a weapon while Palu still uses his usual warhammer. This fight is very difficult for Palu because his enemy is just too big and tall. Damn, I can't find a way to make a lethal attack because he is too tall. Luckily his attacks are too slow for me so I can dodge them. I can't take his attacks recklessly, especially a swing from above. The ground isn't strong enough to hold it. Even if I can't stop it, the ground won't, and I will get buried. But I can't keep dodging, I need to attack too or this battle won't end, thinks Palu. Palu has sparred against Magnus a few times, but he still has a hard time attacking a giant opponent. He can't just jump to attack because that will make him vulnerable. A.K.A. can attack him while he jumps and he won't be able to dodge in the air. Just what should I do? I can only attack his feet but that won't be lethal. Feet, ponders Palu in his mind as he dodges a vertical attack from A.K.A. He grins and says, "This will do." "What are you grinning about, winged man? Stop dodging and fight me seriously then get defeated. It seems your 210 million bounty isn't that big of a deal," says A.K.A. "We have just started, so don't conclude it too fast. You will be ashamed if things don't work for you," says Palu as he blackened his warhammer with armament. Armament hacky. "So it's true that your crews hire UPS or hacky users," says A.K.A. "Of course, we are. We've shown it many times yet you don't believe it. Don't you trust Marine's intelligence? Asks Palu while grinning. I believe it, but it's better to see it myself. Still, just because you can use haki, doesn't mean you can win this fight, says Lacroix as he swings his saber from his left. Palu smirks and gets into stance. As I said, don't conclude it too fast. As Lacroix's saber gets in front of him, Palu swings his warhammer to counter it. Hashokan's secret technique, nailing earth. Clang! The warhammer hits the saber and ripples appear between them. Lacroix knows that Palu can use Hashokan from Marine's intelligence, but he doesn't know that it's this strong. Palu has stopped his saber instantly. The giant gets even more surprised when his saber starts to crack. He hasn't been able to use armament haki, so he can't harden his saber. Even so, his sword is made of strong materials and won't get damaged that easily. Crack crack crash, half of the giant saber finally crumble because of Hashokan's vibration. Lacroix widens his eyes as he looks at his broken weapon. Surprised? I have more surprise for you, says Palu, who has moved beside Lacroix's left foot, on the outer side. Again, Lacroix widens his eyes as Palu swings his warhammer to his ankle. Hashokan, ankle breaker. Palu made up the name just now, it's an improvisation to match what he does. Lacroix wants to dodge, but he is too late, and he can't move that fast anyway because of his massive size. The warhammer hits Lacroix's left ankle and vibration ripples appear again. It is not as strong as the previous Hashokan, but it is still strong. At least it is strong enough to crack Lacroix's ankle and the nearby bones. Arg! Screams Lacroix in pain as his ankle gets destroyed. But, not only does his ankle gets destroyed, but his left foot also gets flung to his right foot. His left foot hits his right foot and he lost his balance. Lacroix fall to the left and Palu has waited for it. It's over, giant, says Palu, sure of his win. But Lacroix doesn't think the same as he moves his broken saber to attack Palu. His broken ankle is very painful, but as a marine, he is used to pain, and this pain won't stop him easily. Boom! The broken saber hits where Palu stands and cracks the ground because it also has Lacroix's weight added into the attack. Dust covers the area as Lacroix's body finally fall to the ground. Did that work? Ponders Lacroix as he holds his pain. You sure are tough, Rear Admiral. But that is not enough, says Palu, who stands right in front of Lacroix's chest. Palu has dodged the saber in the nick of time and he dodged it by a small margin. Ha almost put his guard down and got hit because of his carelessness. Luckily he keeps his observation haki active and sees the last attack. It's really over now, giant. See you in the future. Hashokan Original, Mountain Crusher, says Palu as he swings his blackened warhammer to Lacroix's chest. Damn! Curses Lacroix as Palu's attack hits him. Bam! The attack creates ripples again and Lacroix's chest caved in. He spits some blood as his body gets flung back as if he isn't that heavy. Lacroix crashes on the ground and rolls before he stops right on the beach, unconscious. Damn, I thought I wouldn't make it, says Palu in relief as he looks at his trembling hands. He has won, but not without consequence. Taking Lacroix's attack was very hard because the giant is very strong, so it strained his arms. That last attack also strained his arms further because the giant is very heavy and he needed to use all his power. But at least, he has won. Meanwhile, on Black Pearl, Enel is still trying to attack the marine ships with his lightning. His attacks have reached 3 kilometers distance, but it's not enough. It makes him frustrated because he is starting to get tired now. Jude is watching him while defending the ship from some marine soldiers who sneaked onto their ship to attack her and Enel. They get onto the ship sneakily, but Jude detected them easily with her observation haki. Her observation haki is quite strong and she can cover the whole ship easily. She always focuses on improving her observation haki, after all. Fighting is not something that she likes, so she prefers observation haki over armament haki, which she still can't use until now. When these soldiers sneaked in, Jude caught them with her ash and encased them with it. She tightened her ash encasement so they couldn't move. Then she just waited until they couldn't breathe and lost consciousness. After that, she just threw them to the battlefield. Enel, hurry up and hit them. The war has almost finished, says Jude. What? Says Enel in surprise. Enel looks at the battlefield and they have defeated more than 2/3 of the marine soldiers. With Manhwa there, the injured pirates can get healed rather fast and join the battle again. Cricket and the other executives also dominated the war and defeated a lot of enemies. Damn, they aren't allowed to finish it without me, says Enel angrily. Now, Enel is determined to destroy the marine ships and prepare to use all his power. He gathers his power and then spins his gold staff before using it to hit the drums on his back. After that, a giant bird made of lightning appears from the drum. 30 million volts thunder bird, says Enel as he sends the bird flies toward one of the marine ships. Enel controls the bird to fly high before it dives down toward one of the ships. It crashes onto the ship and destroys it instantly while electrocuting everyone on it. Pant not yet, says Enel. That attack tired him a lot because his stamina is still not high enough for it. But then he make 2 more Thunderbirds to attack the other 2 ships and succeed even though they tried to get away. His Thunderbirds are faster than the ships, after all. He is very tired now but he still wants to join the war so he goes there even while panting hard. He falls a few times but he gets up again and finally joins the war. Jude can only sigh and says, Maniac. Chapter 187, Big Target. The war goes on and Cricket has led the clowns to defeat 3/4 of the marine soldiers. There are some marine officers from captain or lieutenant ranks, but none of them can match the executives. From 682 marine soldiers, Cricket alone has defeated 214. He doesn't attack them actively and just helped his crewmates that have a hard time. Some soldiers also attacked him so he defeated them. The other executives also just helped the normal members but still defeated a lot of soldiers. It proves that the normal members are still not good enough fighting enemies with a much higher number than them. That's why this war is important for them to gain experience. The executives can also learn to lead and watch over their crew members. If it's just them, then this war will be over by now, but they all want their crewmates to be strong. Although Enel doesn't care about that and just wants to fight in the big war even though he is tired. So when he arrived, Cricket knocked his head and now he is unconscious. He shouldn't be allowed to disturb the normal members' fights or they won't grow. Many people and crews will deem what the clowns do unnecessary. Most crews will do anything to win and don't care much about their crewmates' individual strengths. If some people die, they can just replace them. What they need is just a number, but Buggy doesn't think like that. He cares about his crewmates' individual strengths because that is important. Everyone can grow strong with the correct method, that's what he believed in. His target is to make everyone in his crew very strong that even the weakest will have the strength of someone with a bounty of 100 million. That will be very difficult and need a long time to be achieved. People will think that's impossible but he knows that nothing is impossible in this world. Teaching the crew some proper martial arts including Hashoken is a big step. Other crews won't even bother to teach their members something like martial arts. They will just keep it for the main members and let the normal crew members remain weak. Buggy also will let the normal members eat devil fruits if they find them. He won't tell them to give the devil fruits to him or the executives because they are just normal members. Being fair and square is a must in his crew, and he proved it with Bastia yesterday. Bastia found a Zoan devil fruit and Buggy didn't hesitate to let him eat it. Now everyone in the crew trusts that he will be fair with all of them. Some of them don't trust that he will follow the rules before because they all are pirates. Pirates don't follow rules, even their own rules, it's a normal and common thing. But Buggy has shown that he follows the rules that he set himself. He is someone that will do what he said and won't do the opposite. That's why now the normal members are in high spirits in this war. They know that if they get stronger and contribute a lot, then they will be able to learn Haki. All of them know what Haki can do and they want it. So they keep fighting even though the enemies are strong. They get injured but their spirit is getting higher instead. Their high spirit even scares the marine soldiers who think of them as maniacs. Then finally, 20 minutes after the war started, the clowns have defeated the marine. Both sides have shown great persistence in this war. Many of them are injured but they stand up and fought again. But the ones who laugh in the end are the clowns. Now we just need to wait for Captain, Palu, and Magnus, says Cricket as he helps some injured crew members. They will be fine, especially Captain. Let's just focus on helping these guys, they were forcing themselves too much, says Mantis. They wanted to show that they are strong and useful, after all. Rough. Dion. Call Jude and then tie all those marine soldiers. Take whatever valuables they have then go back. Brooke, play some good songs to entertain our men. Mantis, go cook something for us while Manba treats them, orders Cricket. They all nod before doing what Cricket ordered. Buggy and Co hasn't returned, so they need to do what they can while waiting. Cricket knows that after Buggy returns, they will leave this island immediately, so they all need to be prepared. In another place when the war was still going on, Magnus fights with Rince. Magnus has transformed into his Azura form and now wields 2 giant axes on each side. 4 of his 6 arms are holding the axes while the other 2 are free. Rince is surprised by Magnus' transformation, but he doesn't phase. What he needs to do won't change, he needs to defeat Magnus. He doesn't know what the situation is on the battlefield or the other fights, but he needs to win. I don't know what he can do in that form, but I will attack first, thinks Rince before attacking Magnus with his axe. Magnus sees the incoming axe and blocks it with the axe in his right hands. Then he swings the left axe horizontally to Rince's body. Rince sees it coming and jumps away to avoid that. Damn, he has higher power than before, and now he has 2 axes and 2 more free hands. I need to be very careful with this, thinks Rince. What are you spacing out about, Rince? Asks Magnus as he attacks Rince with the right axe. Rince gets surprised and jumps back in reflex, narrowly avoiding the axe. Don't get distracted in our battle, I don't like it, says Magnus as he charges again. Magnus swings his axes from all directions toward Rince who keep blocking one attack and dodging the other. With one axe, Rince's choices to attack and defend are a few. It's difficult for Rince to find a way to attack Magnus who is now bigger and stronger. As a giant, Rince is used to fighting people smaller than him. So now when someone a little bigger than him appears, he doesn't know what to do. This lack of experience nearly cost him his life when Magnus slashes his torso 2 times and creates an X shape. Ugh! Grunts Rince as he holds his wounds. Is this all you've got, Rince? Asks Magnus, returning what Rince asked before. Damn, says Rince in frustration before he charges at Magnus and swings his axe diagonally from left below. Magnus counters that attack with his own attack from left above. Then he grabs Rince with his free left hand and throws the axe on his right hand. He forms his 3 right hands into fists and says, "It's over, Rince." Bam bam bam. Magnus punches Rince with his 3 right fists at the same time. He hits Rince's chest, solar plexus, and stomach with his 3 fists. Rince spits some blood as he gets flung to the sky and then drops on the ground with a big impact. Rince lifts his head a little to look at Magnus before he falls unconscious. Magnus puts his axes on his back and returns to his normal form as he looks at Rince. He smiles before he turns around and leaves the location. "Let's fight again in the future, old friend," says Magnus as he leaves. Meanwhile, Buggy is seen blocking and dodging John's attacks and doesn't attack back at all. He has just kept defending since their fight started. Then suddenly, he grins and jumps back rather far. "Damn, when will you keep dodging? Come and fight me like a man," says John. "Well, I was just playing around before. But it seems playtime is over. My men have done their parts perfectly, so now I need to do mine too. Sorry but, I will attack now," says Buggy as he smirks. Chapter 188, Buggy vs John. The other battles have finished and Buggy's fight is the only one left. He was just dodging and blocking John's attack before training his advanced observation haki that he got since his battle with Kizaru. Currently, Buggy can see 5 seconds into the future. It's 2 seconds more than the initial 3 seconds that he got at first. He wants to improve it further, but passing 5 seconds is very difficult. It's as if he has met a giant wall that can't be breached. Buggy assumes that he can't breach that wall through training only. The only way to get past that mark is by fighting strong opponents that can force him to see more than 5 seconds. But it won't be easy to find someone like that. In his battle against John Giant, Buggy also blocks a lot of attacks. He can always dodge them because he has seen through them, but he wanted to train his strength too. So blocking the attacks of a powerful giant is a good way to do it. John is far stronger than the current Magnus, even in his Azura form. Well, this guy is a giant vice admiral, so his raw strength is very high. Without a doubt, John is the strongest giant in marine ranks currently. That's why Buggy is using this chance to train his strength by blocking John's attacks too. But blocking with his swords doesn't give him the best result. This way he can only train his strength, not anything else. So now he decides to block with his palms or fists. Of course, he covered them with haki so he can block John's sword attack. Now he can train his armament haki too along with observation haki and strength. Buggy also levitates now and left his feet on the ground. This way he can block every attack including the attacks from above without worrying about getting pushed into the soft ground. Feebom. What he does is very good training and he likes it. But his opponent doesn't like it one bit, especially after Buggy sheathed his swords and used his bare hands. It's like Buggy is insulting John by stopping using his sword. So now John starts to exert more power on his attacks and even starts to coat his sword with armament haki. As a vice admiral, John can use 2 types of haki. Although Buggy doesn't know John's haki mastery level, it should be high enough to make him a vice admiral. And it is really high enough, even for New World standards. If not, then the Marine will have a hard time holding their ground against strong pirate crews. They can't just rely on their admirals to handle these big crews. His high mastery over haki has made John confident in defeating Buggy. He thought it will make Buggy stop playing around and be more serious because his sword has become tougher. But on the opposite, it makes Buggy more excited. John's sword has become a lot tougher now so it will be more difficult to break it. That means my armament also needs to be tougher to outmatch and break it. This is great, thinks Buggy excitedly. Buggy starts to exert more power even though he kept using his full power. But in a situation like this where his opponent is getting stronger, he also needs to get stronger. He forces himself to get stronger and break his limit. This is the fastest and best way to be stronger. The battle goes on and Buggy keeps punching John's sword with his haki-covered fists. His hands are hurt and they bleed a little too. But he still keeps doing it happily because he can feel himself getting stronger. Then after 15 minutes of the clash, Buggy can feel his haki has become far stronger. Now he can block John's sword attack with ease because his haki is hard enough. So he moves to his next plan, training advanced level armament. Buggy has tried to train it for a long time but still hasn't succeeded. He knows the principle behind it and how it works, but he still can't use it. There is only one reason that he can think of: he needs a strong opponent that will force him to improve his armament haki to the advanced level. So meeting John and fighting him here is a stroke of very good luck. He needs to use this chance well and train the things that he lacks before he reaches New World. In New World, he will just need to improve his abilities and make his crew stronger. Previously, he wanted to fight Sakazuki because that guy is very strong. But he cancelled it because they were on the sea, which will make the battle more difficult. Their only choice would be to fight on the ship. Surely the ship won't be able to handle it and break. Besides, that guy is someone who will use underhanded tricks if needed. He might use his power to sink Black Pearl instead of fighting Buggy one-on-one. Or maybe he will attack Buggy's crewmates instead of Buggy alone. That's why Buggy decided to not fight Sakazuki. So meeting John before he reaches the new world is good luck and he won't miss this chance. He will maximize his gains before he enters new world and meets stronger opponents. His time limit before facing Kaido is half a year, so he needs to do everything he can do. Flow the haki outside to emit the haki energy, thinks Buggy as he punches John's sword. His first attempt fails but he keeps trying and trying. He keeps trying to emit his haki energy patiently even though he's getting a little tired after using haki for 30 minutes straight now. But he is very excited now because he can feel the flow of haki energy in his body. I think I understand it now, thinks Buggy as he moves back. John is surprised to see Buggy moves back now because he kept blocking before and hasn't moved away. What is he planning now? It frustrated me that he doesn't seem to fight me seriously. But I must admit that he is strong and can easily defeat most vice admirals. He must have planned something by suddenly backing off after he keeps blocking my sword attacks, thinks John as he puts up his guard. Buggy now stands on the ground like normal and gets into a stance with his haki-coated right fist cocked. He closes his eyes and concentrates to feel his haki energy flow. John sees what Buggy does and thinks chance. Without a second thought, John swings his sword from above toward Buggy with full power. But right before the sword hits him, Buggy opens his eyes and sends a punch at the sword. Shoo! Before his fist even touches it, the sword gets pushed back. John gets surprised and tries to stop it but he can't. The sword flies upwards and gets released from John's grip. The surprised John hasn't recovered when Buggy suddenly gets in front of his face with a punch ready. Reflexively, John covers his face with armament. Buggy actually waits for John to do it before he punches John's face. Shoo! Just like with the sword, John's face gets hit even before Buggy's fist touches him. He gets flung behind and crashes onto the ground. Buggy's attack is very strong and he is in pain now, but John is still conscious. However, he lost his consciousness shortly after that because Buggy used a barrage of punches at his body. Buggy used the same advanced level armament that he can finally use. It's not the one that creates internal destruction, but still the one that emits haki. But it's still an advanced level armament and causes more damage. And it's all thanks to John Giant that Buggy can finally use it. So he let John feel it directly to show his gratitude. Thanks for your guidance, says Buggy while smirking before he leaves. Chapter 189, Leaving. After defeating John Giant, Buggy returns to his ship. And he is also taking John's giant sword back with him. The sword is massive and must have been made of good materials. So he gets attracted by it and decided to take it. I will check it in a swordsmith and if the materials are good then we can turn it into good weapons for the crew members. If it's not enough then we can just sell it to buy good weapons, thinks Buggy. Weapons are important for pirates like them. They are their lives and deaths. Having good weapons can change a lot of things in their line of work. So Buggy will make sure they have good weapons before they enter New World. Palu and Cricket also seem to have the same thinking as him. Cricket has ordered their men to take every valuable that the marine soldiers have, including their weapons. On the other hand, Palu has taken Lacroix's sword remains after he broke it. Magnus didn't take Rince's axe and forbid anyone from taking it. He says that they fought as warriors and haven't made an agreement to take the axe. So he won't take it because that's unhonorable. Buggy sighs and says, it seems he hasn't gotten used to being a pirate. But whatever, it's his fight, he can do whatever he wants. What should we do now, Captain? Asks Jude. We'll leave, obviously. There's nothing else to do here, anyway. Has the log changed? Asks Buggy. Yes, right when the war still went on, says Jude. All right, let's go to the next island, says Buggy. Aye aye, replies everyone. The clowns set off to the next island, leaving the defeated marine soldiers who only have their underwear now. They even took the soldiers' clothes, not just their weapons. There aren't many valuables, after all, so the clothes will do. The crew then eat to recover the energy that they lost in the war. Manhwa also gives them some supplements to make their injuries recover faster. All of them only have minor injuries, so they will recover fast. It's good that we didn't lose anyone and they all just got some scratches, says Palu. Yeah, this means that our men are strong even against some elites from Marine, says Cricket. Elites? Those guys are? Asks Enel with a disbelief tone. Yeah, they are considered as elite soldiers. Being able to enter a vice admiral unit means that they are stronger than most people in their ranks, says Dion. You are correct but also wrong, says Buggy. Hey? What do you mean? Asks Dion. You are correct that they are considered as elites and stronger than most people in their ranks. But you also need to count the number of vice admirals. If we assume that each vice admiral has 500 elites, then there will be thousands of them. Then there are those who are under admirals and fleet admiral. If you look at it that way, there are just too many elites here, says Buggy. That makes them sound less impressive, says Mantis. It is, they are just people who are ranked in thousands or early 10,000. Even 10,000 of them are no match for Grand Line's rear admiral. So the word elite isn't entirely correct. Although they certainly get some good treatment compared to the lower ranks, says Buggy as he holds a cutlass that they took from the Marine. Yeah, their weapons are good. Marine really has a lot of money, says Palu. They have the biggest organization behind them, so money is never a problem. Anyway, we will distribute these weapons to our men and save the rest. That big katana can be used to make other weapons, says Buggy. The materials must be high grade, it is a vice admiral's weapon, after all, says Jude. You're right. That's why I start to think that we will need people to maintain our weapons, or maybe even made them. Palu and his team are good at maintaining, but they aren't specialists. I think we need a weaponsmith and some other craftsmen, says Cricket. That's not a bad idea, we can put them in my team. But the max is 3 people because we will need at least 3 shipwrights to maintain our ship, says Palu. Well, if you agree with it then I don't have any complaints. Let's find a weaponsmith, a tailor, whatever it is that we'll find, says Buggy. I want to have a music instrument crafter, says Brooke. Well, if we can find someone then fine. It will be better if they can play music too so they can join your team, says Buggy. The clowns keep going to the next island which is Water 7 while talking about a few more things. They don't aware that the marine soldiers on Long Ring Long Land are having a hard time right now because their things have gone. Not like the clowns care about it, at least they still let the soldiers alive, after all. On the way to Water 7, Buggy keeps training his newly achieved advanced level armament haki. It is still the emission level, not the internal destruction level, but it's a good step. For the next level, he needs to add his Conqueror haki onto his armament. It won't be easy but he's sure he will achieve it. New World has many powerful individuals that will make him use all his power too. By fighting those people, he is sure that he can strengthen his armament further. Buggy teaches this advanced level armament haki to Cricket and Palu. They already have high-level masteries over their armament haki, after all. If they can at least reach the emission level before they fight against Beast's pirates, then their winning chance will get higher. So this advanced level will increase our attack power but also consume more energy. Asks Cricket. Yeah, that's why you need to keep training your armament haki every day. Use them every day until you run out of haki. Then your haki energy will increase after you recover, says Buggy. We know, that's what you always said. But it isn't that easy to achieve, right? Asks Palu. Of course, it won't. But you can at least increase your haki energy reserve and also increase your haki's hardness. Our enemies in New World are at a different level from those in Paradise. We might fight for days there, so you will need to use a lot of energy. You can't afford to run out of haki at crucial times or you'll get killed, says Buggy seriously. Cricket and Palu get serious too and they nod in agreement. They are still trying to improve their observation haki to reach the advanced level. But Buggy tells them that leveling up their armament is more important for now. It's also easier to do than getting future sight of observation haki. The proof is that many strong samurais in Wano can use advanced level armament. As for future sight, only a few people are known to have it in the series. The crew finally recover after a day and they start training again. They all know that if they still have a hard time fighting those marine soldiers, then it will be harder in New World. None of them want to lose their lives, so they need to be stronger. Buggy really likes their hard work and they work even harder after he gives them new weapons. Now Buggy is sure that his crew can be very strong because they are hard workers. Even though most of them have low talents, he believes that hard work is better than talent. I can't wait for the future. If they can keep this up for 20 years, then we will be able to wreak havoc in Summit War. I need to make sure they keep getting stronger for the next 20 years, says Buggy while watching his crew trains. The future seems bright in Buggy's eyes. But that will happen if they can get past their biggest obstacle right now, Kaido. Chapter 190, Reward. On their way to Water 7, the clowns get a piece of happy news. Some of them get their bounties raised because of the previous war. Well, it's only 4 people who get their head prices raised. Buggy the Clown, 600 million. Black Hammer Palu, 230 million. Enel the Thunder, 165 million. Demon Giant Magnus, 84 million. Palu's feat to defeat Lacroix made his bounty raised by 20 million. Magnus also finally gets his bounty because he has defeated Rance, a rear admiral. Buggy gets his bounty raised because of his crew's strength as he is the captain. But the most surprising raise is Enel's bounty, which increased more than 2 times. His previous bounty was just 65 million, but now he has a bounty of 165 million. It's 100 million higher than before and now he has a higher bounty than Mantis. Ya ha ha ha, do you see it, woman? My bounty is higher than yours now, ya ha ha ha, says Enel smugly. Ha, so? Asks Mantis uninterestedly. Ha, that means you need to respect me now because I am stronger than you, says Enel while smirking. Oh ho, then why don't we test it? Asks Mantis while smirking. Sure, why not? I will show you my 165 million strength, says Enel. The others sigh at Enel's stupidity and back off immediately. They all pray for Enel's safety and hope that he won't die as he and Mantis face each other. Both of them start to move and it doesn't take long for Enel to get wasted. An attack from Mantis's staff has defeated him. She hits Enel's solar plexus with a haki-coated staff after he dodged the first attack. He surely has stronger raw power than Mantis, but she is more experienced than him in battles. You still have a long way to go, says Mantis as she spins her staff and leaves. Ruff pokes Enel's body and asks, is he still alive? Maybe, just let him stay there, says Palu. They ignore Enel and look at the new bounties again. The others don't get any raises because they didn't show great feat in the previous war. But that's not a problem because they have more important things to get in that war than bounty raise. Raising their crew's strength and experience is more important than mere bounties. Now their bounties are like this. Buggy the Clown, 600 million. Mont Blanc Chestnut Cricket, 275 million. Black Hammer Palu, 230 million. Enel the Thunder, 165 million. Mantis the Dancer, 130 million. Demon Giant Magnus, 84 million. Ash Girl Ariella Jude, 81 million. Fatman Manba, 69 million. Rainbow Hair Bunglin Dion, 57 million. Humming Brook, 33 million. Well, the Marine still doesn't know about Brook's real identity, but he has a bounty, so the clowns still count it. Ruff still hasn't gotten any bounty and he's really glad by it. He doesn't want to be chased around by Marine or bounty hunters, after all. The clowns hold a big party after they receive the news. They are happy to have their crew's bounty raised a lot. Although the normal members know they won't get any individual bounty, they are happy because they've made their captain's bounty raised. Marine and WG won't bother to give a bounty to everyone in a pirate crew. Even though the normal members are strong and can get their bounties, the Marine and WG will not give them any. They'll just raise the crew's captain's bounty because he represents the crew's strength. You guys have done great in the previous war. None of you lost your ground against a vice admiral unit. That's a great feat and that made my bounty raised too. And I think this is enough merit for some of you, says Buggy. Captain, are you gonna give them that? Asks Cricket. Yeah, not now though. Listen. I have something for the 22 old members, ex-Rainbow Pirates. You guys have done well since you joined the crew a few months ago. You did as I said and you've grown strong, so I will reward you. We will teach you haki, says Buggy. The 22 ex-Rainbow Pirates get elated and they are happy. Bastia, the one who got the Owl Zoan fruit, is also one of them, so he can be said to be the happiest among them. Dion is also happy because they are his close friends and he is their ex-captain too. The new members are happy for them too and they aren't jealous at all. They are still new in the crew and haven't contributed a lot, so they know they can't receive the haki training yet. But they know that they will eventually get it as long as they keep contributing. With the 22 crew members getting a haki training, the other members now have hopes. Even though they are just normal members, but they have the chance to be strong too. They were ready to be treated as pawns, but now they realize that Buggy sees them as precious comrades. The normal members suddenly kneel to Buggy without any command and say, Captain Buggy, we pledge our loyalty to you and will serve you until we die. Buggy raises an eyebrow and asks, what's gotten into you guys to suddenly talk like this? We are just showing our gratitude, Captain, says Bastia. Gratitude? You can just say thank you like normal people, says Buggy with a sweat drop. Hee, it's okay, this is our way to show it, says Bastia. Sigh, whatever then, says Buggy. Dion smirks seeing it and says, it seems I need to be more serious in my armament haki training or they will surpass me. Yeah, you sure need to train harder. You've been slacking off recently, says Cricket. Ugh, I have many things to do, says Dion. Don't use that excuse on me, it won't work. Your job is mainly when we are on an island, so you can train on the ship when we are sailing, says Cricket. Sigh, fine, I will start to train harder for sure, says Dion with slumped shoulders. Cricket grins and thinks, Captain must have done this to motivate the others too. Some executives like Dion and Enel have been slacking off lately. If the normal members are getting stronger while they don't, then they'll get ashamed. So if they want to keep their pride high, then they also need to train harder. Nice strategy, Captain. Buggy then gives them time until the party ends to choose the haki type that they'll train first. They resume the party after that with a merrier atmosphere. It has been a happy day for them, after all. After the party, the 22 crew members choose the first type of haki that they'll train. Just like what Buggy has predicted, most of them choose armament haki, to be exact, 16 of them. Only 6 people choose observation haki to be the first type that they'll train. Buggy assigns Cricket and Palu to teach armament haki while Enel and Jude train observation haki. Meanwhile, he will train the others to raise their strength. He needs to prepare them for New World, after all, so they need to be strong. They train on the ship while keep moving toward Water 7. New World is very different from Paradise, so they need to prepare themselves really well. They keep training on the ship until they finally reached Water 7 after 5 days. Chapter 191, Water 7 again. We're back here, Water 7, says Jude. Well, let's do what we need to do here. Fill our supply, find a weaponsmith, find a tailor, and maybe recruit some people. Anyway, we will stay here until our log changes in 7 days. You can do what you want but keep training every day and don't slack off. Dismiss, says Buggy to his crew. Aye aye, replies everyone before they leave the ship. The crew splits and everyone does what they want for now. Buggy goes to Tom's workers with Ruff and Jude following him. These two really like to follow him every time they are on an island. Tom sees Buggy come and gets elated. Oh, Buggy, you've returned. Yeah, we changed our plan and decided to go to New World now, says Buggy. So that's how is it? How's your ship? Asks Tom. Good, she is still exactly the same as when you built her. We haven't changed a single piece of wood so far. There is a modification before, but it's just temporary and doesn't change the main parts, says Buggy. You never change anything? Does that mean the ship never gets hit by your enemies? Asks Tom. No, we have better weapons so we could defeat our enemies before they even get the chance to shoot. Also, Pearl is faster than any ship that we've met so none of them can even get closer to hit her, says Buggy while smirking. Ha, that sure is great. So, you need my help with something? Asks Tom. rwbnve.co. Yeah, it's not about the ship, I just want to ask if you know a good weaponsmith and a tailor. It will be better if they are young and want to join a pirate crew, says Buggy. You want to recruit them, hey? I can understand the weaponsmith, but tailor? Asks Kokoro who has just come. Oh, Kokoro-san. Well, my crew has grown bigger and will keep getting bigger. It's good, but there is a problem, says Buggy. The boys never care about their clothing. They can wear the same clothes for a week. Also, they never want to spend their money to buy clothes, says Jude with a disgusted expression. That's why I'm thinking of recruiting a tailor to make clothes for them, says Buggy. So that's how it is. But I think just having a tailor won't solve this problem. You can get clothes anywhere, after all. What you need is to make your crew aware of hygiene. Being unhygienic is one of the biggest sources of illness anywhere in the world, says Kokoro. Buggy thinks about it and Kokoro's words make sense to him. Rather than a tailor, what he needs is someone who will remind the boys of their daily needs. Someone with a mother role for the crew. Mantis is somewhat a mother for the crew because she is the one who usually gets angry at them and stops their mischiefs. But she just acts when there is a problem. What they need is someone who is dedicated to this work, like a secretary. Puru puru puru. Buggy's small denden mushi suddenly rang off, so he picks it up. Cricket here, I've got a tailor that wants to join us, says Cricket through the denden mushi. That's fast, says everyone in surprise. Well, Mantis wanted to fix some of her clothes and brought up the topic of recruitment. Then suddenly the tailor's daughter, which is also a tailor, said she wants to join us, says Cricket. Well, Cricket, about that, says Buggy before Cricket says something else. Furthermore, she is a manager. She has managed her parents' clothing store for 3 years now. You are searching for a secretary to manage a few things in our crew, right? Asks Cricket. Where are you? I will go there immediately, says Buggy. Cricket tells Buggy his location before closing the call. Buggy and Jude immediately go there while Ruff stays in Tom's workshop. He still wants to help with Tom's sea train project because he is very interested in it. Buggy and Jude arrive at the location that Cricket said. It's a small clothing store near Dock 3. Cricket is waiting outside while Mantis is inside the store. It's a nice store and the clothes are pretty. But the name is Della Tailor even though they sell clothes? Asks Jude. Well, it's because they are tailors and this is a tailor shop. All these clothes are their own products that they made in free times, says Cricket. Just how much free time that they have to make these many clothes? Asks Buggy with a sweat drop. They enter the store and see Mantis is talking with a girl around her age and a middle-aged couple. The girl has long light green hair and eyes, and she also wears square glasses. She has a strict face and Buggy will never think that she is the type that will join a pirate crew. I'm Buggy, the captain of clown pirates. Are you the one who wants to join our crew? Asks Buggy. Yes, my name is Della. This is my father Matey and my mother Nia, says Della. Alright. Why do you want to join us? Asks Buggy. Della then explains that she always lived in Water 7 and never goes outside. She wants to see the fashion from other islands and cultures. That's why she often asked to join some explorer crews, but her friend always stopped her. He always said that explorer crews are weak and can't protect me if pirates attack the ship, says Della. Your friend is correct. It's very rare for explorer crews to be strong. Also, they usually have tasks to do because most of them are sent by nations, so they won't recruit people anyway, says Cricket. I still don't understand why you decide to join our crew. We are pirates, you know? We are bad people, criminals, and hunted by Marine. Won't it be more dangerous for you to join us? Asks Buggy. Well, my friend was talking about you a few months ago and he said that you are different from other pirates. I got curious so I tried to investigate it and I'm very surprised by what I found. You guys never really do the crimes like other pirates. You just fight other pirate crews or marine and never attack civilians. There are no civilian casualties at all on your record. That's why I decided that it's fine to join you, says Della. Oh, that's good. You don't just try to join us without knowing who we are. That's good. You need to be cautious in this dangerous world. But I'm very curious about this friend of yours. How did he know about us and even mention it to you? Asks Buggy. Well, he said he has met you and even worked together with you before, says Della. Buggy and Co raise their eyebrows and try to think of who this person is, but they can't find an answer. Can you tell us his name? Asks Mantis. Yes, he is, says Della before she gets interrupted by someone who suddenly opens the store's door loudly. Everyone looks at it and sees a teenage boy around Buggy's age there. He has dark blue hair and rather thick lips. He also has tattoos on both of his upper arms. The clowns know him and are surprised to see him here. Icebug, why are you in a rush like that? Asks Della. Pant, I heard there are some pirates who come here, so I got worried. But it seems everything is fine and I never thought that it will be you guys, says Icebug. Is Icebug the friend that you keep talking about? Asks Mantis. Yes, he said he worked with you to build your ship a few months ago, says Della. The clowns look back and forth at Della and Icebug before they smirk. So that's how it is. Chapter 192, Love Drama. Buggy and Cricket put their hands on Icebug's shoulder while grinning mischievously. Well, Icebug-kun. You look very tired after running from your workplace. Are you all right? Asks Buggy with a teasing tone. Captain, he was running because he was worried about Della-chan. So seeing her all right must make him very relieved. He must be fine right now after confirming her safety, says Cricket with a teasing tone too. Ooh, so that's the case, you were very worried about her, huh? I'm sorry Icebug-kun, our appearance here has made you worried about her safety. We are such sinful pirates, after all, says Buggy overdramatically. Buggy and Cricket keep teasing Icebug and make him very embarrassed. Jude and Mantis hold their laugh while Della doesn't understand what happened. Della's parents can only sigh seeing this and look at their daughter helplessly. Everyone here except Della knows that Icebug has a feeling for her. It is very clear from his action just now, even the clowns realize it in an instant. But Della never realizes it because she is too focused on her passion for fashion and managing the store. Icebug is very red now that he seems like he'll burst anytime. Buggy and Cricket finally stop teasing him before he really burst. They finally calm down after a moment and Della gives Icebug a drink. Just like what everyone thought, Icebug came here because he was worried about Della and her parents. He never thought that the pirates would be the clowns, after all. So he rushed here to prevent anything bad happens. He keeps saying that he and Della are friends, so it's natural for him to be worried. But the clowns keep grinning teasingly and make him very embarrassed. He doesn't want to admit that he loves Della. Anyway, I'm not worried if it's you guys because I know you. So I will take my leave now. Icebug choose to retreat. Wait, Icebug. There's something that we need to discuss, so can you stay for a moment? Asks Della. Icebug nods and then Della starts to explain her plan to join the clowns. No. Even if I know these guys aren't evil and will protect you, I still can't allow it. The sea is very dangerous and we never know what will happen. They are strong and I know that, but there are still many people that are stronger than them, says Icebug firmly. What? Why are you still not allowing it? You said that I can trust them and they'll be able to protect me because they're strong. So you would allow it if I go with them? Didn't you say that 2 weeks ago? Asks Della rather angrily. It is different now. Do you know where they'll be going? It's New World, that's a very different place from Paradise. Even strong people from Paradise might not survive there. They are strong, but in New World, their hands might be full just to protect themselves. Who will protect you when they are busy protecting themselves? Asks Icebug. I will protect myself, says Della confidently. Della, this is not a game. If you join a pirate crew then you will be a pirate too. The enemies that you'll face won't hesitate to kill you or worse do other things, you know what I mean, says Icebug. I know all of it and have thought about it carefully. This is my decision and I won't back down, says Della. Do you really know what you are going to do if you join them? Being a pirate means living in danger every time. If you just want to learn fashion from all over the world, then you can just buy the books. There's no need to go anywhere, just stay here, says Icebug. Della suddenly gets pissed hearing that and shouts, Enough, Icebug. I've followed your conditions all these times and didn't set off because you were right. But now when I've done everything that you've said, you still won't let me go to pursue my dream. I even train myself so I will be able to fight and protect myself. You keep giving me more conditions, but I've had enough. This is my life and I will do what I want, says Della with a high tone. Both Della and Icebug get into an argument until finally Della slaps Icebug's cheek and tells him to leave. He grits his teeth and leaves unwillingly. Della herself is crying before she goes to the back room. Damn, this turns into a love drama story. It's not something that I really like but I need to do something about it, thinks Buggy. Mantis, Jude, take care of Della. I will go to talk with Icebug. Cricket, stay here and protect the store for now. We finally get a secretary, so I don't want to make her regret her decision to join us later, says Buggy. The others nod and do what Buggy ordered. Buggy leaves to find Icebug and finally finds him on the scrap island. Icebug is sitting on a pile of rubbles with a sad face. Buggy sits next to him and doesn't say anything. What do you want? Asks Icebug. You know, I also have a girl that I love, and she is not in my crew. But don't get me wrong. I never forbid her from joining my crew because it is dangerous. It's because she is a marine soldier and she loves her job, says Buggy. Ha, a pirate loves a marine, unbelievable, says Icebug. Yeah, it's hard to believe, right? But that's what happens, says Buggy. Aren't you worried about her? Being a marine is a dangerous job, just like pirates, asks Icebug. Of course, I am worried about her. But that doesn't mean that I can restrain her from doing what she wants. I love her, that's why I want her to be happy. She is happy being a marine, so I let her become one. Rather than restraining her, I decided to support her, and you should do it too. If you keep restraining her, one day she will get fed up and do something even more dangerous. What will you do if she suddenly joins an unknown pirate crew? Asks Buggy. Icebug doesn't know what to say. At least you know us. We will never do something that will harm her, and we are strong so we can protect her. Other pirate crews might not be as good as us. Most of them might just see women as playthings. It's the reality and you know that. That's why you forbid her from leaving. But if she suddenly gets enough and leaves without your knowledge, then believe me that you will regret it forever. So think about it carefully and talk with her again. Just be honest and tell her your feeling, says Buggy as he leaves Icebug. Icebug stays there and thinks about what Buggy said to him just now. He knows all of it but he just doesn't want to admit and do it. He denied all those things because he wants to keep protecting the woman that he loves. From afar, Buggy looks at Icebug who is still sitting there. He gets a little frustrated and thinks, come on. Get up and talk with her to finish this. I need my secretary and you're stopping her from joining my crew happily. It will make her work sloppy and I don't want that. Also, if you don't finish this now then this will turn into a love drama story. This is supposed to be an adventure story, so hurry up and finish this problem before the genre changes. Chapter 193, New Recruits. Sometime after the talk with Buggy, Icebug finally talks with Della again. He tells her his real feelings and even confesses to her. It makes her very surprised and they finally made up to each other. Buggy was worried that Della will cancel her intention to join the crew, but luckily it doesn't happen. She still wants to pursue her dream so she joins the crew. She agrees to be a secretary and takes care of the crew's daily life. Dion also has done a background checking on her and there's nothing suspicious. She was born on Water 7 and live here for her whole life. Her friendship with Icebug has been established since they're kids, their childhood friends. The crew holds a party at night to celebrate their new member. Surprisingly, Della immediately does her job at the party. She reprimands the boys because of their dirty clothes and immediately tells them to change even though they're at a party. The boys refuse at first, but when she said that girls hate dirty boys, they immediately change their clothes to clean ones. These guys are very easy to manipulate, which makes Buggy worry about their future. But at least now he has someone that can handle the boys' daily needs. Captain, I advise you to recruit some people to do the chores, says Della so suddenly in the middle of the party. No, assign the crew to do the chores, make a schedule for all of us, including the executives. It will train them to be disciplined and responsible. They all need to know that they need to take care of themselves and the ship. This is their home, so they need to take care of it, says Buggy. Even the executives? Asks Della. Yeah, but consider their other jobs too. Mantis and her team are cooking for us every day, so you can ignore them or just give them some easy task, says Buggy. Understood. I will make it right away, says Della. Stop it, you can make it tomorrow. This party is for you, so just enjoy it now. Work is important, but enjoying your time is even more important. We are pirates, after all, says Buggy. Why yes. I'm sorry, I still don't understand how I should behave as a pirate, replies Della rather embarrassedly. How to behave as a pirate? Ha ha ha, there's no such a thing. You just need to be yourself, that's what we always do. If that's what it means to behave like pirates, then it means we just need to be ourselves and do what we want. Being pirates mean being free, after all, says Buggy. Is that really what it means to be a pirate? Asks Della confusedly because she thought that being pirates mean being cruel. FAWEBOLOM. Yeah, at least that's the case for everyone in our crew. There's no need to think too much about it. Just be yourself, says Buggy. Yes, says Della while smiling. The party keeps going for a whole night and they all enjoy it. Della also slowly opens up as the party goes. She talks with the crew and hits off with the other girls easily. Luckily she doesn't get carried away in the party and doesn't get wasted like the boys. The next day, Della collects everyone's data for her job as a secretary. She also measures everyone's body sizes for their clothes. She even asks her parents to help her with this and they work really fast. After measuring everyone, she goes to buy new clothes for them. She'll also buy other necessities that the crew still doesn't have. Buggy assigns 5 men to go with her as bodyguards and to help her carry the luggage. The others are exploring the island again while searching for a weaponsmith and other recruits. Many people want to join, but they don't fulfill the crew's requirements. Mostly these guys aren't ready to put their lives on the line, or they are just straight up evil people. Buggy and Co are no saint, but they believe they aren't evil. They don't like killing and do evil deeds if not necessary. So they won't accept people who love killing for fun or likes to do other types of crimes. On their 4th day of stay, they finally find a weaponsmith for the crew. Palu is the one who finds him. It's a black man in his 20s that has buffed body with long black hair, and he is quite tall at 214 centimeters. He is quite handsome, but the most eye-catching feature of him is his long pointy ears. He is like a dark elf, but without a doubt, he is a human, thinks Buggy. In this world, humans are the most diverse race in terms of size and appearance. There are many people with strange body proportions, having strange features like horns, plant-like hairs, a red round nose, etc. Personally, Buggy thinks that humans are actually the most unique race in this world. What's your name? Buggy asks the weaponsmith. Strangely, the man doesn't answer and just looks at him menacingly. Buggy raises an eyebrow in confusion while the normal members are rather afraid because the man looks scary. Come on, no need to be nervous. Captain won't yell at you. Sorry, Captain, he isn't used to communicating with people, says Palu. He is nervous? Not angry or trying to intimidate us? Asks Manhwa in shock. No, I also thought he was angry when I first met him. But he actually just doesn't know how to communicate properly with others because he isn't used to it, says Palu. So that's how it is. Well, you can learn to communicate slowly as you interact with more people. But at least, you need to be able to say your name on your own. Show your courage, says Buggy. The others nod and cheer up for the black elf man. They were afraid of him before, but now they cheer for him. These guys' moods are really easy to change. The black man opens his mouth slowly and tries to say his name. G. Gil, says the black man with a low voice. Gil, hi. Welcome to the crew, says Buggy while smiling. Everyone cheers as they get a new crew member, and he is a weaponsmith. Now they have someone to help them maintain their weapons and also make better weapons for them. Gil can also help Ruff and Palu make better weapons for the ship. They have a party again at night and get wasted again in the morning. The crew enjoys their time in Water 7 without any disturbance from Marine and WG. It's because the WG promised to not disturb this island while Tom made the sea train. So their days here are very nice. But Buggy knows that Marine and WG have their men watching over his crew. He doesn't care about it though, because those spies won't get anything except their daily activities. Well, they know about the new recruits, but it's not a big deal. Then a week finally passed and they get 3 more recruits after Gil. They are 2 men and a woman. One man is a chemist, one man is a gunner, and the woman is a sniper. The chemist enters Ruff's team. He finally has a team member. While the gunner and sniper enter Cricket's team. Both of them are twins and they are very skilled with guns. Buggy is really glad to get them because his crew lacks gunners. Anyway, their days on Water 7 have ended with them getting 5 crew members. Now they have 45 members including the kids, the executives, and Buggy. The crew is getting bigger slowly and Buggy is happy with that. Alright, it's time to leave. Let's go to the next destination, Sabayati, says Buggy excitedly. Chapter 194, Way to Sabayati. The clowns leave Water 7 and go to Sabayati Archipelago. They've recruited some people on Water 7 and made their crew bigger. Buggy targets to have 7 more members before they enter New World. They already have 45 people now, but 2 of them are kids. These 2 are counted as crew members, but they are still apprentices. Both of them aren't the crew's main power, so Buggy needs 2 people to replace them as the main power. The only options are to recruit them in Sabayati or Fishman Island. There are many strong people in Sabayati and fishmen are naturally strong. The problem is that most fishmen hates humans, so it will be difficult to recruit them. Sigh, but I really want to have at least 1 fishman in my crew, thinks Buggy. They already have 2 sky people, Palu and Enel. There are many humans in their crew and some of them are unique. They even have a giant. So now Buggy wants a fishman. He also wants a mink, but it's not easy to find, so. Sigh, let's just do what we can, says Buggy. Buggy then looks at his crewmates that train hard since they left Water 7. All of them know they need to prepare for New World, so they can't slack off. None of them want to die even if they're prepared for it, after all. The new recruits are also training now with Cricket teaching them. But Della and another new girl are trained by Mantis. The martial arts for women are different from men because they have different body structures, so Cricket can't train the women. They all work hard because they want to survive in this harsh sea. Survival of the fittest, that's the basic principle for everyone in this world. Only the strong can survive while the weak will die or serve the strong. That's why they need to become stronger so that they can survive and get what they want. After watching ones who train, Buggy goes to check those who don't train. Della has made a schedule for everyone in the crew, so now everything is more organized, even their training and resting time. She spent 5 days to make their crew's schedule to its detail. Right now, she is working on the crew's wealth and its distributions. She will count everything from the crew's spending, everyone's payment, loot's distribution, etc. With her help, the crew has become very organized and things have become easier for Buggy. Now he doesn't need to think about administrative problems anymore. He just needs to think of where their crew will go from now on. The other problems have been managed by the executives and his secretary. Right now, Buggy is inside Ruff's lab where many weapon prototypes are placed. There are 2 people in this lab, Ruff and his new team member, Ray the chemist. He is a new member that joined in Water 7. Ruff, how's the progress of the thing that I've asked you? Asks Buggy. Oh, Captain. Gil is working on that thing now. He never sees that model, so he is quite eager to make it. He said it will finish this noon, says Ruff. Good, I can't wait to see it. How's Ray doing? Asks Buggy. He's good, he really likes my projects and he's also interested in Manba's projects because he is a chemist. I'm really glad that we get him because I'm not really good with chemists. So he can help me with a lot of things, says Ruff. That's good then, but make sure he doesn't make something too dangerous that can harm us, says Buggy. I understand. Scientists like us usually like to go overboard, I know it the best, says Ruff. It's good that you know it. How about the electric generator? Asks Buggy. I'm glad that you ask, Captain. I've already made the prototypes. There are 4 prototypes that I've made with 4 different energy sources. Solar, wind, water, and magnet. They all have a different generator, but they'll transfer the energy to the main generator. I'm still working on the last one with kinetic energy, says Ruff smugly. Kinetic energy? What's that? Asks Buggy. Well, to put it simply, it's energy from movement. I want to make a tool that will use the energy from everyone on this ship. Everyone will put the tool on their body and every time they move, they will charge the battery on the tools. Then the energy that they produce will be transferred to the main generator. Ho, so we will gain energy every second, says Buggy. That's right, and now Ray is working on a chemical energy source. He is very interested in our energy generator project, so he also wants to make one, says Ruff. That's good. If everything works, then we can make more weapons and machines to strengthen our ship and crew. Have you tested the prototypes? Asks Buggy. Yes, they all work very well. Right now, Paulu's team is working to make the real ones, but we lack the materials. We didn't get some materials on Water 7, so we can only work with what we currently have, says Ruff. Then try to get the rest on Sabayati, that place almost has everything. Don't worry about the money, we have plenty of it. Just ask Della to allocate the budget, says Buggy. Aye, says Ruff. Ruff then shows the prototypes to Buggy and he is very impressed by them. He doesn't really understand how these things work, but that's not a problem. What he needs to know is just that these things work. After that, Buggy goes to the rear deck to train his advanced armament. There are some wood logs there for him to train. He can't do it in the training room or he will break everything. The rear deck is the best option because it's empty. His advanced armament training progressed well in these few days. He still can't coat it with his Conqueror Haki, but it becomes easier for him to emit his armament. Now, he can even use it on his swords and make his sword attacks a lot sharper. The next day, the crew arrive in Florian Triangle and it makes them very excited. Some of them are afraid though because of this sea's bad rumors. Buggy is also wary of this sea now after seeing those gigantic creatures after he recruited Brook. So now they move faster by using their dials to avoid meeting those creatures. But then they meet another pirate crew that is very eager to attack them. Buggy wants to ignore them, but his crew is getting excited to fight. He doesn't have any option except to let them fight the enemies. It's also a good chance to see their progress in these few days. The crew fights the enemy crew which has a total bounty of 141 million. Their captain has a bounty of 92 million, quite impressive. But they aren't the clowns' match and get defeated easily even though they have 183 crew members. The clowns didn't even send the executives and just let the normal members fight including the new guys. They get rather good loots from this crew, which is good. After that, they leave Florian Triangle hastily before those gigantic things appear. Then they keep moving toward Sabayati. They encounter some more enemies and some more abnormal weather changes. But they can handle all of those problems without much difficulty. Buggy is really happy about those problems because his crew can train more. Then 3 days after they left Florian Triangle, they finally reach Sabayati Archipelago. Chapter 195, Sabayati again. After arriving on Sabayati, Buggy goes to Shuki's bar. He intended to go alone, but for a reason, everyone except the ones who guard the ship joins him. They all wanted to see the legendary Dark King Rayleigh. Buggy can only sigh and let them join him. But Shuki's place is small, so only the executives can enter it while the rest waits outside. They don't mind it as long as they can see Rayleigh with their own eyes. Luckily for them, Rayleigh is there now, and Buggy is really glad too. He comes here for some reasons and one of them is to ask Rayleigh's help to coat their ship. This old man is the best coater in this place even though he has just done it for a few years. How big is your ship? Asks Rayleigh. A little bigger than Oro Jackson, says Buggy. What? And you want me to coat that alone? Asks Rayleigh. You can ask for some help, right? You should know some skilled people that you can ask to help you. But well, you will need to split the payment with them. I just need it to be fast, the Marine is quite eager to capture us. They couldn't do anything while we're on Water 7, so they will do it here before we enter New World, says Buggy. I don't think that will be the case, says Shuki. Why do you think so? Asks Jude. You think like that because Vice Admiral Sakazuki and John Giant were chasing you, right? They do it because Marine can't let a pirate crew at your caliber roam around in paradise. This sea is far more peaceful than New World and the Marine want to keep it in order, says Shuki. So you said that it's better for them if we are in that chaotic sea rather than here? Asks Cricket. Bingo. In New World, they won't need to keep checking on you because other pirate crews will do that for them. A big rookie crew with 5 people who have bounties of more than 100 million will surely gather everyone's attention. Your friend Red Hair Shanks' crew is having a hard time too right now because big crews are after them, says Shuki. Why are they going after us? Asks Ruff. To make an alliance with us or even recruit us as their subordinates. There are many big forces in New World and usually, rookie crews will join them after knowing New World's horror. Unless they are prepared by it, they will get trampled by big forces. The only way to survive for them is by joining them or allying with other crews that have a similar situation, says Dion. I see that you've done your homework well. So, which one will you choose? Asks Shucky. We'll walk on our own. There's no way we will be a subordinate crew of another force. I'd rather die than become someone's lackey. Being a little boy in Roger Pirate was enough. I'll do my own things with my own way and crush everything that blocks my path, says Buggy. What if you can't crush it? Asks Rayleigh. Then I'll find a way around it, no need to make easy things difficult. I'll just do what I want in my life, says Buggy. Haha, that's something that I want to hear from our apprentice, says Rayleigh. Rayleigh accepts the job and promises them to finish the coding in 3 days. He will gather some coders to help him so they can finish coding the whole ship in 3 days. Then he leaves after taking a picture with everyone because the boys are throwing tantrums. Shucky, I want to buy information, says Buggy. I won't give you any discount just because you are Ray-san's apprentice, says Shucky. No problem. I need information about Beast's pirates. Whatever it is that you can get, says Buggy. You want to start your attack, hey? Asks Shucky. Yeah, I need to know their territories, their subordinate crews, everything that you can get. I will reduce their power slowly while making my crew stronger, says Buggy. All right, I will get what I can in these 3 days before you leave, says Shucky. Buggy thanks her and then they all chat casually while drinking. Luckily Shucky doesn't rip them off with ridiculous prices. She only does that to those who she doesn't like and seem like they won't pay their bill. After spending time in Shucky's bar, they all split to explore Sabayati and Buggy goes with the executives. Buggy has warned them about the do and don'ts of this place before they left. It will be better if they don't cause any ruckus in these 3 days. They aren't the Straw Hats and don't have the luck of a Shishibukai coming out of nowhere to save them. Unless they have the power of plot armor, they won't be safe without enough strength. That's why Buggy is always harsh on their training because he wants them to survive. Still, Buggy doesn't want his crew to bow down or even kneel to the likes of celestial dragons. So he told them to avoid those scumbags. That way, they won't need to kneel or anything. In fact, he forbid them to kneel or he will break their legs. Isn't that too harsh, Captain? Asks Ruff. What? About breaking their legs? Ha, if they choose to kneel then that means they don't believe that I can protect them. They want to avoid trouble just by kneeling, but that just means that they don't believe that I will fight an admiral for them. Besides, they are my crew, so they just need to obey me, not some scumbags who think that they are gods. If I can, I will wipe out those bastards from this world, says Buggy. You seem to really hate the celestial dragons, says Palu. Well, I don't specifically hate the celestial dragons themselves. I hate the whole world government system. To be precise, I hate corrupt government and the world government is the biggest corrupter in the world, says Buggy. Buggy has a very bad experience with a corrupt government. In his previous life, he was an orphan and should be taken care of by the government until adulthood. They took care of him, but just barely enough to make him live. He knows that the money for orphans like him was being embezzled by those who took care of it. Who else would they be if not people in the government system? That's why he hated them even though he was glad that he could live even though he would starve for days sometimes. Luckily he could go to school because it gave them more money. School expense is not cheap so they can take some of it. But he's glad he could go to school because he got some friends there and learned many things from them. He also watched One Piece in one of his friends' places because he didn't even have a TV. Even if he had it, he won't be able to pay for the electricity. He prefers to use the money to eat rather than pay more electricity bills. I wonder how they are doing now. I hope they came to my funeral and didn't forget me. I almost forget about them though, thinks Buggy. Buggy's team splits again to do what they want. Now Buggy is with Ruff, Jude, and Della exploring the tourist area. They look around the shops and buy a few things. The four of them have listed what they need and immediately buy them if they find them. They all need to get what they need here before entering New World. Rushing there isn't a good choice, they need to be fully prepared. The crew needs to prepare for everything or they won't survive in New World. Chapter 196, Amusement Park. The clowns try to avoid trouble on Sabayati because they will go to New World soon. But they are still pirates and it's hard for them to keep silent. In the end, they still create trouble, but they know their limit. The crew gets into some fights after they get split into some groups. But they only fight with other pirate crews, bounty hunters, and slave traders. They just fight with lawless people in the lawless area while avoiding marine and celestial dragons like what Buggy told them. Buggy knows this will happen and doesn't forbid them. As long as they avoid marine and celestial dragons, then he will let them fight. It can be good training for them, after all, so there's no problem with it. Well, even he also gets into some fights with bounty hunters and pirate crews while walking around. There's no way he can get angry at his crewmates while he himself is doing it. One must reflect on themselves before telling others what to do. The first day went without any big trouble for the crew. They spend their night in a hotel because their ship is being coated by Rayleigh. Most of the boys are having fun with Sabayati girls that night. The next day Buggy goes to the amusement park with Jude, Della, Alan, and Elin. The two kids want to go there, so Buggy goes with them because this place is dangerous. Of course, Jude will follow him wherever he goes and so is Della because she is his secretary. They try everything in the amusement park and the two kids are very happy about it. Alan and Elin have rough time for years, so they never tried this kind of thing. Buggy has accepted them, so he is also responsible for their happiness now. I thought you said you would leave them in Mantis's care. But you take care of them a lot so far, says Jude while smiling as they watch Alan and Elin ride a small boat with Della. Of course, I will take care of them too. I am the captain and they are my crew. They are still my responsibility even though Mantis will take care of most of their need, says Buggy. Hehe, I thought that you just like kids. I can give you some if you want, says Jude shyly. Buggy knocks her head and says, don't say something ridiculous. Even if I want to have kids, I will have them after we secure our position in this world. We are still a weak crew in this big world and having kids will just endanger their lives. Jude rubs her head and pouts before saying, I know. I just want to let you know that I am ready whenever you need me. Sigh, how many times should I tell you that I can't accept your feeling? I already have someone in my heart. You deserve better than this, so why don't you find someone else? Ask Buggy. I've tried, but it's just impossible. That's why I will keep chasing you until the end, says Jude. Buggy can only sigh hearing her and can't do anything about it. He still can't understand why she will go to such length for him. It's not like he is a handsome man and he is quite strange with his big red nose instead. He was also quite popular with girls when he was still a bounty hunter. It is still a mystery for him on why those girls were falling for him. Although he is happy that his mysterious charm has made Belmere fall for him too. After the two kids are satisfied, they leave the amusement park. As they leave it, some people are following them from the shadows. Buggy realizes their presence and sighs at their stupidity. I'm sure I've beat a lot of them a few months ago and yesterday too. But why are they still very persistent? Don't they know my bounty? Ponders Buggy. What are you talking about, Captain? Asks Della. Some idiots are targeting us since we were in the amusement park. Am I right, Captain? Asks Jude, who has just realized their presence after Buggy said that. Yeah, they must be after the kids and you girls. They want to capture and sell you. These slave traders are like cockroaches, sats Buggy. What should we do? Asks Della. Let them come. You kids want to exercise a little, right? Asks Buggy to the kids. Yeah, we will beat them up, says Alan energetically, followed by his sister's nod. Wait, Captain. What are you thinking? Sending these two children to fight is not good, says Della in protest. Don't worry, I know them very well, they are not weak kids. Still, Jude will take care of the stronger ones while the kids will handle the weaker ones. We will go to New World, so they also need training, right? Why don't you also join it and train yourself? Asks Buggy. That's fine, I won't let these children fight on their own, says Della. Buggy grins seeing her response. She is still new to this, so she hasn't gotten used to pirate life. He needs to teach her that they all need to fight for themselves, even if they are kids or women. Those who can't fight for themselves will surely die. Sometime later, they reach an empty location and the slave traders finally come out. There are 64 of them while Buggy's group only has 5 people. The enemies are very confident that they can defeat Buggy's group. It seems you've joined hands with other groups, hey? Asks Buggy after inspecting the enemies. Hehe, you have good eyes. Yeah, we joined hands with some bounty hunters. Your bounty is very high, so they are very tempted. They will take your bounty while we will sell the 2 girls and kids, says a big and tall man. You talk as if you can defeat us, says Buggy. Of course, we will. Attack, says the man without waiting. 5 men suddenly shoot their guns toward Buggy's group. Buggy takes a glimpse into the future and suddenly moves his sword to block the bullets, including the one that aimed at Jude. It makes Jude confused because bullets won't work on her Ashlogia body. They used sea stone bullets on the ones that aimed at us to nullify our abilities. It seems they've prepared for this, says Buggy. Previously, Buggy saw that the bullet hits Jude and injure her. He knows that they can't use haki, so it must be the bullet. There's only one type of bullet that can injure a devil fruit user, sea stone bullet. You are quite rich to be able to purchase sea stone bullets. But I wonder how many that you have? These bullets are expensive, after all, says Buggy as he picks some pebbles on the ground. Buggy suddenly throws the pebbles toward the ones who shot them before. Some of his pebbles miss, but he still can hit them all in the end. Now they don't need to worry about sea stone bullets and the small war starts. Jude can defeat them all if she just uses her devil fruit power. But she doesn't do it and only fights the strong ones just like Buggy's order. She leaves the weaker ones to Della and the kids while she uses this battle to train her martial art. Della also fights the enemies and she uses a rapier as her weapon. She fights decently, but she is actually the weakest in their group. Alan and Elin can fight better than her and it really surprises her. Both of them have been trained by Buggy, Cricket, and Mantis since they joined, after all. They've also fought a lot of battles, so they have more experience than Della. Sure, she has learned to fight, but she still lacks the experience to fight in real battles. Buggy watches the battle while using his advanced observation haki. He uses it to intercept some dangerous attacks from the enemies. Then after a few minutes, they finally win with no one getting injured. Chapter 197, To the Depth. For the next 2 days, the clowns do normal activities while still avoiding trouble. They still have some fights with other lawless people though, as it is one of their entertainments. But they avoid celestial dragons and marine in the last 2 days. Luckily, the marine also doesn't try to make trouble with them. The HQ must have known that they are here now, but there's no movement from those people. Marine HQ just sends people to watch the clowns' movements. They all know that if the marine sends people after the clowns, then a big confrontation will happen in Sabayati. It will cause a lot of destruction and there will be a lot of civilian casualties. Not to mention, there are rarely 2 in this place. So the clowns' 3 days of stay on Sabayati is very peaceful in a sense. After 3 days, their ship also has been coated perfectly by Rayleigh and some of his friends. Now they can finally leave Sabayati and go to Fishman Island. But before they leave, Buggy goes to Shucky's bar for something. He has asked Shucky to find information about Beast's pirates and he will take it now. Just like what Buggy hoped from Shucky, she gets a lot of information. I can only get this much. Beast's pirates subordinates crews, their current locations and bases, their territories, their crew's number and strength, also some issues about them. I also get the eternal poses from New World. But I can't get all poses in here. You need to find the rest in New World, says Shucky. It's a lot, and you said you only get this much. Asks Buggy. I can get more if you give me more time, says Shucky. Ha ha ha, you surely will. But this is enough. It won't be interesting if I know everything about them. Sure, learning your enemies is good, but knowing too much will reduce the excitement, says Buggy. That's true, although it's not my style. But everyone has their preference, so I won't say anything about it, says Shucky. Buggy pays Shucky and takes the papers and eternal poses before he leaves. He will read them on his way to Fishman Island. The clowns bid farewell to Rayleigh and Shucky before they go to their ship. After they get on their ship, the clowns immediately prepare to sail. Rayleigh has taught Jude, Paulu, and Enel everything about the coding. So now they can use it and know how to control the coded ship. We are ready, Captain, informs Jude after the ship gets encased in a giant bubble. All right. Are you ready, degenerates? Asks Buggy to his crew. Yeah. Replies everyone. Then, let's sail. Orders Buggy. Everyone does their parts and the ship dives down into the sea. They finally leave Sabayati and go to Fishman Island, which is located 10 kilometers underwater. Their ship has turned from a normal ship into a submarine now. As they dive into the depth of the sea, everyone is looking at the sea in amazement. They can see everything because the bubble is transparent. It truly is an amazing sight that hypnotizes every one of them. As they get deeper, the temperature plummets, so they need to wear thick clothes. Luckily, Della has bought thick clothing for all of them. If she's not here, the boys won't even think of buying thick clothes and will freeze to death here. Jude then explains what they'll do and about the underwater current. The others just nod as she explains and act as if they understand. But there are only a few of them who understand it, including Buggy. They keep going deeper and everything looks normal so far. But then a giant red grouper seeking suddenly appears and targets them. It approaches them at high speed and shows clear hostility toward them. It wants to eat us, hey? What should we do, Captain? Should we attack it? Asks Cricket. Sigh, don't, it will damage the bubble. Let me handle it, says Buggy as he walks to the railing. Buggy stands on the railing and looks at the incoming seeking. He has a sharp gaze and then he releases a strong conqueror haki pressure aimed at the seeking. But Buggy doesn't go all out and just uses enough to scare it. Begone! Says Buggy to the seeking with an intimidating tone. The giant seeking stops in its track and looks at Buggy with a scared expression. Then it leaves immediately and disappears into the dark sea. Buggy gets down from the railing and sigh as he walks to the front deck. Let's avoid physical confrontation as much as we can. We can't risk having our bubble gets destroyed because we damage it too much, says Buggy. All right. We will keep watching the surroundings to prevent unwanted things, says Cricket. Buggy nods and then Cricket gives an order to the crew. He spreads them to every side so they can watch almost all sides except below the ship. They can only use their observation haki to cover this part. Soon, they reach a giant current that goes down and most of them are scared. Buggy calms them down and tells them to hold onto the ship. This current is the only way down, so they need to enter it. The ship enters the big and strong current. Now they have lost control of the ship and they can only follow the current. They can only hope that they'll be fine while holding onto the ship so they won't get thrown. After some time, they finally get out of the very strong current and enter a calm area. It is the seafloor, but it's not the deepest seafloor. This is still one level above Fishman Island where there are many underwater volcanoes. They activate their lamp dials and now they can see their surroundings. There are many big fishes here and all of them have bad eyesight. Buggy wants to look at these fishes, but they need to be fast because the volcanoes here can erupt anytime. Palu, activate the jet dials and make this ship move faster. Gunners, I allow you to attack the fishes that threaten us. But use our explosive bullets, muggy balls that give more damage to the targets. The bullets will explode, so make sure that the targets are rather far from us or the explosion will damage the bubble. The others, don't attack but stay on your guard, says Buggy. Aye, Captain, replies everyone. Buggy allows the gunners who use guns with blunt bullets. The blunt bullets do less damage to the bubble than sharp weapons, after all. Also, the bullets are small, so they won't damage the bubble too much. They keep going at high speed while the gunners shoot a few times to repel some giant fishes that get closer to them. Soon, they reach the giant crevice that will take them to Fishman Island. They're very lucky that they can reach this crevice without any problem because the volcanoes aren't erupting now. The Black Pearl immediately enters the giant crevice and goes down. Enel controls the ship to it from hitting the walls on their left and right. The others also stay on guard to do something if there is an accident. Luckily, nothing happened and they reach the seafloor safely. They all are relieved and then they look around to find Fishman Island. But they don't see it and only see a bright place from afar, so they go there. Shortly after that, they see an amazing thing that makes them smile happily. It's an island that is placed inside 2 layers of massive bubbles. They've seen many amazing places, but this thing still amazes them. This is Fishman Island. Chapter 198, Fishman Island. After getting awed by Fishman Island's layout, the clowns enter the bubble to the Ryugu Kingdom. They can enter it easily after some verification processes by the guards and pay the entrance fee. The fee is not too high, so it's not a problem for the clowns. They are directed to a special port for pirate crews. Then after they docked their ship, the clowns go to explore the island. Buggy doesn't need to say anything because everyone in his crew knows what they can and can't do. There are some other pirate crews here and they all are looking at the clowns. Most of these pirate crews are also rookies who are going to New World. There are some crews from New World too. They are returning to Paradise. Usually, pirates from New World won't get interested in rookies from Paradise because they all know that these rookies are still naive. But all of them are interested in the clowns. There's no way that they won't get interested in a crew with 5 people having bounties of more than 100 million. Besides, the fact that Buggy was Pirate King Roger's apprentice has been widely known. His fellow apprentice, Shanks, has arrived in New World first and has made a name for himself. So all of them think that Buggy will be able to achieve the same feat. But it doesn't mean that they are afraid of the clowns, especially the ones from New World. They just don't want to create unnecessary problems on Fishman Island. The security here is tight because this kingdom deals with pirates every day, so they need good security. Besides, Ryugu Kingdom is close with Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard hasn't claimed this island as his territory though. But people know that he favors this place, so no sane people will do something that makes Whitebeard target them. Furthermore, they will get wiped out even before Whitebeard himself move. Why? It's because the clowns are here. None of them think that the clowns will protect Fishman Island like Whitebeard, but Buggy will protect it while he's here. Roger pirates favor this island and have a great debt to this place. It's because they found one of the 4 red poneglyphs here. Without that poneglyph, they won't be able to reach Laugh Tale. Buggy didn't go there, but he is still grateful to this place. It's because if Roger pirates didn't go to Laugh Tale, then the old Buggy won't catch a strong fever after going everywhere. If that happened, then the current him won't appear. Right now, Buggy is walking with Jude, Della, Alan and Elin. They are looking around the island and checking on this kingdom's commodities. Della is very excited to see the fashion here that is made of ingredients that they can only find underwater. The other 4 are more drawn by the food and drinks in this place though. They never get tired of the different culinary on all islands that they've visited. Other things like cultures, ideologies, even conflicts also take their interest. Captain, I saw many pirate ships before. Will everything be alright here? Asks Jude while they eat. It will be good if everything is alright, but that won't be the case. Even though people know that Whitebeard is fond of this island, this is not his territory yet. Some people will be stupid enough to do stupid things, says Buggy. Stupid things? Asks Stella. Kidnapping the fishmen and merfolks. They will try to capture some and sell them later on Sabayati. Fishmen are expensive, especially for mermaids which can be sold for hundreds of millions belly, says Buggy. They'll be sold as slaves, huh? I really hate slavery, says Jude angrily. Yeah, we all are. But many people don't think like us. They just care for themselves for whatever reason. Money, entertainment, enjoyment, and other things that we can't understand, says Buggy. Just as they talk about that, a commotion happens on outside the cafe. Some pirates are attacking a young mermaid in plain sight. It's such a stupid thing to do because there are many people here. But the pirates have a high number, maybe that is what makes them very confident. Jude, don't kill them, says Buggy calmly as he keeps eating. Don't worry, killing will ruin my appetite, says Jude as she transforms into ash and goes out. The pirates are using the mermaid as a hostage so no one can attack them. They move slowly toward the port while watching their surrounding. But they don't realize that ash particles are moving slowly on the ground. Then suddenly, the pirates can't move their feet because Jude has caught them with her ash. When they are distracted, she controls her ash to cover all their bodies. She releases the mermaid and tells her to leave before looking at the pirates. Capturing a young mermaid to be sold, very disgusting. This is why you will always be low-class pirates, unlike us, says Jude as she tightens her ash that grabs on them. She suffocates them slowly until they faint and then she leaves them. Jude returns to the cafe and leaves the defeated enemies. The kingdom's troops will take care of them, so they don't need to do anything. Damn vermins! It is such acts like that make fishmen hate humans, says Jude. Does fishmen hate humans that much? Asks Alan. Most people here hate humans because they always see pirates here, so their reverence is only pirates who did bad stuff to them. Some of these pirates did something that make them being hated by fishmen and it makes fishmen think that all humans are like these pirates, says Buggy. What happened here also happens in some other locations right now. Luckily, the clowns are spreading everywhere and all of them can't let such acts happen in front of them. Even though they are pirates, they aren't so low that they'll let some people being caught to be sold as slaves. The clowns can easily outmatch these hateful guys. Even the normal members can take care of these kidnappers. Those who can't handle it because their number is lower still can win with the help of the kingdom's army. But their involvements in these incidents give them a problem instead. The kingdom's army is suspicious of them and takes them for interrogation. Buggy has told them to not create a big problem, so they just follow along. You are very obedient. It's very surprising, says a yellow-fins tuna fishman soldier. Captain told us to not create big trouble so we just do as he said. Well, he will come for us later so we don't need to worry, says a man from Buggy's crew. Humph, we'll see it later then, says the soldier. The news about his crew that gets taken to prison finally reached his ears. He approves what they did to save the ones who get captured. But he is quite pissed that his crewmates are taken to prison for helping people. Buggy sighs and says, "It seems I need to talk with Neptune." Chapter 199, Ryugu Palace. After receiving the news that some of his crewmates are getting captured by the local police, Buggy goes to the base where they get taken to. He will take them out of there even if he needs to punch Neptune's face. Jude, Della, Alan, and Elin also follow him because they are worried about their crewmates. Also, they are worried that Buggy might destroy Fishman Island if he gets angry by their crewmates' capture. They need to calm him down if that happens. Their group reaches the base location after some minutes of walk, and they've met with Cricket and Mantis on the way. Of course, the two follow them to the base because they have the same thinking as Buggy's group. When they enter the base, their crewmates are being interrogated by the authorities. These people thought that the clowns were trying to capture the fishmen too by snatching the captured ones from those pirates. Snatching them? Ridiculous. If we want to capture some fishmen, we wouldn't do such a roundabout way. We'll just capture the ones on the street rather than bother fighting some pirates, says Buggy to the police captain, who is a puffer fishman. Well, that's true, but we can't just assume it like that because there were some cases like that. So we still need to question them, says the police captain. But they didn't even try to catch the hostages, right? Then there is no proof to your accusation, says Buggy. Still, we can't just let them go because they were fighting in the public area, says the police captain. Then, do you prefer your citizens getting captured by those pirates and be sold as slaves on Sabayati? Says Buggy. Still, says the police captain before someone interrupts him. What happened here, Jaemon? Asks King Neptune, who has just come after hearing that there is a big problem in his kingdom. Neptune-sama, says the police captain in surprise. Yo, Neptune. Long time no see, greets Buggy. Who are you, Jaemon? Asks Neptune in confusion. Hey? You don't remember me? I am Roger Pirate's apprentice, says Buggy. Neptune tries to remember as he looks at Buggy's nose before he says, Ah, you are that kid from Roger Pirates. Ha ha ha, sorry that I don't remember you, it's been a few years, after all. So you've made your own crew, hey? I've seen your bounty posters a few times but I don't recognize you. I've also met with your red-haired friend a few months ago who has made his own crew too. What are you doing here? I come to retrieve my crewmates, says Buggy. Neptune looks at the police captain, who explains what happened. It makes Neptune sigh. Then he asks the police captain to release Buggy's crewmates. He knows that even if the clowns are guilty, antagonizing Buggy is not a good thing to do. Neptune knows Buggy's bounty, after all. Having 600 million belly for his head even before entering New World is proof that he is very strong and dangerous. Also, it's well known that Buggy has defeated 2 vice-admirals before, further showing his great strength. The police captain immediately orders his men to release the clowns. Buggy tells his crew to just leave and resume their day. They do as Buggy says and just leave without causing a ruckus. It's just a small matter, after all, and they aren't that petty to make a fuss of it. Neptune, can we talk for a moment? Asks Buggy. Sure, as long as you don't get angry at me, Jaemon, says Neptune. I am not that petty, says Buggy. Neptune agrees and takes Buggy's group to his palace. His guards protest about it, but he doesn't care and just takes them there. They ride a big sea-king that has a big bubble on its body to help it move on land and go to the palace located in a different giant bubble. Neptune, I heard that you've married now. It seems that Shark Mermaid's prophecy was correct, says Buggy after they reached the palace. You're right, Jaemon. My wife's name is Otohim, but now she isn't here. She must be in the town right now, says Neptune. Too bad, I want to talk with her actually. What she does is quite interesting, after all, says Buggy. So you know, Jaemon, says Neptune. Otohim is campaigning for peace between fishmen and humans. Buggy likes what she does, but he also knows what it will cause later, her death. He has changed a lot of things from the canon, so he also wants to change this if he can. That's why he wants to talk with her, but she is not in the palace right now. However, his luck changes when a guard informs Neptune that Otohim has returned. She has heard that Neptune brought some humans to the palace, so she returns immediately. Dear, you should have informed me that you have some guests here, says Otohime after she entered the room. Sorry, Otohime. I don't want to disturb your campaign, Jaemon, says Neptune apologetically. You don't need to worry about that, I can still do that later. Dear guests, nice to meet you. I am King Neptune's wife, Otohime, says Otohime, introducing herself. I'm Buggy, just Buggy, says Buggy. The others then introduce themselves to Otohime and Della suddenly approaches Otohime with glittering eyes. The guards want to stop her but Otohime stops them. Before Otohime can ask Della, the girl asks her first about her clothes because it's interesting. Buggy sighs seeing Della keep asking Otohime without giving her a chance to answer. So he asks Mantis to pull Della because she makes the queen uncomfortable. She finally stops after Mantis pulls her ear and she apologizes. Sorry for my secretary's act, she is a fashion fanatic, and it seems she really likes your clothes, says Buggy. It's okay. I am happy instead because it's rare for me to meet humans who don't care about our race's difference, says Otohime. Races, hey? Now that you mention it, I want to discuss that topic with you, says Buggy. You want to discuss it? Are you also want to make our races live alongside each other? Asks Otohime happily. EOL.O. Of course, I want it, but that's not the point of what I want to talk with you. Otohime, I know you have a good intention and I appreciate that. But if you keep doing this campaign like this, then you won't succeed, says Buggy seriously. Neptune and Otohime widen their eyes before they look down. I know my chance is low, but if I don't do this, then nothing will change, says Otohime. You are correct, and I never said that you shouldn't do anything. What I mean is that you need a different approach and you need to learn more about this. Tell me, what do you know about the world up there? Asks Buggy. Otohime tells him what she knows about the world outside of Fishman Island. But just like what Buggy thought, she doesn't know a lot. She just knows a few things because the access to information from the outside world is limited here. That's not good, Otohime. You know too little about the world. You need more information and this is not enough. If even you as a queen only know this much, then what about the normal people? They don't have better access than you so they'll know even less. How will they agree with you if they don't know anything? Asks Buggy. Otohime looks down before she asks, then, what should I do? Buggy smiles and then says, don't be too sad. I won't bring up this topic if I don't have the solution. Chapter 200, Advice. Buggy then tells Otohime what he thinks she should do. Although his advice isn't just for Otohime but also for Neptune and Ryugu Kingdom. After all, it will affect the whole kingdom and maybe the world. First, they need to gather information from the outside world. Their information is very limited because access to the outside world is difficult. So they need to upgrade their information gathering and Buggy tells them to use Shuki's service. She will do it as long as they pay and money is not a problem for them as a kingdom. Both Neptune and Otohime agree because Shuki is Rayleigh's wife. Neptune knows Rayleigh and trusts him, so he also trusts Shuki. Those pieces of information also need to be shared with their citizens so that they can learn more about the world too. But of course, not all information can be shared, they need to choose what should be known by the public. Without the proper knowledge, your people will keep hating humans. Everyone fears the unknown, so if they know more about humans, their hatred should reduce a bit, says Buggy. Second, they need to gain allies, be they other nations or important figures. Without strong allies, they will just become vulnerable after they can go to the surface. The allies can also help them improve their international relations. Buggy tells them to try gaining allies in Levely that being held every 4 years. It's their best chance because they will meet with many nations' rulers. But they also need to be careful of those people and also the celestial dragons. Just like what I've said before, everyone fears the unknown. It applies to humans too who don't really know about fishmen. You need your allies' help to make the world know more about you. Well, try to make it looks good so people won't be afraid of you. Do it step by step, slowly, don't rush this, says Buggy. Third, Buggy advises them to ask for Whitebeard Pirate's protection. It will eventually happen, but Buggy wants to hasten it. With Whitebeard's protection, the capture of fishmen will reduce significantly because pirates will be afraid of Whitebeard. Other than protection, Buggy tells Neptune to ask Whitebeard to remove the road poneglyph from this kingdom. When the pirates know the importance of the road poneglyph, they will try to get it and it will cause a big problem, so it's better to move it somewhere else. Besides, they still have the Rio poneglyph that contains the message from Joyboy. So it should be more important for their kingdom than the road poneglyph that only shows the clue to reach the last island. Fourth, they need to strengthen their troops and increase their security. In Buggy's eyes, this kingdom's force is too weak, very contrast with the fact that fishmen are 10 times stronger than humans. But that 10 times will be useless if they don't train and get stronger like humans. If the fishmen can still be stronger than humans without any effort, then the strongest man in the world should be one of them, not Whitebeard. But right now, those who stand on top in terms of power are mostly humans. It's because humans keep trying to get stronger. After all, they were weak. Right now, this kingdom's force isn't strong enough to protect it completely or at least give it high protection. Sure, they can handle the pirates from Paradise who want to cross to New World. But they won't be able to handle those who returned from New World with their current strength. Their security system is also quite bad considering many fishmen and merfolks get captured in the past. That's why they need to learn other nations' security systems then makes a better one. This is also a function of having more information and allies. Well, I can only think of those 4 things that you need to do. There must be more, but these 4 really concern me because I think you really need them. You can think about it and maybe find other things that you need to do, says Buggy. Neptune and Otohim are speechless now after hearing Buggy. They've thought about some of these things but never think too seriously of them. Now that Buggy points them out, they finally know that they really need to do it. Some of Buggy's advice also give them a deeper understanding of their problems and give them solutions too. He gives them the push that they need because they've kept hesitating and can't make a bold decision. Still, I need to warn you about something. Be careful with the people from Fishman District. If you decide to spread good images to the world, then you need to make sure that they won't be ruined by your own kin. Those guys are lawless, right? So the possibility of them doing things that ruin Fishman's image even further, then it will hinder your big plan, says Buggy. All right, Jaemon, we will be careful, says Neptune. It will be better if you can make them help you, but that will be very difficult. People like them won't just hate humans, but also their kin. They mostly just care about themselves, says Buggy. After the discussion, they have a small feast in the palace. Then Buggy's group leaves the palace and goes to the town again. They haven't finished their exploration, after all, so they will resume it. The group splits again into the 2 initial groups with Mantis and Cricket going together. Now, Buggy follows Della together with Jude, Alan, and Elin. They don't know where to go, so they just follow Della who wants to look at the fashion in this kingdom. While they look around the clothing stores, they find interesting things. They find Dion is together with a young clownfish mermaid. She is clinging to his arm happily but he looks quite uncomfortable. I feel like I've seen her somewhere, says Buggy as he tries to remember. You know her, Captain? Asks Jude. I don't know her name, but I'm sure I've seen her before. Ah! She was the mermaid that we met on Sabayati. Dion saved her from some slave traders but then she ran away quickly because she was too afraid. A clownfish mermaid, it must be her, says Buggy as he recalls what happened on Sabayati before he met Shanks. The others nod in understanding before looking at Dion and the mermaid. It seems she has taken a liking to him. Or maybe she just wants to show her gratitude because he saved her by treating him something, although that doesn't seem to be the case. Anyway, it's better not to disturb them, so they leave and resume their exploration. Della is very excited to see many new fashion styles. The styles here are quite different because fishmen and humans are different in physique and also preferences. The group also buys many clothes with local styles for their crew. Della has everyone's sizes in her book so she can choose the perfect clothes for them. Luckily clothes don't cost too much, so Buggy allows her to spend some money on them. Reinvl.c. Then when they walk around, they find something interesting. Many people are gathering in an open space and they all are cheering excitedly. Buggy checks it and finds out that it's an arm wrestling competition. He grins and says, "That looks interesting."